So strap in. Gotta make sure the video is good. Okay. Okay. Oakley dokley. Oakley dokley. We're gonna be watching Wendigoon's Blood Meridian video.
Be read, then just bear with me. I think this story is one worth embarrassing myself over. So with all of that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. With the first question that a lot of you probably have, what is this book even about? And to explain that, I need to explain a little bit of history. Shortly after the Mexican-American War, a little more than a decade before the American Civil War, along the border between the United States and Mexico, there was constant skirmishes between American soldiers and Mexican soldiers. Even though the war was officially over, some soldiers, referred to as filibusters, would mount up arms and charge into the enemy's country to continue the war. In the midst of this bloodshed, Native American tribes like the Apaches and Yuma were fighting soldiers on both fronts. The natives wanting both the Americans and Mexicans to stay off their land. So both the Americans and Mexicans were hostile towards the natives and vice versa, creating a scenario where all three sides of the conflict equally want each other dead. To combat these Native Americans, around 1849, the Mexican government began offering 100 pesos per Native American scalp. So that meant that anyone, Mexican, white, or Native, could get a contract from the Mexican government to go collect Native scalps and then sell those back to the government for money. One of the most famous practitioners of this was a man named Samuel Chamberlain, one of the American filibusters who I mentioned earlier. While in Mexico, Samuel separated from the American military and decided to join a gang who set about collecting Native scalps. The leader of this gang was a man named John Joel Glanton, a former Texas Ranger and soldier in the Mexican-American War. The gang who rode with him was known as the Glanton Gang, and they were among the most feared and brutal headhunters in the one called My Confession, Recollections of a Rogue. So everything that I just said is from a true historical account of the American and Mexican Wild West. So where Blood Meridian comes into play is Cormac McCarthy took the legends of this gang, of which little is factually known, and he decides to tell the story of what they might have been like through the perspective of a young boy. And this grand tale that deals with fate and war and death and purpose simply begins with the description of this child. The book opening with these lines. See the child. He is pale and thin. He wears a thin and ragged linen shirt. He stokes the scullery fire. Outside lie dark turned fields with rags of snow and darker woods beyond that harbor yet a few last wolves. His folk are known for hewers of wood and drawers of water, but in truth, his father has been a schoolmaster. He lies and drink. He quotes from poets whose names are now lost. The boy crouches by the fire and watches him. Night of your birth, 33. The Leonids, they were called. God, how the stars did fall. I looked for blackness, holes in the heavens, the dipper stove. The mother dead these 14 years did incubate in her own bosom the creature who would carry her off. The father never speaks her name, the child does not know it. He has a sister in this world that he will not see again. He watches, pale and unwashed. He can neither read nor write, and in him broods already a taste for mindless violence. All history present in that visage. The child, the father of the man. We are told from this already that the child, this kid, who is never named in the story, by the way, he is simply referred to as the kid. We are told that the kid's life was wrought out of violence. His very birth killed his mother, born in blood. We hear things like the imagery of the star falling as he was born. His father is a drunk who is both a schoolmaster but hasn't taught him how to read, almost inconsequential in the child's life. So at 14 years old, with no purpose left and a mind for irrational violence, the kid runs away. He runs away from his home in Tennessee, and he doesn't know where he's going, but he just starts heading southwest. For several months, he stays in New Orleans, and while he's there, he periodically gets into fistfights on riverboats and decides to leave after he's shot. He's taken in and cared for by a kind woman, a tavern keeper's wife, who he doesn't have any money to pay, so one night he just sneaks out. For a couple of years, the kid just wanders the countryside, periodically getting into fights and working odd jobs. Eventually, he winds up in the city of Nacogdoches, and while he's there, he comes across a tent revival. The kid, having no other place to go and no other purpose in the world, decides to step into the makeshift church. There are several points in this story where characters within the story will give tales or parables that, as I talk about them, I'll talk about their greater meaning to the plot, but a lot of them are interesting, and I want to share them with you. I say that, and also say to mention, while this story is set in pre-Civil War United States, as you can imagine, there are a lot of slurs and other terms that are not acceptable to say, especially on YouTube. So, for obvious reasons, if I come across a place where one of those slurs is present, I'm going to replace the word with black person or Mexican person or what have you, because, again, duh. I don't even know if the portion I'm about to read contains any of those, but just in case it does, I wanted to make that known because there are a lot in here. The kid walks into the tent. It says that it's been raining for 2 weeks, and inside of the tent, it just stinks with the smell of wet dogs and human odor. And apparently, this Reverend Green has been preaching for 2 weeks straight. "Neighbors," said the Reverend, "he couldn't stay out of these here hell holes right here in Nacogdoches. I said to him, you going to take the Son of God in there with you? And he said, oh no, I ain't. And I said, don't you know that he said, I will follow ye always, even unto the end of the road." That was my evangelical voice. Hope you enjoyed it. The Reverend continues to give his sermon, talking about how no matter where you travel or what you do, God is always with you. He's an ever-present figure, even if you know him about the weather. And it's immediately after this that we are introduced to, I have to think this over, but what might be the greatest villain in all of fiction.
Yes.
Or at least top 5 greatest villains in all of fiction. 5. It's weird to call him a villain because the story is primarily made up of villains. There's really no heroes here. But he's certainly an antagonistic force in the story. And that is the character known as the Judge. And the Judge's introduction into the narrative is a perfect introduction of this character. An enormous man dressed in an oilcloth slicker had entered the tent and removed his hat. He was bald as a stone, and he had no trace of beard, and he had no brows to his eyes nor lashes to them. He was close on to 7 feet in height, and he stood smoking a cigar even in this nomadic house of God, and he seemed to have removed his hat only to chase the rain from it, for now he put it on again. The Reverend had stopped his sermon altogether. There was no sound in the tent. All watched the man. He adjusted the hat and then pushed his way forward as far as the crateboard pulpit where the Reverend stood, and there he turned to address the Reverend's congregation. His face was serene and strangely childlike. His hands were small. He held them out. "Ladies and gentlemen, I feel it my duty to inform you that the man holding this revival is an impostor. He holds no papers of divinity from any institution, recognized or improvised. He is altogether devoid of the least qualification to the office he has usurped, and has only committed to memory a few passages from the good book for the purpose of lending to his fraudulent sermons some faint flavor of the piety he despises. In truth, the gentleman standing here before you, posing as a minister of the Lord, is not only totally illiterate, but is also wanted by the law in the states of Tennessee, Kentucky, Mississippi, and Arkansas. This man, who will come to find is known as the judge, steps to the front of the room and begins announcing how this man is not only fraudulent, but is wanted by the law. "Oh God," cried the Reverend, "lies, lies!" He began reading feverishly from his open Bible. The judge ignores this and continues on. "On a variety of charges, the most recent of which involved a girl of 11 years, I said 11, who had come to him in trust and whom he was surprised in the act of violating while actually clothed in the livery of his God." A moan swept through the crowd. A lady sank to her knees. "This is him," cried the Reverend, sobbing. "This is him, the devil. Here he stands. Not 3 weeks before this, he was run out of Fort Smith, Arkansas for having Congress with a goat. Yes, lady, that is what I said.
A goat.
Goat. Why, damn my eyes, if I won't shoot the son of a bitch," said a man rising at the far side of the tent, and drawing a pistol from his boot, he leveled it and
Funny
fired.
thing is,
From
the
there,
judge
the
is the
entire
devil.
tent revival breaks out in a gunfight. People begin pulling boot knives and shooting randomly into each other. Several people in the tent, including the kid, begin to grab their knives and cut holes in the tent so they can make a speedy exit. The kid makes his way to a
Like I
bar
said, we're
across
getting into
the
heavy
street, and
spoilers,
from there
so
he
who cares?
watches people run
Judge is
bleeding
evil.
out of the tent before the tent itself falls over, surely with the dead reverend inside. By the time the kid gets there, the judge has already made it to the bar. And after more men begin to come into the bar out of the rain, a few of them walk up to the judge and begin talking to him. "Judge, how did you come to have the goods on that no account?" "Good."
He didn't. I like the part where he says, "I'll be the judge of that," and judges all over the place.
"Goods," said the judge. "When you was in Fort Smith." "Fort Smith. Where did you know him to know all that stuff on him?" "You mean Reverend Green?" "Yes, sir, I reckon you was in Fort Smith before you come out here." "I was never in Fort Smith in my life. Doubt that he was." They looked from one to the other. "Well, where was it you run up on him?" "I never laid eyes on that man before today. Never even heard of him." He raised his glass to drink. There was a strange silence in the room. The men looked like mud effigies. Finally, someone began to laugh. Then another. Soon they were all laughing together. Someone bought the judge a drink. The judge, either not liking the reverend or out of just plain meanness, walked into a tent revival, told a lie that got the reverend as well as several others killed, and seemed to do all of it for fun, which is a perfect introduction to his character. The kid seemingly pays no mind to this. There's very few moments in the book where we're told explicitly what the kid is thinking or what his thoughts on something are, but he does take note of the judge's strangeness. It comes up later in the story. I mean, how could you not? You're in the middle of the Old West, and among all of the raggedy, shaggy faces of the men with their long beards and long hair, you have someone in a oiled suit who is nearly 7 feet tall, completely hairless, and as we'll find later in the story, albino. Technically, I don't remember any point in the story where McCarthy explicitly says he's albino, but he describes him as very, very pale, and most people interpret his appearance to be that of a 7 foot tall, giant, hulking albino man. He seems like an alien stepped into this world for some purpose beyond ours, and it's something that we'll touch on more as we get into his character. The other detail about this story, which I probably should have prefaced whenever I was telling people to go read it, so oops, but something you need to know going in is Cormac McCarthy doesn't use punctuation. He uses periods, the occasional question mark, every now and then a comma, and that's it. He also uses colons whenever he's about to list something, but that's it. He said in an interview, I believe the quote was, "Why would I mark up the page with silly little dashes and lines?" So there's no quotation marks, there's no semicolons, there's no breaks in sentences. You decide where the commas would go typically. So I am, even by just reading the words on page, I'm kind of giving you my interpretation of what's emphasized. I remember whenever I first started reading McCarthy in high school, we read The Road, my junior year English class, which was a trip. But I remember whenever we started the book, the teacher was like, "Oh yeah, just so you know, McCarthy doesn't use punctuation." And I remember being like,
You didn't do that?
"You can do that? You can get to such a level of writing that you're just like, meh, who cares?" But it is a testament to his writing style that there are several points in this story where there are like more than 3 people having a conversation at once. And because of how each character is characterized, despite never being denoted who's talking or giving quotation marks, normally I have no trouble just reading straight through it and figuring out who's saying what. So a couple of days later, the kid's still staying in Nacogdoches, and it's still raining. So he goes out one day to go to the bathroom, or the Jakes as they're called in the story, effectively an outhouse. So he's walking out of the house he's staying in to go to the outhouse, and it had been raining for so long that they had set out boards through the middle of town so that rather than stepping in the deep mud, you could just walk across the boards. So as he's walking on the boards to go to the bathroom, there is a man walking up from the bathroom. So the two are walking towards each other. And as they get to the same spot, the man who's walking up says, "You better get out of my way." So the kid just kicks him in the jaw. And they both pull knives and immediately get into a knife fight. So the kid, like, he cares about his own life so little that stepping in the mud is like, I guess it's worth dying over. So as they get into this fight where they're both pulling knives and trying to stab each other, someone comes up and just knocks both of them out. It's also mentioned that they were both drunk in the street, so probably a police officer. And then the kid wakes up a day later in a hotel room sitting across from the same man he got into the fight with. The two of them realize that they have each other's knives, so they pass. Introduces himself as Toadvine. Toadvine has several facial tattoos, and Toadvine is mentioned as having several face tattoos and also spending a time in prison. Despite this, he thinks that the kid's alright. And as a matter of fact, he finds the kid so alright that he's immediately like, "Hey, you want to help me go beat up a guy?" And the kid, again, with nothing better to do in life, is like, "Sure." So the kid follows Toadvine to a hotel, and Toadvine walks to the front desk and asks if this certain man's there. And the guy at the front desk says, "Yeah, but if he sees you, he'll kill you." Toadvine brushes him off. They go upstairs to the top floor of the hotel where the man's door is locked, the man that Toadvine wants to beat up and rob. So Toadvine tells the kid to get some paper and light it on fire and shove it under the dude's door. So the kid does, and it starts to set the door on fire. So whenever the man comes to the door and unlocks it to put out the fire, Toadvine and the kid rush in, beat him half to death, and then run away as the entire hotel burns down. So the kid's at a point where he's walking through the mud, and he's like, "Yeah, I'll die so that I don't have to step in it." And then he gets knocked out, and he wakes up across from the guy who was trying to kill him. And the guy's like, "Hey, do you want to help me go beat up this random guy you don't know?" And the kid's like, "Sure." And they get there, and Toadvine's like, "Burn the hotel down." And the kid's like, "Okay." The kid has no purpose. He is, as the story said in the beginning, wrought with a mind for violence and not much else. So after this, the kid goes to get his mule and continue on his journey. And as the kid leaves town, final lines of chapter 1 say this: "When he passed back through the town, the hotel was burning, and men were standing around watching it, some holding empty buckets. A few men sat horseback watching the flames, and one of these was the judge. As the kid rode past, the judge turned and watched him too. He turned the horse as if he'd have the animal watch too. When the kid looked back, the judge smiled.
Alright, we're gonna restart this
The kid touched up the mule, and they went sucking out past the old stone fort along the road west. The judge is an omnipresent threat throughout the story in a way that's hard to explain, at least on a first read-through, first understanding of the story. But it's menacing that even in the beginning, he was right there, smiling, just as fate so happened to bring these two together, even if for a short time. The judge will come up later in the tale, but for now we continue to follow the kid on his currently pointless expedition. As the kid continues on his journey, it begins to storm, and he comes across a hermit who's living in a mud hut. Nowhere else to go, the kid asks to stay with him, and the hermit agrees. All the hermit has to offer in way of food is some rotten prairie dog and old salty water. The hermit says that he used to be a slave trader and has since fallen on hard times, hence him now living in a mud hut on the side of the road. And as the hermit is describing his situation, the two begin to have a conversation, beginning with the kid. "I thank you. Lost you way in the dark," said the old man. He stirred the fire, standing slender tusks of bone up out of the ashes. The kid didn't answer. The old man swung his head back and forth. "The way of the transgressor is hard. God made this world, but he didn't make it to suit everybody, did he? I don't believe he much had me in mind." "Aye," said the old man. "But where does a man come by his notions? What world's he seen that he liked better? I can think of better places and better ways. Can you make it be? No. No, it's a mystery. A man's at odds to know his mind because his mind is odd he has to know it with. He can know his heart, but he don't want to. Rightly so. Best not to look in that. It ain't the heart of a creature that is bound in the way that God has set for it. You can find meanness in the least of creatures, but when God made man, the devil was at his elbow. A creature that can do anything. Make a machine, and a machine to make the machine. An evil that can run itself 1,000 years. No need to tend it. You believe that? I don't know. Believe that. The hermit puts forward the idea that man is especially evil because of his capabilities for evil. You can find meanness anywhere. You can find meanness in an animal. But maliciousness and terror, that is the work of man. And that at some point, man's evil becomes self-sustaining and is a creature that we can no longer control. There's also this strange mention. So the kid goes to sleep, and then it says, "He woke sometime in the night with the hut in almost total darkness, and the hermit bent over him and all but in his bed. 'What do you want?' he said. But the hermit crawled away, and in the morning when he woke, the hut was empty, and he got his things and left." So, this is never stated, like why the hermit was looking over. Maybe he was just, weird and staring at the kid. But the story has a lot of notions or implications of, pedophilia, and different instances, and I think this might be one of those. It would also be fitting to the narrative of this story if someone who talked about man's capacity for evil also had a large capacity for evil. But again, this is very minor compared to what we're going to get into. As the kid travels, he meets a band of cattlemen going to Bexar. And this is one of the only instances in the entire story where a random meeting turns out good for everyone involved. The cattlemen are kind, they help give him directions, and the next morning, before he leaves, he sees that they left him some food and a knife. And while the kid's made it well into Texas at this point, it's fitting that one of the only acts of goodwill in the story happens right before he begins his pilgrimage down south. So the kid makes his way to the town of Bexar. Again, he's just kind of roaming randomly right now. And whenever he gets there, there's a big dance and party going on in the street, and he makes his way into a local bar. When he gets there, the bartender only speaks Spanish, and the kid tries to explain that he wants a drink, but he doesn't have any money to pay for it. So as the barman keeps saying that he'll work for a drink, eventually the kid starts making sweeping motions, so the barman figures out that he wants to sweep, even though he keeps saying the room doesn't need sweeping, but the kid can't understand him. So the barman hands him a broom, and the kid just starts sweeping up around the floors, and then whenever he comes back to the barman expecting a drink, the barman won't give him one because he never agreed to it. So the kid's like, "Alright, I'll kill you for it." As he starts to make his way to the barman pulls a pistol on him. But then one of the older men in the bar says something to the barman, and the barman decides that I guess this isn't worth killing the kid over. So he puts down the gun and picks up a hammer and walks around the bar to fight the kid with his hands. So the kid grabs a whiskey bottle, breaks it over the guy's head, And it's not explicitly said that he kills him, but it says that the kid stabs him in the eye and blood spurts everywhere, and the kid steals whiskey from behind the counter and leaves.
It's implied.
On the 12th day of...
It's implied that he's dead.
After drinking the entire bottle, he then wakes up the next day in an abandoned and run-down church. Churches come up a lot in this story, and every time they do, there's death involved. This time being the first and most minor infraction, where the kid sees buzzards eating some dead animal at the front of the building. The kid drunkenly stands up, looks around for his mule and can't find it, so he just starts walking down the river until he runs into it. Eventually he finds his mule, and while he's at the river, he decides to take his clothes off and take a bath. While he's naked and lying on the riverbank, an American soldier walks up to him. So while talking through the branches on the side of the river, "Howdy there," said the rider. He didn't answer. He moved to the side to see better through the branches. "Howdy there. Where are you at?" "What do you want?" "I wanted to talk to you." "What about?" "Hellfire, come on out. I'm white and Christian." The kid reaching up through the willows trying to get his breeches. The belt was hanging down and he tugged at it, but the breeches were hung on a limb. "Why don't you go on and leave me the hell alone? Just wanted to talk to you. Didn't intend to get y'all riled up. You done got me riled." I love the language. "Was you the feller knocked in that mixer's head yesterday evening? I ain't the law. Who wants to know?" "Captain White. You wants to sign that feller up to join the army." "The army?" "Yes, sir." "What army?" "Company under Captain White. We going to whip up on the Mexicans. The war's over." "He says it ain't over. Where you at?" Captain White and the soldier who's come to recruit the kid are the filibusters that I mentioned earlier. American soldiers who, even though the Mexican-American War was over, decided to keep fighting for purpose or just because they hated Mexico. This is expanded on whenever the kid finally puts on his clothes and they start talking. "Kindly fell on hard times, ain't you, son?" he said. "I just ain't fell on no good ones." I don't know if that's funny to me. "You ready to go to Mexico?" "I ain't lost nothing down there. It's a chance for you to raise yourself in the world. You best make a move some way or another before you go plumb in under." "What do they give you?" "Every man gets a horse and his ammunition. I reckon we might find some clothes in your case." "I ain't got no rifle." "We'll find you one." "What about wages?" "Hellfire, son, you won't need no wages. You get to keep everything you can raise. We going to Mexico, spoils of war. Ain't a man in the company won't come out a big landowner. How much land you own now?" "I don't know nothing about soldiering." The man eyed him. He took the unlit cigar from his teeth and turned his head and spat and put it back again. "Where you from?" he said. "Tennessee." "Tennessee? Well, I don't misdoubt what you can shoot a rifle." I like that. That's good. So the man explains to him that the purpose that a lot of them are doing it is because it's war. They're plunderers, effectively. You can steal whatever you want, like a pirate. And after hearing that he'll get money and some clothes and a horse out of it, the kid's like, "Sure, I'll go die to kill some Mexicans. Who cares?" I mean, the kid killed someone over a bottle of whiskey and was willing to die so he wouldn't step in the mud. I don't really think he has any creed or purpose to fighting. It's just he gets new clothes. We rarely get mentions of this story of, like I said earlier, the kid's mental state or what's going on in his head. But we get a weird mention of shame right here whenever the kid goes to meet Captain White, the one putting together the filibuster regiment. When they meet, it says, the captain nodded his head. He was looking the kid over. "What happened to you?" "What?" "Say, sir," said the recruiter. "Sir?" I said, "What happened to you?" The kid looked at the man sitting next to him. He looked down at himself, and he looked at the captain again. "I was fell on by robbers," he said. "Robbers?" said the captain. "Took everything I had, took my watch and everything." "Have you got a rifle?" "Not no more, I ain't." "Where was it you were robbed?" "I don't know, there wasn't no name to it. It was just a wilderness." "Where were you coming from?" "I was coming from Nacogdoches?" "Yeah." "Yes, sir." Yes, sir." "How many were there?" The kid stared at him. "Robbers. How many robbers?" 7 or 8, I reckon. I got busted in the head with a scout." The captain squinted one eye at him. "Were they Mexicans?"
Were they Mexicans?
The captain, as we're going to see, just has hate in his heart, not much else.
Yes.
But the kid looks at the
lot of the
rags
characters
he's wearing.
do.
In fact, he has no clothes or money, and decides to lie. He doesn't just say, "This is how I am." As it seems, he doesn't care about anything, but he does have some sense of self-pride because he was not willing to admit that. He instead says that he was recently robbed, and that's why he looks the way he does. There are brief instances of the kid's humanity, or at least his relatability throughout the story, and this is one of them. The captain, after talking about how fine soldiers from Tennessee are, says, the captain leaned forward. "We fought for it. Lost friends and brothers down there," talking about the Mexican-American War. "And then, by God, if we didn't give it back to a bunch of barbarians that even the most biased in their favor will admit have no least notion in God's earth of honor or justice or the meaning of republican government. A people so cowardly, they paid tribute 100 years to tribes of naked savages, giving up their crops and livestock. Mine shut down, whole villages abandoned, while a heathen horde rides over the land, looting, killing with total impunity. Not a hand raised against them. What kind of people are these? The Apaches won't even shoot them. Did you know that? They kill them with rocks." The captain shook his head. He seemed made sad by what he had to tell. The captain continues later and says, "What we are dealing with," he said, "is a race of degenerates, a mongrel race, little better than black people, and maybe no better. There is no government in Mexico. Hell, there's no God in Mexico, never will be. We are dealing with a people manifestly incapable of governing themselves. And do you know what happens with people who cannot govern themselves? That's right. Others come in to govern for them." So we see here, while the kid and seemingly the soldier he talked to by the river are kind of in it for the money, the first thing he incentivized him with is, "Oh, we're going to keep whatever we got in Mexico." This Captain White genuinely has a purpose to go there, even if that purpose is to just murder Mexican people. But it is a stark contrast how the kid and most characters we're going to see later in the story just operate by their own greed and ideas. The captain has a reason or a calling to what he's doing rather than just his temporary incentive of greed or lust. And we're going to see very shortly what this story thinks of people who have purpose and motives and emotion. So after this, the boy goes out with two other boys from the filibuster company,
This book is very
and the
kind of
captain
nihilist.
has given them money,
Very
get
nihilist.
a saddle, new boots, and new clothes. After they do that, the boys spend the extra money on women and booze. But as they get to one bar, it says that an old Mennonite is sitting in the corner. He begins to speak to them. "They'll stop you at the river," he says. The second corporal looks past his comrades. "Are you talking to me?" "At the ring, General Worth." "Hell they will." "Pray that they will." He looks at his comrades. He leans towards the Mennonite. "What does that mean, old man? Do you cross the river with yon filibuster armed? You'll not cross it back. Don't aim to cross it back. We go into Sonora. What's it to you, old man?" The Mennonite watches the in-shadow dark before them as it is reflected to him in the mirror over the bar. He turns to them. His eyes are wet. He speaks slowly. "The wrath of God lies sleeping. It was hid 1,000,000 years before men were, and only men have power to wake it. Hell ain't half full. Hear me. You carry war of a madman's making onto a foreign land. You'll wake more than the dogs." So far we've had the preacher who says that God goes with you everywhere, like it or not. We've had the hermit who says man has infinite capacity for evil, and we have the Mennonite who says that if they journey into this southern land, they're going to wake the wrath of God. And it seems that part of that wrath was awakened that night, because as the three boys get drunk, they get into a pointless bar fight, and one of them is killed. That morning, as the kid and the other soldiers stand in front of their fallen comrade, the Mennonite walks up once again and says, "There is no such joy in the tavern as upon the road thereto." In other words, the death of this boy is just one of many if you continue on this path. After this, the gang of filibusters begin to travel south with the kid in their ranks. They are immediately infinitely out of their depth. Only a few days of walking, they haven't even ran into combat yet, and they're already near dehydrated and at the end of their limits. 4 of them die of sickness a week in, before they came into contact with any enemy. It says that as they bury their dead and leave the bones of the food they eat behind, that a pack of coyotes has just started following them across the desert and eats and digs up whatever they leave behind. So even nature itself knows they're not capable of surviving and that they're not a threat out here. They find a small house as they're walking through the desert, and they go up to it to see if they can get any supplies. And all that they find there is an old man who is hiding from them, and he's like curled up on the ground babbling. It says he wets himself, and Captain White looks at him and just says he's a half-wit and to get him out of there, and they just leave. The hypocrisy that's kind of mentioned in the writing of the story is that Captain White is both there to free and establish government for the people of Mexico, while also talking about how much he hates the people of Mexico.
Yes.
Like every interaction he has with them is, half-wit or saying that they're barbarians or what have you. But he also talks about how his war is justified because he's really doing it all to help them. He is not only a man of principle, but a man of intrinsically flawed principle, which even that is rare out here, as we'll soon see. Another element of this story, whenever people talk about it as, the great American novel, is the writing of McCarthy himself. It's hard to explain unless you read it, but it's almost as if the word, and I don't want to say this and sound too pretentious, but it's almost like some of the wording transcends nature in a way that gives the story a scope of something greater going on. Like, there's so many beautiful sections of the story that talk about nature,
Cormac knew
one
what he was
right
doing.
here
That's all
that
I'm
describes
saying.
the environment as this gang of filibusters make their way across the desert is a good example.
Cormac
They
was a
rode
great
on,
author.
and
No
some of
Country
the
for
east
Old Men is
flushed pale
probably,
streets of
I
light,
don't
and
want
the
to say
deeper
one of my
red
favorite
colors
movies.
like blood seeping up in sudden reaches,
It was a
flaring
screenplay made
plane-wise,
for a
and where the
movie
earth drained up into the sky at
by
the edge of
Cormac
creation.
McCarthy.
The top of the sun rose out of nothing like the head of a great red
He ain't no
phallus
slouch.
until it cleared the
But
unseen
people
rim and sat
knew
squat
to
and
Cormac
pulsing
McCarthy.
and malevolent behind them. The shadows of the smallest stones
Well, it's
lay like
Wendigoon
pencil
knows
lines
that.
across the sand, and the shapes of the men and their
He
mounts
might not.
advanced elongate before them like strands of the night from which they'd ridden, like tentacles to bind them to the darkness yet to come. They rode with their heads down, faceless under their hats, like an army asleep on the march. By mid-morning, another man had died, and they lifted him from the wagon where he'd stained the sacks he'd laid among, and buried him also, and rode on. There's parts of the story where it feels like I'm not reading about Earth. It feels like I'm reading about some alien world, or some description from Dante's Inferno of hell itself. It's strange how the story in your mind can contort to fit whatever McCarthy's trying to get across. He was a metamorphosis to me through the story. The way he looked, the way he behaved. It's so interesting how different descriptions of the same thing can make that thing more. And it's one of the, I'll talk about this more at the end, but it's one of the reasons it would be very hard to adapt this as a film, because some of the uniqueness of this story is how it lays in your mind. As with any story, the unseen element is elaborated on by you. And if you have a creative mind, some of the depictions in here are beautiful and terrifying, sometimes at the same time. Eventually, as the filibusters are riding through the desert, they see a group of Native Americans ride up on them from the plain. And the captain looks at them and says, "Oh, there's probably about a dozen there. We'll have some action by the end of the day," thinking this all to be a game that he's already won. And whenever the Comanches ride up, the captain and his men are hopelessly out of their depth. A legion of horribles, hundreds in number, half naked or clad in costumes Attic or biblical or wardrobed out of a fever dream, with the skins of animals and silk finery and pieces of uniforms still tracked with the blood of prior owners. Coats of slain dragoons, frogged and braided cavalry jackets, one in a stovepipe hat, and one with an umbrella, and one in white stockings and a blood-stained wedding veil, and some in headgear of crane feathers or rawhide helmets, before the horns of bull or buffalo, and one in a pigeon-tailed coat, worn backwards and otherwise naked, and one in the armor of a Spanish conquistador. The breastplate and pauldrons deeply dented with old blows of mace or saber done in another country by men whose very bones were dust, and many with their braids spliced up with their hair of other beasts till they trailed upon the ground, and their horses' ears and tails worked with bits of brightly colored cloth, and one whose horse's whole head was painted crimson red, and all the horsemen's faces gaudy and grotesque, with daubings like a company of mounted clowns, death hilarious, all howling in a barbarous tongue, and riding down upon them like a horde from a hell more horrible yet than the brimstone land of Christian reckoning, screeching and yammering and clothed in smoke like those vaporous beings in regions beyond right knowing that the eye wonders and the lip jerks and drools. Oh my God, said the sergeant. One of the critiques I saw people talking about this story, and I guess it's people who just, enter the story with bad faith or whatever, they got to like that part and they quit reading because they thought the depictions of Native Americans was, incorrect or whatever. Just wait to see how McCarthy describes the white men and the Mexican soldiers. It's not favorable towards them either.
Yeah.
What he's describing here isn't the difference between white man and native. It's people who are not familiar with this country, with this world they've entered into, and people who are accustomed to it. The description of the Comanches as they're wearing clothing of previous battles and the armor of a Spanish conquistador, a war, a turmoil that is centuries now past, yet the armor, the remnants of it, are still out killing, still part of battle to this day. These are people who are bred and hungry for war, against the people who do not know what war they're getting into. And because of that, rightfully so, the filibusters are slaughtered. The following paragraphs are long descriptions of the bodies being torn to bits, the scalps getting ripped off, the slow death and defilement of the corpses. If I recall correctly, there were 50 men who began this journey with Captain White. And at the end of this, there are 8 survivors. The kid had survived because early in the battle, his horse was hit with an arrow, and the horse fell.
The kid
and in the dust and the kid lying on the ground, they didn't see him as the Comanches went through and slaughtered everyone. So the kid, after the battle's over, begins to stumble his way through the desert, and eventually comes across another survivor, a man named Sproul. Sproul's arm is laid up in a sash because it was injured during the battle. And at one point, he begins to cough up blood into his fist, and the kid asks if it's from the injury, and Sproul says no, it's because he has tuberculosis, or the consumption, as they called it, and he moved out west for his health, which is grimly ironic. So standing there in the middle of the desert, Sproul's like, well, you want to head back? And the kid says, to where? And Sproul says, I don't know, Texas? They've been walking for weeks to get out this far, and they have absolutely nothing out here to save them. So their best guess is to just follow the road. So the men just start walking, and they come across an abandoned town that it seems was also attacked by the Comanches. Also, another point to mention about McCarthy's characterization of several characters in the story is the bias McCarthy has is always the bias that the kid has within the tale. Initially, he will view some characters as mysterious or righteous, only for later in the story them to be described as dogmatic or evil. And that's because even though the story isn't first person through the kid's perspective, he is the vehicle that we're following. So a lot of the world as it's described is the way the kid sees it. We also learn information about peoples and groups in the story as the kid and gang as a whole does. So as there's quotes and pages I read that have to do with terms like savages or barbarians, that is, again, the kid's perspective as he is introduced to this world and its effects. They get to the town and Sproul decides to hang back because his arm's injured, so the kid starts looking through the houses. As he does, he finds some food, but he also finds the charred remains of people who have been burned alive and the slaughtered remains of families. As the kid makes his way back to where Sproul was, he looks through the courtyard and the story says, when he returned to the square, Sproul was gone. All about lay in shadow. He crossed the square and mounted the stone steps to the door of the church and entered. Sproul was standing in the vestibule. Long buttresses of light fell from the high windows in the western wall. There were no pews in the church, and the stone floor was heaped with the scalped and naked and partly eaten bodies of some 40 souls who barricaded themselves in this house of God against the heathen. The savages had hacked holes in the roof and shot them down from above, and the floor was littered with arrow shafts where they'd snapped them off to get the clothes from the bodies. The altars had been hauled down and the tabernacle looted, and the great sleeping god of the Mexicans routed from his golden cup. The primitive painted saints in their frames hung cocked on the walls as if an earthquake had visited, and a dead Christ in a glass bier lay broken in the chancel floor. The murdered lay in a great pool of their communal blood. It had set up into a sort of pudding crossed everywhere with the tracks of wolves or dogs, and along the edges it had dried and cracked into a burgundy ceramic. Blood lay in dark tongues on the floor, and the blood grouted the flagstones and ran in the vestibule where the stones were cupped from the feet of the faithful and their fathers before them, and it had threaded its way down the steps and dripped from the stone among the dark red tracks of the scavengers. Sproul turned and looked at the kid as if he'd known his thoughts, but the kid just shook his head. Flies clambered over the peeled and wigless skulls of the dead, and flies walked on their shrunken eyeballs. "Come on," said the kid. They crossed the square in the last of the light and went down the narrow street. In a doorway, a dead child with 2 buzzards sitting on it. Sproul shooed his good hand at the buzzards, and they batted and hissed and flapped clumsily, but they did not fly. They continue to walk through the desert. Sproul says that his arm is beginning to stink, or in other words, it's infected. The 2 of them become so thirsty that they begin to hallucinate an oasis in the middle of the desert. They eventually keep walking until they get to a road leading up a cliff face, and around the corner they see a Mexican soldier along with a company riding their way, and at the front, the leader is sitting on Captain White's horse, with Captain White nowhere to be seen. So if, a Mexican soldier is riding White's horse, things aren't looking too good for White. The leader approaches the 2 and sees that they're thirsty and offers them a drink of water. The 2 drink as much as they can, hurriedly stealing it back and forth from each other. After giving them the water, the leader says, "When the lambs is lost in the mountain," he said, "they is cry. Sometime come the mother, sometime the wolf." He smiled at them and raised the sword and ran it back where it had come from, and turned the horse smartly and trotted it through the horses behind him, and the men mounted up and followed, and soon all were gone. The leader delivers an ominous line about how they need to be wary of the wolves of this country. As they continue to travel through the desert, a wagon of a family of 4 come by, and the 2 of them effectively hold up the wagon so they can hitch a ride to some place that is in the middle of the desert. So the 2 of them hop in the wagon, drink most of the family's water, and then sleep the night in the wagon in front of the family's house. The next morning, the kid wakes up to find that Sproul has died of his infection over the night. And then shortly after realizing this, the Mexican army shows up because, the family whose wagon they semi-hijacked called the police. So the soldiers, knowing that this kid is one of the renegade American soldiers who came to mess with Mexico, arrest him and take him into the nearby town. In the town, there is a large parade of people dancing and merchants selling things, and as the soldiers drag the kid through the middle of this party, they throw him on the ground, and when the kid looks up, someone is holding in front of him the severed head of Captain White floating in a jar. The kid spits on the ground and says, "He ain't no kin to me." And of course they would celebrate the death of these guys. They came into their country to just cause problems. When they kill the leader, they're gonna, have a parade about it and I guess put his head in a jar. So that's what happens to people who set out to be pirates, but they claim to do it for their own greater purpose, or because they have some greater stake or merit in the world. They die, and their body is made a spectacle as those around them suffer and bleed as well. So the kid is taken to jail, and then shortly after that, he is transferred to Chihuahua City. When he gets to the Chihuahua City jail, who else is also in that jail but his friend Toadvine? Well, I use the term friend kind of loosely. The guy that he tried to kill in a knife fight and then they burnt down a hotel together. So Toadvine's in this jail as well, and because of their brief history, the two develop a sort of camaraderie between each other. There's some brief banter between the two. One of the jail keepers has gold teeth, so Toadvine keeps saying that he wants to kill him so that he can take the gold teeth. They're in a corral for a while that just has like a high wall around the corral, no fence. And these children hop up on the wall and start throwing rocks at him. So the kid just takes like a small stone and chucks it as hard as he can at a kid. And it says it hits the kid in the head, the kid falls over the wall, and they never hear from that kid again. So I guess the kid killed a child with a rock who was just standing at the wall throwing pebbles at him. And then one day, as Toadvine, the kid, and another friend that they met, who is known now as the Veteran, one day as they're out scrubbing the streets of the city, a group of men ride in on horseback and ride into the governor's courtyard. These men are described as absolute monsters. They're barbaric in nature. They're wearing the skins and furs of several different animals. They have knives on their hips that go down to their knee. They have every manner of firearm and bladed weapon you could imagine. Not to mention that most of these men are white, which is particularly strange considering they walked into the governor of Chihuahua City's courtyard dressed as they did with no problem. And who else is riding among them except, foremost among them, outsized and childlike with his naked face, rode the judge. His cheeks were ruddy, and he was smiling and bowing to the ladies and doffing his filthy hat. The enormous dome of his head, when he bared it, was blinding white and perfectly circumscribed about, so that it looked to have been painted. He and the reeking horde of rabble with him passed on through the stunned streets and hove up before the governor's palace, where their leader, a small black-haired man, clapped for entrance by kicking at the oaken door with his boots. Doors were opened forthwith, and they rode in all, and the doors were closed again. This is, finally, the Glanton Gang. They are riding into Chihuahua City to deliver their payment of scalps to the governor as per their contract. Toadvine sees this and thinks this might be their ticket out. Sure enough, as they're cleaning the streets the next day, Toadvine managed to talk to a member of the Glanton Gang and gets them an in. See, the Glanton Gang constantly loses members given the nature of their capital. So because of that, they're constantly looking for new people to refill their ranks. Anyone who knows how to fight. So Glanton makes a request to the governor, and the three men, Toadvine, the kid, and the Veteran, are all released into John Glanton's care. And with that, the kid, Toadvine, and the Veteran are now officially and finally for the story, members of the Glanton Gang. The child who had nowhere to go, who was willing to join any tribe or people as long as it meant killing and as long as it meant money, has now found the perfect home to do just that. And it seems that by pure chance or perhaps fate, he has once again crossed paths with the judge himself. This mysterious figure who is set apart in any room that he exists in. So what does that mean for the kid? Does that mean he's finally fit in and found a place that he will exist freely? Or is this going to be a Cormac McCarthy novel? Let's find out. So the three men ride out with the Glanton Gang from the town that they were once prisoners in, now hailed as heroes. Initially, we meet several of the more interesting characters in the gang. It seems to be that there's about 30 of them at this time, and while several of their names are mentioned sparsely throughout the book, I'm just going to talk about a few who are important, because, spoilers, a lot of people die, so we're just going to be talking about the ones who actually do something. Of course, we have the judge.
Quick throw, taken in, and they'll work this close to a first down, maybe just a tad short.
Well, it goes without saying. You want to play wide receiver in the NFL, Mike.
The Judge and Glanton, who we'll talk about more as the story goes on, but there's also members like the ex-priest Tobin, who joined the gang sometime shortly after the Mexican-American War. Despite being an ex-priest, he still holds some views of God and religion in a place of secrecy, which is very interesting as the gang's actions begin to unfold as the story goes on. There are two men in the company who are both named John Jackson. One of them is a white man and the other is a black man. So the gang refers to them as White Jackson and Black Jackson, respectively. That may be surprising to hear that this gang of headhunters in the 1850s has a black man in their ranks. But as we're going to see, the Glanton gang, save for the Judge, holds no values or morals or any set of rules when it comes to the actions they commit. They are solely soldiers of fortune. There are several instances in the book where they talk about the savagery and evil of the Native American people, and then in the next chapter, allied themselves with them. There are several points in the book whenever someone in town mentions that they don't like Black Jackson being there because he's black, that the gang members will agree with them and talk about how he's the member of an inferior race, only to then turn around and murder the guy that they said that to. They hold no values or morality, at least none that they can't be bought out of. And while it may seem respectable that a gang at the time has a black man in their ranks, it is solely because Black Jackson is also a murderous killer. And that is exactly the kind of men that Glanton needs, not caring for their race, religion, or creed. The gang also has 4 Delaware Indians in their ranks, who mostly stick to themselves and don't really interact with the rest of the gang, at least not socially. So while they are out on the plains headhunting Native Americans, there are 4 Native Americans in their ranks. There is a Mexican man in the company whose name is Miguel, but the Americans don't care to pronounce it correctly, so they just call him McGill. There's a scout named Webster who frequently hunts and travels out with the Delawares. There's a man named David Brown, often called Davy Brown, who has an intense propensity for violence. And seems to relish in a lot of what the gang does, more so than the other members, again, excluding the Judge. And the last member that I'll mention right now is a man named Bathcat, who previously lived on the island that is today known as Tasmania, where he used to hunt Aboriginal people for sport and for money. So coming to the American West to hunt Native Americans is a normal day in the office for this guy. In his introduction, it mentions that he wears a necklace of human ears from people that he's killed, and several members of the gang take pieces of humans as trophies after a killing. In the description for Bathcat, there is a blink and you'll miss it line that prophesies his death. Toadvine and Bathcat are having a conversation about the 2 Jacksons, arguing which is going to kill the other first, because the 2 Jacksons hate each other, probably because they're both named Jackson. Well, it's also mentioned later that White Jackson hates Black Jackson because he's black, but I'm sure having the same name also doesn't help. While they're discussing this, the book says, Toadvine glanced at the man's forehead, but the man's hat was pushed down almost to his eyes. The man smiled and forked the hat back slightly with his thumb. The print of the hat band lay on his forehead like a scar, but there was no mark other. Only on the inside of his lower arm was there tattooed a number which Toadvine would see in a Chihuahua bathhouse, and again when he would cut down the man's torso where it hung skewered by its heels from a tree limb in the waste of the Pimeria alta in the fall of that year. Whenever I first read through this, I had to read over that section a few times. It's just giving normal descriptions of what the gang members look like, and then it mentions that Bathcat has a tattoo that Toadvine would see again whenever he pulled his corpse that was hung by its heels on a tree in the middle of the desert. Fate is a reoccurring topic in this story that becomes more prevalent as the story goes on. And it's interesting that even in the introduction of this character, his death is already set in stone, as if it was something that was always meant to be. So as the gang is in this small town, they're waiting for a merchant to come to sell them weapons. Whenever the merchant arrives, he hands Glanton, again the leader of the gang, a Colt revolver from a box of several Colt revolvers. In testing out the pistol, Glanton pulls back the hammer and just starts shooting animals that are around the town. He shoots a cat, and it says that the cat explodes. He shoots a chicken, he shoots a goat, and then after looking over the gun, he says, "I don't think this is worth $50. So he haggles with the salesman over the price, and it seems that the murder of the animals was completely inconsequential to him or anyone else in the gang. A captain of the Mexican army walks into the center of town because, you know, these strangers are shooting guns at random things. And as soon as the Mexican captain starts talking about locking the men up, the judge jumps down from his horse and immediately starts talking to the captain in Spanish. As they're speaking in Spanish, the judge continues to shake his hand and then walks the captain through the parade of these killers and introduces all of them to the captain one by one. Come to find out later in the story, the judge speaks several languages and has been all over the world. In the story, fluently speaking Dutch, German, Spanish, and English. As the judge is walking the captain through the group of men, he talks of their bravery and how they're each respectable dignities as the men stand there with human fingers and necklaces of ears. When they get to Black Jackson, the captain remarks that it's strange having a black man in their company. So immediately, again in Spanish, the judge launches into a diatribe about how Jackson is part of an inferior race and how the whites and Mexicans are so much more prosperous and blah blah blah. And Black Jackson, who can't speak Spanish, asks the judge what he's saying, and the judge effectively tells him not to worry about it. Again, the morality of the gang is whatever best suits them in the moment. As the men are about to leave the town, a family of performers comes out to ride with them. See, at the time, any area that wasn't immediately in the city or jurisdiction of a police force was effectively lawless. So if you traveled out by yourself, you were easy prey to not only the animals and elements, but also robbers and killers who may be on the path. So if you were a family traveling for anything, it would be smart to travel with a group of armed people. So, in exchange for money, because that's all they care about, Blanton allows this family of performers to join them through the desert. I'm going to mention it now because it comes up a lot and I can't stop at every instance of it. Nearly every time that they travel out into the desert, they are completely engulfed by death that lays all around them. I mentioned one instance earlier whenever the kid and Sproul went into the destroyed village and there were all the dead bodies in the church. Well, that kind of thing happens constantly. Also on that journey, the kid and Sproul came across a thorn bush that was skewered with dead babies. Setting out on this journey, they find the bones of Apache families who were lined up and shot by Mexican soldiers. Every time that they journey out, there is instances of the world that they inhabit constantly reminding them of what it is. Hanged bodies swinging on the sides of road with words like murderer painted on their chest. Entire cascades of horses and merchants line the gutters of the roads, having been shot for the crime of being present. As I talk about the details of this story, just know that death surrounds every aspect of it. They sit around the fire that night, and Glanton looks at the father of the Mexican family of performers who he's allowed to come along with him. Glanton looks at the father and asks the man if he tells fortunes. The showrunner's excited and begins to get his family together so that they can perform a fortune telling. They do this by having the father hold a deck of tarot cards in front of one of the gang members. And as he does it, his wife, who's also one of the performers, sets on a log facing out into the darkness of the desert night. One of the gang members draws the card, and as they do, the woman begins to cry out into the desert to receive what the fortune of the man is. Black Jackson goes first, and he draws the card, the Fool. As the lady chanting begins to say his fortune in Spanish, Jackson begins to ask the men around the campfire what she's saying. Also, there are entire conversations in this book that are entirely in Spanish. For this book, Cormac McCarthy learned Spanish just so he could read the records easier and also give accurate depictions of Mexican speech. And also, while I'm mentioning it, McCarthy wrote this book over the course of 15 years and moved to El Paso, Texas to do so, having traced the route of the Glanton gang several times during his time writing it. Historians have read the novel and remarked that it's about as historically accurate as a book can get. Anyway, so Black Jackson is standing around the fire, and he first asks Tobin, the ex-priest,
Shit.
what the woman's saying.
Well,
Tobin
it's
says
not.
that this is all idolatry and witchcraft, and he doesn't want to be a part of it. Eventually, the judge smiles at Jackson and says that what this woman is saying is that in Jackson's fortune lie all of theirs. And when Jackson asks what he means, the judge laughs and says that it means he's supposed to stay away from Rome. The Fool's card is often associated with ignorance or new beginnings. And the implication here seems to be that Jackson is in a position to follow after whatever he chooses. He's at the start of the rest of his life. And whatever actions he does from here, moving forward, will determine his fate as well as the fate of the rest of the game. After this, the showman then takes the deck of cards to the kid. The kid draws and receives the 4 of cups. As this is all happening and the woman's chanting and everyone's looking at the kid, he begins to get kind of scared and nervous, and he looks over at the judge, who's partially naked, by the way. He's naked from the waist up. He's just wearing his pants. So this giant 7-foot man is leaning over right next to the kid and laughing while staring at him. The kid looks around the rest of the campfire and sees that no one else is laughing and tells the showman to get away. So the showman stops. The 4 of Cups is most often associated with stagnation or a lack of purpose, which is very fitting for the kid at this point. He joined the military and a group of crazed killers just because there might be some money involved, with no regard for his life or the life of others. The kid is heading down a destructive path, and it seems that from his choices, he has no concern in the matter. Finally,
Well, I just lost the game.
the showman makes his way over to Glanton, the gang's leader. Glanton's hesitant at first, but since everyone else is doing it, and since he's a little drunk, he decides to play along. After Glanton takes a card, the story says, the juggler folded shut the deck and tucked it among his clothes. He reached for the card in Glanton's hand. Perhaps he touched it, perhaps not. The card vanished. It was in Glanton's hand, and then it was not. The juggler's eyes snapped after where it had gone down the dark. Perhaps Glanton had seen the card's face. What could it have meant to him? The juggler reached out to that naked Belden beyond the fire's light, but in the doing, he overbalanced and fell forward against Glanton and created a moment of strange liaison, with his old man's arms about the leader as if he would console him at his scrawny bosom. Glanton swore and flung him away, and at that moment, the old woman began to chant. See, up until this point, every time that someone draws a card, the showman has been reading the card out loud so that his wife can tell their fortune with it. Glanton rose. She raised her jaw, gibbering at the night. "Shut her up," said Glanton. La Coroza, cried the beldam. Invertido, carta de guerra, de venganza, la vicin ruda sobre un rio obscuro. Glanton called to her, and she paused as if she'd heard him, but it was not so. She seemed to catch some new drift in her divinings. Perdida, perdida. La carta está perdida en la noche. Un maleficio, cried the old woman. Que viento tan malienta. By God, you will shut up, said Glanton, drawing his revolver. Coroza de muertos, lena de Jesus, el joven que... The judge, like a great ponderous djinn, stepped through the fire and the flames, delivered him up as if he were in some way native to their element. He put his arms around Glanton. Someone snatched the old woman's blindfold from her, and she and the juggler were clouded away, and when the company turned in to sleep and the low fire was roaring in the blast like a thing alive, these 4 yet crouched at the edge of the firelight among their strange chattels and watched how the ragged flames fled down the wind as if sucked by some maelstrom out there in the void. Some vortex in that waste of fate. As if beyond will or fate, he and his beast and his trappings moved both in card and in substance under consignment to some third and other destiny. Glanton saw what the card was, more than likely, at least for a second, and then either hid it so that the showman couldn't see it, or threw the card away. But at the same time, the woman knew exactly what was on the card, and begins chanting about this boat of death, this ferryman of death, and whatever it is she's saying, or whatever she's about to start saying, Glanton is terrified of it. He begins to draw his gun, threatening to shoot her, but the judge stops him. I could explain what this ferryman of the night might mean, but I think it will mean more if its points revealed later in the story. So with that, the next day, the gang continues on their travel. They meet up in the town with a few of the scouts who had went ahead to see what was down the trail. And the scouts, Webster and a couple of the Delawares, come back with an old woman. This old woman is an old Apache woman who was left behind at an abandoned market some ways up the road. The woman is so old that she can barely walk, and she trembles to herself and shakes, barely looking at the knees of the men around her. This portion is particularly graphic, but I find it important to read, considering it sets the tone and several of the events that will soon follow. Glennon crossed in front of his horse, passing the reins behind his back. "Watch her, Cap, she bites." She had raised her eyes to the level of his knees. Glennon pushed the horse back and took one of the heavy saddle pistols from its scabbard and cocked it. "Watch yourself there." Several of the men stepped back. The woman looked up, neither courage nor heart sink in those old eyes. He pointed with his left hand, and she turned to follow his hand with her gaze, and he put the pistol to her head and fired. The explosion filled all that sad little park. Some of the horses shied and stepped. A fist-sized hole erupted out of the far side of the woman's head in a great vomit of gore, and she pitched over and lay slain in her blood without remedy. Blanton had already put the pistol at half-cock, and he flicked away the spent primer with his thumb and was preparing to recharge the cylinder. "McGill," he said. A Mexican, solitary of his race in that company, came forward. "Get that receipt for us." He took a skinny knife from his belt and stepped to where the old woman lay, took up her hair and twisted it about his wrist, and passed the blade of the knife about her skull and ripped away the scalp. It says after this that no one in the company is paying any attention to what's going on, none except for the new recruits. Because this is the nature of blood money. This is the nature of what the economy for killing was at this time. Didn't matter how old or feeble they were, combatants or not, you were paid for native scalps. And it didn't matter who those scalps came off of. And everyone's okay with this. It's just the nature of their business. And if anything, an elderly woman who can't fight back is just an easy paycheck. Or a receipt, as Clanton refers to her scalp. The violence continues throughout the story, and I'm not going to read every instance of it verbatim because it's a lot. There's several people who love this book, who talk about how they couldn't read it on the first sit through. And it's certainly brutal, but I feel it is entirely not only justified, but needed. There are so many tragedies, and not just world history, but specifically American history,
Yes.
that get overridden as a statistic. We hear both in school and movies about these men of the Wild West who would hunt down the natives, or they would fight back against, the no-good outlaws of the country. And we kind of just brush them off as numbers. But whenever we hear something like so many people killed in a battle, or scalps that were sold for cash, or people hanged on the side of roads, I think it's important that we don't lose the brutality of that. Like McCarthy here certainly has not. This book came out in 1985 at the height of the good guy cowboy aesthetic of the West. And as kind of a counter to that, it puts a highlight on how brutal the nature of manhunting actually is. It's not heroes with swelling music and a chiseled jawline fighting back against the people who matter less than him. It is most often these monstrous, almost animalistic people who prey on the weakest targets they can find. And to emphasize the historic and thematic evil of the story, the violence matters. The performers separate from them in this next town, and the men walk into a bar. While in there, an old man begins to cryptically talk about how Mexico is a dangerous country and how these men are heroes, but there is a cowboy on the plains who's looking to kill them, vaguely referring to death or the devil or some concept similar. And the entire time they're in this bar, there is a man moaning in the back of the bar, seemingly at the end of his life, just while everyone else is drinking and carrying about as usual. On their way out of the bar, Toadvine and Bathcat have a short conversation. "That was his son," said Bathcat. "Who was?" "The lad in the corner, cut with the knife." "He was cut?" "One of the chaps at the table cut him." They were playing cards and one of them cut him. Why don't he leave? I asked him the same myself. What did he say? He had a question for me. Said, where would he go to? The land is so desolate that the man's son was stabbed in a card fight and is about to die, and the man just keeps running the bar, as usual. Like, what does the death matter? And even if it did, what would they do about it? Between the religious symbols, to the death that surrounds them, to the fortune teller, there are constant signs that they should stop this journey before they begin it. And the men continue to ignore these signs at every remark. Well, at least one of them picked up on all the clues the universe was laying down. Remember the veteran? The guy who joined the gang with Toadvine and the kid? Well, the next morning they wake up and he's just gone. The judge interrogates the kid and Toadvine about it, asking where the man went to, and Toadvine just says he figures the man quit and they have no idea where he went. It seems that the veteran realized that this was going to get a lot worse before it got better, so he deserted. In response to this, Blanton sends 2 of the Delawares to go find him. That night, the gang is sitting around a couple of campfires. And it says that there's no real rules to the gang. As mentioned earlier, they don't really care about race, at least not when it comes to the members of their rank. But it seems like the men naturally segregate between the people they're most comfortable with. So that night at the fire, all of the and McGill, the Mexican I mentioned earlier, along with the new members of the gang, are by one fire, and everyone else is by the other fire. Black Jackson walks up to the fire with everyone else, and White Jackson stops him and says that his kind can go sit at the fire where everyone else is sitting. In other words, telling him to get over there with the natives and the Mexicans and the newcomers. In the conversation between Black Jackson and White Jackson, we have this. The white man swung his head, one eye half closed, his lip loose. His gun belt lay coiled on the ground. He reached and drew the revolver and cocked it. 4 men rose and moved away. You aim to shoot me? Said the black. You don't get your black ass away from this fire, I'll kill you graveyard dead. He looked to where Glanton sat. Glanton watched him. Put the pipe in his mouth and rose and took up the officialmore and folded it over his arm. Is that your final say? Final as the judgment of God. The black looked once more across the flames at Glanton, and then he moved away in the dark. The white man uncocked the revolver and placed it on the ground before him. 2 of the others came back to the fire and stood uneasily. Jackson sat with his legs crossed, one hand laying in his lap, and the other was outstretched on his knee holding a slender black cigarillo. The nearest man to him was Tobin, and when the black stepped out of the darkness bearing the Bowie knife in both hands like some instrument of ceremony, Tobin started to rise. The white man looked up drunkenly, and the black stepped forward and with a single stroke, swapped off his head. 2 thick ropes of dark blood and 2 slender rose-like snakes from the stumps of his neck and arched, hissing into the fire. The head rolled to the left and came to rest at the ex-priest's feet, where it lay with eyes aghast. Tobin jerked his foot away and arose and stepped back. The fire steamed and blackened, and a great cloud of smoke rose, and the columnar arches of blood slowly subsided until just the neck bubbled gently like a stew, and then that too was stilled. He was set, as before, save headless, drenched in blood, the cigarillo still between his fingers, leaning toward the dark and smoking grotto in the flames where his life had gone. Glanton rose, the men moved away, no one spoke. When they set out in the dawn, the headless man was sitting like a murdered anchorite, discaled in ashes and sark. Someone had taken his gun, but the boots stood where he put them. The company rode on. They had not gone forth 1 hour upon that plain before they were ridden upon by the Apaches. Life is so inconsequential out here that these 2 men, who yes, hate each other, both Jacksons, get into a simple fight where White Jackson expresses prejudice, saying that that Black Jackson should go sit with the other undesirables, as White Jackson would see them. And Black Jackson just says, is that your final say? And when White Jackson says yes, Black Jackson gets a Bowie knife and cuts his head off at the campfire. And everyone, other than the mention of the ex-priest jerking his foot away, has no reaction. Glanton just gets up and goes to bed, and the next day they take his gun, but they leave his headless body sitting up on the log with his boots set up next to him. His death, the death of a man they've probably rode with for years at this point, is just a thing that happened, a coincidence, a circumstance of fate. And there's no sense crying over it, so why say anything about it? The next day, a group of Apaches ride out to fight them, and the gang dismounts their horses and begins to shoot back. In the battle, one Apache is killed and the others ride off. The judge walks up to the dead Apache and begins to disrobe him, taking his personal effects from underneath his clothes, before scalping the Apache as they do any other native they kill. It's their first sign of the judge cataloging the world and effects of others around him, and it'll come up more as the story goes on. It's also mentioned that that afternoon, the two Delawares who went out on a scouting mission come back with the veteran's horse, with the veteran nowhere to be found, most likely having been shot by the two Delawares for desertion. You can take, hurt, and kill whoever you want, but you can't leave the gang. That's the one rule that they all seem to stick to. Who had been shot to death before they whip the horses and send the carriage full of corpses to just walk out into the desert. The gang eventually comes across an old abandoned presidio. A presidio is effectively like a plantation house, not necessarily a mansion, but a large house that several people would live out of. And from inside of the presidio, they can see smoke rising. So the gang goes up to enter the compound. Whenever they come to the door and knock on it, the first thing Clanton yells is he says, "Come out if you're white." Eventually the people inside let them in, and the gang finds that these are 5 survivors who are near death because of their starvation and dehydration. They said that the group they were with were attacked by Apaches, and these were the only survivors who managed to take shelter in this abandoned house. And they have great survival instincts as they're just letting camp smoke go up into the air for anyone around to see. The 5 men seem crazed and starved. The first thing they ask for instead of food is tobacco. They go inside one of the offices of the presidio, and there is a man who is holding a wound and bleeding onto the floor of the house, seemingly having been attacked by the Apache some days earlier. Irving, the doctor in the company, walks up to him and says, "What have you done for him?" He said. "Ain't done nothing." "What do you want me to do for him?" "I ain't asked you to do nothing." "That's good," said Irving, "because there ain't nothing to be done." Outside in the courtyard, there is a horse that got bitten in the face by a snake, so its entire head is swelled into this throbbing mass, and the horse is making awful noises, like they should definitely put it down. So looking outside, "Why don't you shoot that thing?" said Irving. "Sooner it dies, the sooner it'll rot," they said. Irving spat. "You aim to eat it and it's snake bit?" They looked at one another. They didn't know. Also inside of the presidio is a 12-year-old boy who's described as a mixed race between Mexicans and a native. And it seems that he was there when the 5 others got there, because whenever they ask about him, the men say that they don't know who he is. And there's this one quick interaction that didn't mean anything to me on a first read-through, but means far too much to me now, where...
Meet Lou by Atlassian. Team's recording.
No.
Where it says, "Who's this child?" said the judge. They shrugged. They looked away. Landon spat, shook his head. "We will come back to that." Later, out in the courtyard, the judge is explaining to these 5 scared men how the earth works. He's explaining to them how the rocks hold the secrets of God and how the earth itself is an extension of God. And then whenever they nod like they believe him, the judge laughs at them, at their foolishness, and so willing to believe anything that someone who seems to be smarter than them tries to say. That night there's a storm outside, and as all the men are inside, it says, "The men who had been on watch entered the room and stood steaming before the fire. The black stood at the door neither in nor out. Someone had reported the judge naked atop the walls, immense and pale in the revelations of lightning, striding the perimeter up there and declaiming in the old epic mode. Clanton watched the fire silently, and the men composed themselves in their blankets in the drier places about the floor, and soon they were asleep." So in the middle of the storm, the judge is completely naked on the roof, yelling old poetry. The judge, as we're going to find out later, is one of the most terrifying characters I've ever read about, and this kind of imagery doesn't help. That next day, as the men are about to leave, they find the child dead in one of the cubicles. He was lying face down naked in one of the cubicles. scattered on the clay were great numbers of old bones, as if he, like others before him, had stumbled upon a place where something inimical lived. The squatters crowded in and stood about the corpse in silence. Soon they were conversing senselessly about the merits and virtues of the dead boy. So something killed this child in the middle of the night, and we'll talk about what that might have been later. Whenever Glanton goes to leave, the squatters who were staying there say that they want to join him, and Glanton just ignores them and rides off. They don't have sense or a horse to ride on, so they're useless. And the men ride away as they hear the crazed inhabitants switching between cursing God and singing hymns. Later on, sitting around the camp during the day, the ex-priest, Tobin, is teaching the kid how to mend a leather strap. I want to be careful about my language here. Tobin is not a good man by any regards. None of the people in this story I would classify as good men, at least none of the main characters. Tobin is still responsible and complicit with the murder of dozens, if not hundreds of people. But he does seem to have an affinity for the kid. He looks after him, he talks to him consistently, and in this scene, he decides to give him some information about the gang. While he may be compassionate to those in his group, he's by no means a compassionate man. As the two continue to talk, while speaking of Tobin, it says, he glanced across the fire toward the judge. That great hairless thing. You wouldn't think to look at him that he could outdance the devil himself, now could you? God, the man is a dancer. They'll not take that away from him. And fiddle. He's the greatest fiddler I've ever heard, and that's an end on it. The greatest. He can cut a trail, shoot a rifle, ride a horse, track a deer. He's been all over the world. Him and the governor, they sat up till breakfast, and it was Paris this and London that in 5 languages. You'd have give something to have heard him. The governor's a learned man himself. But the judge... The ex-priest shook his head. The judge is a mystery. This man who seems to be of so many different cultures and experienced in such education, for some reason is now roaming around the desert hunting down natives for money. While talking about godly gifts, Tobin says that God speaks in the least of creatures. He watched the kid. For let it go how it will, he said, God speaks in the least of creatures. The kid thought him to mean birds or things that crawl, but the ex-priest, watching, his head slightly cocked, said, no man is give leave of that voice. The kid spat into the fire and bent to his work. I ain't heard no voice, he said. When it stops, said Tobin, you'll know you've heard it all your life. Is that right? Aye. The kid turned the leather in his lap. The ex-priest watched him. At night, said Tobin, when the horses are grazing and the company is asleep, who hears them grazing? Don't nobody hear them if they're asleep. Aye. And if they cease their grazing, who is it that waits? Every man. Aye, said the priest, every man. The kid looked up. And the judge? Does the voice speak to him? The judge, said Tobin. He didn't answer. I seen him before, said the kid, at Nacogdoches. Tobin smiled. Every man in the company claims to have encountered that sooty-souled rascal in some other place. Tobin rubbed his beard on the back of his hand.
Because he's the
Satan's
devil.
all. I have to give him that.
He
And from
is
there,
fate.
Tobin begins
He
to
is
tell the kid
voice.
the story of how the Glanton gang met the judge in the first place. Tobin tells the kid a story about one time the Glanton gang was down to 14
He's
men
the most
when they
evil
set out
character
on
I've
that
ever
expedition
encountered
with
in
38.
literature.
All their gunpowder was used up and they were running scared from the pursuing natives. And then
He
as
is
the
evil
Glanton gang,
incarnate.
out of gunpowder, dehydrated, are riding through the middle of the desert,
Is an
If you're
ad.
starting your holiday shopping a little early,
Out of this, all of a sudden, riding in the middle of a desert appeared an ad that we're gonna skip.
Tobin says, then about the meridian of that day we came upon the judge on his rock, where in that wilderness by his single self. Aye, and there was no rock, just the one. Irving said he'd brung it with him. I said that it was a mere stone, for to mark him out of nothing at all. He had with him that selfsame rifle you see him with now, all mounted in German silver, and the name that he'd give it set with silver wire under the cheekpiece and Latin. Et in Arcadia he go. A reference to that lethal in it. Common enough for a man to name his gun. I've heard Sweet Lips and Heart from the Tombs and every sort of lady's name. His is the first and only ever I've seen with an inscription from the classics. So the gang is riding out through the desert and then just setting on a rock in the middle of nowhere. in an act that Irving says the judge must have brought the rock with him. Just sitting on the rock is the judge, a 7-foot-tall, albino, hairless man just waiting for them to show up with a rifle slung over his back. The inscription engraved on the rifle, "Et in Arcadia ego," is a phrase that's used in a lot of classic poetry and stories, and it translates to, "Even in Arcadia, there I am." Arcadia was seen as sort of an idyllic paradise in a lot of stories, and the I referred to in that sentence is referring to death. It's an old saying that effectively means even in the best places in the world, death still exists. So on the judge's rifle is engraved the phrase, "Even in Arcadia, there I am." When the Glanton Gang asked where he came from, he said that he was in a wagon company and just decided to start walking across the desert. So the judge says, "Can I ride with you guys?" and gets on one of their spare horses and just begins traveling with them. The gang is still being chased by the natives, so the judge instructs them that they begin heading towards this mountain off in the distance. As they get closer to the mountain, they realize that it's not a mountain and is in fact a volcano. As they're making their way up the mountain, the judge keeps getting off the horse and scraping up pieces of flint and metal and volcanic rock. This is again as they can look out on the horizon and see the Apache horses get closer. Eventually, the track gets too treacherous for them to ride, so everyone's leading their horses. And as they are over these couple of days, the judge is getting guano from bat caves and charcoal, and he's burning it in an oven, and no one has any clue what he's doing. Tobin also mentions that at this point Glanton was so ready to die, he didn't really care. Eventually, they make it to the top of the volcano, and as they do, they see that they are completely surrounded by the Apache, and they're probably going to die any minute now. As the men are worried about this, they look over, and the judge has dug out a little hole in the ground, and he's put all of his concoctions of charcoal and volcanic rock into the center of the hole, and he's peeing on it. And as he does, he orders the men to hurriedly get over here and start peeing on the mixture as well. As the men are peeing on it, the judge gets down on the ground, half naked at this point, and begins to knead the mass of charcoal and guano and pee that people are actively peeing on him with, and he just starts to mold it until it becomes this black clay. So the judge takes this concoction and he spreads it with a knife on the hot rocks. And for an hour, as it's drying, the men are standing around watching the Apaches get closer, and the judge is sitting off to the side just drawing pictures in a notebook. And after an hour has passed, he stands up, walks over to this dried concoction, and he picks it up, and it's so dry, it's almost powdery. He takes the powder, shoves it into a shotgun barrel, and fires, and sure enough, the gun goes off. The judge was making homemade gunpowder this whole time. And now, while stinking, he's made enough rudimentary gunpowder to supply the entire company. So he orders the men to grab the stinking gunpowder and shove their guns full, and with the balls of ammunition and the firing man. So this random figure in the middle of the desert leads them to a volcano where, whilst waiting to be killed, he makes gunpowder out of the rudimentary materials he can find, and the gang is saved. On finishing this story,
the judge reminds me of, characters like the judge remind me of like Trelawney from Red Dead Redemption. Trelawney plays a similar role. Trelawney kind of leads Dutch Vanderlin's gang to the downward spiral. Trelawney also is like kind of a devilish figure. Kind of plays the similar, like, I am just this guy who should not be in the gang. I'm overeducated, been around the world. I'm a con man, though. He's the most evil character in the game, honestly. Nah, Duchess, by far. Another ad? Fuck you! Right before the game. God damn it.
It says, the ex-priest turned and looked at the kid, and that was the judge, and the first I ever saw him. Aye, he's a thing to study. The kid looked at Tobin. What's he a judge of? He said. What's he a judge of? What's he a judge of? Tobin glanced off across the fire. Ah, lad, he said, hush now. The man will hear you. His ears like a fog. So, just the wildest story of how the judge came into the gang's life. But not only that, whenever the kid just asks the basic question, what's he a judge of, Tobin tells him to not bring it up again. The judge is an oddity. He's this constant figure, this shape that exists with the gang through their journey. I also have to mention this now. This is jumping the gun a little bit into the analysis section at the end, but this is such a cool thing, I can't not bring it up after talking about it. So, that portion I just mentioned, about the judge taking them into the volcano to make gunpowder to fight back against the Apaches, is a direct reference to Paradise Lost. A lot of the language of the volcano and the mountain they go to is similar to the caves and mountains that Satan and the eventual armies of hell hide out in during their war with heaven. I talked about Paradise Lost on this channel, but if you haven't seen that video or aren't familiar with the work yourself, there's a portion in the story where the angels who are soon to be fallen that have allied themselves to Satan are fighting against the armies of heaven, and the devil decides that they should make gunpowder. And a lot of the language and imagery between the judge taking these men up the volcano to make gunpowder is very similar and harkens back to a lot of the story's themes. McCarthy said that his two primary influences for the character of the judge was Kurtz from Heart of Darkness, which that's another great story and character if you're familiar with that, and Satan from Paradise Lost.
Yes.
That will become more apt as the story goes on. The next day, they are riding through the wilderness, and as they are crossing over a fallen down tree, one of the Delawares jumps over the tree on his horse, and as soon as he does, a grizzly bear rises from right next to him. It had been eating a dead animal.
I don't think it's like...
And it growls and picks up the Delaware with its teeth. It just grabs it. The Delaware starts screaming, and the bear runs off. And they never see that guy again. Straight up, they're just going through the woods, a bear grabs the guy, disappears. It says that the other Delawares go to track him, and they come back empty-handed.
That man is the devil.
In the midst of everything, a bear eats a dude. It says when the other Delawares get back that they sparse out his belongings between them, and the man's name was never spoken again. Perhaps some of my favorite interactions in the entire story are between the judge and the Glanton gang sitting around the campfire, especially one near the end that we'll get to. The scout I mentioned earlier, Webster, is standing by the campfire and he's watching the judge scribble drawings in his book. Webster asks the judge why he's drawing pictures in the book, and the judge says that it's to catalog all of the earth and everything in it. Webster says that it's impossible to draw everything in the world, and the judge smiles and says, "Well said," and keeps drawing. Webster then follows up and says, "But don't draw a picture of me in that book of yours." As he says this, other people around the campfire begin to hoot and holler, saying, "Why do you care if the judge puts your ugly mug in his book? Why do you want to put it in there anyway?" And the judge defends him and says, no, it's because Webster here doesn't want to be chronicled. He doesn't want to be perceived as a certain thing in the eyes of man that may come after him. He doesn't want his image to be whatever I decide it should be. After he finishes, Webster says, "It ain't like that." And the judge says, "Well, good. You won't mind if I draw your picture then?" And Webster says, "No, I don't want you to draw it, but it ain't like that." There's this weird command the judge has over the emotions and the beliefs of the people around him. Where they're sitting at this moment is in the ruins of the Anasazi. Whenever white settlers first came to this area of Mexico, they saw these old stone houses built into the faces of cliffs, and they assumed that they were built by the current native population. It turned out that these were actually bidden by a group of people known as the Anasazi. The Anasazi disappeared for some unknown reason, and the modern natives that are simply living in the structures that they built have no idea what happened to them. As the men are there discussing this, discussing who might have made these houses, the judge begins to tell a story. One of my personal favorite things in media, I guess I'm such a nerd, one of my favorite things in stories is whenever the story stops for a moment to tell another story. Most of the time they're very, short and interesting, I find. And the judge tells a story here to this group of men that I feel is worth repeating. So with that, this is the judge's story. In the western country of the Federal Road. He did so because it was his trade, and yet he did little of it, for there were few travelers in that place. so that he fell into the habit before long of dressing himself as an Indian and taking up station a few miles above his shop and waiting there by the roadside to ask whoever should come that way if they should give him money. At this time, he had done no person any injury. So a harness maker in the middle of the wilderness isn't making that much money, shocker, so he decides to dress himself as a native and go beg for money up the road. One day, a servant man came by, and the harness maker in his beads and feathers stepped from behind his tree and asked this servant man for some coins. He was a young man, and he refused, and having recognized the harness maker for a white man, spoke to him in a way that made the harness maker ashamed, so that he invited the young man to come to his dwelling a few miles distant on the road. This traveler rebukes the harness maker, and he feels so bad about it that he invites the traveler into his home. While in the harness maker's house, the traveler begins to talk of virtue and of good ethics, and decides to give the harness maker a gold coin. After receiving the coin, the harness maker immediately asks if he could have another, or perhaps some more after that. Immediately, the traveler jumps up and begins to berate and yell at the harness maker, saying that he is unjust and not right with God and a greedy man. He says this to the harness maker in front of his family as well. With this, the old man repented all over again and swore that the boy was right, and the old woman who was seated by the fire was amazed at all she had heard. And when the guest announced that the time had come for his departure, she had tears in her eyes, and the little girl came out from behind the bed and clung to his clothes. The old man, the harness maker, so thankful to have received this advice from the traveler, asks the traveler if he can accompany him to the fork in the road, and the traveler agrees. As they walked out, they spoke of life in such a wild place, for such people as you saw but once and never again. And by they came to the fork in the road, and here the traveler told the old man that he had come with him far enough, and he thanked him, and they took their departure each of the other, and the stranger went on his way. But the harness maker seemed unable to suffer the loss of his company, and he called, and by they came to a place where the road was darkened in a deep wood, and in this place the old man killed the traveler. He killed him with a rock, and he took his clothes, and he took his watch and his money, and he buried him in a shallow grave by the side of the road. Then he went home. On the way, he tore his own clothes and bloodied himself with a flint, and he told his wife they had been set upon by robbers, and the young traveler murdered, and him only escaped. She began to cry, and after a while, she made him take her to the place, and she took wild primrose which grew in plenty thereabout, and she put it on the stones, and she came there many times until she was old. Perhaps because he was ashamed of the traveler, or perhaps because the traveler was such a better man than him, or maybe similar to the way Webster didn't want the judge to write a picture of him in his book. The traveler perceived the harness maker for what he was, and the harness maker wouldn't stand for it. So he kills the traveler and lies to his family, saying that they were set upon by robbers. The harness maker lived until his son was grown, and never did anyone harm again. As he lay dying, he called the son to him and told him what he had done. And the son said that he forgave him if it was his to do so, and the old man said that it was his to do so, and then he died. But the boy was not sorry, for he was jealous of the dead man. And before he went away, he visited that place and cast away the rocks and dug up the bones and scattered them in the forest, and then he went away. He went away to the west, and he himself became a killer of men. So the child, who all his life has grown up with the legend that this traveler was a man who was set upon by robbers, now hears at his father's deathbed that his father was the reason this righteous man died. And in response to that, kid becomes furious. It says he's jealous of the traveler. Maybe the traveler's reputation, or maybe because of his father's attention of him, or who knows. But for some reason or the other, the kid despises this so much that he goes and he throws apart his bones and becomes a killer of men. It says after this, the old woman goes out and regathers the traveler's bones and places them all back in the grave and continues to watch over his final resting place. It's out of my scope to talk about. There's entire college lectures on this book, by the way, that go into different subjects I'm not even going to touch on in this video. It's a very deep book. It's an intensive book with a lot of its imagery. But there is something to be said about how women are portrayed compared to men. Nearly every man in the story, except for maybe the herders at the beginning, and the Mexican general who gave the kid water whenever he was running from the filibuster army. Other than them, every man in the story is barbaric or monstrous in some way. But to that degree, every woman is heartfelt and compassionate. Perhaps McCarthy's saying something about the counter to man's anger, to man's hatred, is the spirit of womanhood. Perhaps it is showing what man is capable of, if not indebted and baptized in the war and blood around them. Who knows? But it does go to mention that every woman in this story seems to be saintly in nature, as seen by even the woman in the judge's story who regathers the bones and takes care of the grave. At the ending of the story, people begin to protest, saying, "No, I've heard that story. You got this detail wrong. And no, he wasn't from here. He was actually from here," and blah, blah, blah. Upon hearing this story, and that everyone is familiar with it, and that this is a story that has stood the test of time, the judge stops everyone. And he says, "Wait now," he said, "for there's a rider to the tale. There was a young bride waiting for the traveler, with whose bones we are acquainted, and she bore a child in her womb that was the traveler's son. Now this son, whose father's existence in this world is historical and speculative, even before the son has entered it, is in a bad way. All his life he carries before him the idol of a perfection to which he can never attain. The father dead has euchred the son out of his patrimony. For it is the death of the father to which the son is entitled, and to which he is heir, more so than his goods. He will not hear of the small, mean ways that tempered the man in life. He will not see him struggling in follies of his own devising. No. The world which he inherits bears him false witness. He is broken before a frozen God, and he will never find his way." He's saying this story you're all familiar with. Sure, some of the details are different, but you've all heard of it. Now imagine being the son of the traveler. Your entire life you have the idol of a father you never knew, who everyone tells you, every legend you hear is of the kindness and compassion of your father. But that son, who the judge says is owed the death of his own father, he is heir to it more so than his goods, to see the legacy which came before you. The son is blasphemed with that legacy, because he never knew a father in the way most boys would. He never saw how he failed or his shortcomings. He never got to see that his father was human too. And because of that, it says he stands before a frozen God. He constantly has to live up to this expectation of a perfect father who he will never hear as anything other than perfect.
I use shift safety.
And that is in a bad way. The judge then continues, explaining why he told this story in the first place. "What is true of one man," said the judge, "is true of many. The people who once lived here are called the Anasazi, the old ones. They quit these parts, routed by drought or disease or by wandering bands of marauders, quit these parts ages since, and of them there is no memory. There are rumors and ghosts in this land, and they are much revered. The tools, the art, building, these things stand in judgment on the latter races. Yet there is nothing for them to grapple with. The old ones are gone like phantoms, and savages wander these canyons to the sound of an ancient laughter. In their crude huts they crouch in darkness and listen to the fear seeping out of the rock. All progressions from a higher to a lower order are marked by ruins and mystery and a residue of nameless rage. So, here are the dead fathers. Their spirit is entombed in the stone. It lies upon the land with the same weight and the same ubiquity. For whoever makes a shelter of reeds and hides has joined his spirit to the common destiny of creatures, and he will subside back into the primal mud with scarcely a cry. But who builds in stone seeks to alter the structure of the universe. And so it was with these masons, however primitive their works may seem to us." The judge says that the people of this country, the modern land, not just the natives, but he's also speaking of the Mexicans and white settlers, especially the white among them in Mexico now. He's saying that all of them are the son of the traveler. They all have the frozen God, as he describes them, dead fathers to look back on, who built these creatures, these statues and monuments out of stone and marble, and here they are building huts out of mud. And if those previous people who walked before you, if they built mountains and idols to God, and you filled with twigs, they didn't make it, and somehow you hope to make it, of what hope does humanity have? It goes to speak of a lot of themes of this story, that despite the superiority that the gang has because they have equipment and guns and food, they are just children toiling at the feet of a dead father. Think back to stories of Europeans during the Dark Ages who built houses out of straw and stone. Imagine them stepping into the ruins of Rome and Greece, just worms before the feet of a dead god, and then as a worm trying to survive and make something of yourself, to see that even they fell. What must that have felt like? The gang hears all of this and everyone's quiet for a minute, thinking on what the judges said, until finally Tobin speaks up. "It strikes me," he said, "that either son is equal in the way of disadvantage. So what is the way of raising a child? Because the son of the harvest maker became a bitter outlaw, and the son of the traveler, while not explicitly said, is also bitter and will probably lead a life of violence. At a young age," said the judge, "they should be put in a pit with wild dogs. They should be set to puzzle out from their proper clues the one of 3 doors that does not harbor wild lions. They should be made to run naked in the desert until—" "Now, hold on now," said Tobin. "The question was put in all earnestness." "And the answer," said the judge. "If God meant to interfere in the degeneracy of mankind, would he not have done so by now? Wolves cull themselves. Man, what other creature could? And is the race of man not more predacious yet? The way of the world is to bloom and to flower and die, but in the affairs of men there is no waning, and the noon of his expression signals the onset of night. His spirit is exhausted at the peak of its achievement. His meridian is at once his darkening and the evening of his day. He loves games, let him play for stakes."
I love the part.
This you see here, these ruins wandered at by tribes of savages. Do you not think that this will be again? Aye, and again, with other people, with other sons. The judge is saying that everyone is doomed. Every son who is born from here on out, every son that has been, is set to flounder in the monuments before them. That everything that came before is so great, how can one person amass to anything in this world? That's why it says the only way to raise a child is to throw it to the dogs, to make it fight with lions, so that through sheer determination and
Angel taking the fair catch just above the 35. Dan Campbell getting his Lions offense ready to go for a new series. And their last drive did end in points.
matter of will, he can become an instrument of something greater than himself. Through trial, he can become a tool, something that matters. And what's interesting about this story that I didn't pick up on the first read is, obviously, the judge is very harsh here in his depiction of, how children should be. But then it occurred to me that what the judge is describing here is nearly the kid. The kid, while he was raised, debatably, by his father until he was 14, ever since then his life has been defined by violence and hate and murder. And perhaps it seems the judge's ideal person, ideal of what a son should be, is what the kid already is. The next day, the gang, this band of dead sons, begins to march off, and they enter an abandoned Apache village. When they get there, Glanton finds an abandoned dog. So Glanton manages to feed it with a piece of jerky, and for the rest of the story, Glanton keeps this dog at his side. Now, it's up to you if this means that Glanton is an animal lover and shows compassion for animals, or if he just shows compassion for things that will do what he says. I'm more inclined to believe the latter. As they realize they're getting closer to the Apache camp, they begin to move at night so that they won't be seen. Until finally, one night, they come across an entire Apache village full of nearly 1,000 people, men, women, and children alike. So, in a scene that is probably the most brutal in the entire book, at least through its descriptions, I am not going to read the entire thing here, but I'll give you a short description. The Glanton gang encircles the village at night and begins riding in at all directions. To save ammo, they use clubs and begin to beat people on the outskirts of the village by riding by them and swinging their heavy mallets into their face. Once they get to the village, they begin to run the horses through the street as fast as they can. Glandon's horse specifically stepping on several women and children, murdering them as it gallops through the middle of the town. People on fire begin to pour out of the burning houses, and children as young as infants are brutally slaughtered. Most of the warriors had left the village at this point, which is what caused Glanton's gang to attack in this moment. But a few of them run out of the houses with lances and arrows and try to fight back, but it's of little use. In the night, several people try to escape down the shoreline of a lake until Glanton's men begin to ride in between them, picking them off one by one. It says whenever the sun starts to rise, that the entire village and the waters in front of it are bathed in red. Hundreds and hundreds of dead strewn between the burning houses and the shallow waters. Several of Glanton's men are trotting through the water, using clubs to kill anyone who still might be drowning, all the while taking as many scalps as they can. Glanton is mentioned as having a handful of heads in his hand that is tied up with the hair, with him clutching a fist of hair, jingling them like they're some sort of instrument walking through the street. And in his other hand, he has a spear with the head of the tribal leader, who he believes is a man named Gomez. Gomez was a leader of the Apaches, and there was a specifically high price for his head to be brought in. So stepping over the burning bodies of the children they killed and the noises and smells being described as he breaks bones as he's walking across them, he makes his way over to the judge and, gesturing towards the head on a stake, says, "Hey, does this look like Gomez to you?" The judge shook his head. "It's not Gomez." He nodded toward the thing. "That gentleman is Sangre Puro. Gomez is Mexican." "He ain't all Mexican. You can't be all Mexican. It's like being all mongrel. But that's not Gomez, because I've seen Gomez and it's not him." "Will it pass for him?" "No." Glanton looked toward the south. He looked down at the judge. "You ain't seen my dog, have you?" There is something about that moment that hit me like a truck the first time I read through it. The description in the pages before is brutal with, like I said, the blood and sounds and descriptions of the dead. It is stomach churning, even for someone who's used to disturbing content. And you're just sick reading about it. And then you have him trying to figure out if he can get extra money out of his head. And then with concern, he goes, "Have you seen my dog?" Like, just such a detachment from anything resembling humanity, from any form that could be mustered of compassion or sympathy. It's just animalistic. Like, the dog is his, so it matters, but the dead bodies he's standing on top of are worth nothing more than the scalps on their heads. Also, in the midst of this, McGill, or his real name Miguel, the one Mexican in the group, steps out of the house with a lance through his stomach, slowly bleeding out. The kid, who hasn't really been mentioned in this altercation up until this point, starts to step forward to help Miguel, but then Glanton comes up behind him and tells the kid, "Stop, step away from him." And then whenever the kid steps away, Glanton pulls a gun, shoots Miguel, and then as soon as Miguel's on the ground, he scalps Miguel and keeps his scalp. Miguel was a guy who rode for him in a while, and the kid tried to show compassion, which was immediately shut down by Glanton. And hey, Miguel's Mexican, right? So they could probably sell his scalp as one of the natives, because, you know, how is the Mexican government going to tell the difference? No honor among thieves, to the point that your scalp can still be used for profit if possible. As they're leaving the Apache village, because they know that the Apache warriors will show up soon, they are also stealing all of their cattle. So as they're herding the cattle away from the village, it says that Glanton's dog comes up, and Glanton gently takes the dog and sets it on the pommel of his saddle. Because, again, he cares about this dog as opposed to the several human heads and scalps that are riding on the back of the horse. And it's also mentioned as they're leaving the village that the judge has a small native boy sitting on his lap at the front of the saddle. Alive, a living child, sitting at the front of his saddle. That night, while sitting around the camp, David Brown has an arrow where the top of the head is peeking through the other side of his thigh. So, Brown needs someone to push the arrow the rest of the way through so that they can cut off the head and pull it out. After several people say they're not going to help him, eventually the kid decides to do so. So, David bites down on a belt, the kid pushes the arrow through, and then they chop it in half and pull out the shaft. When the kid returned to his own blanket, the ex-priest leaned to him and hissed at his ear. "Fool," he said, "God will not love you forever." The kid turned to look at him. "Don't you know he'd have took you with him? He'd have took you, boy, like a bride to the altar." Tobin is highlighting the depravity of these men. If the kid had messed up and cut an artery or done anything to kill David on accident, David would have killed the boy, no question. Took him like a bride to the altar, as Tobin says. That's why no one else wanted to help David. They knew that if they did something wrong, David would probably kill him for it. And this is just the code among these men. I have got to take off this jacket. It is way too hot in here. Can I break the screen? No, we're good, okay. Do I need to up the cowboy aesthetic? I've got this, if we need it. I mean, dare to put this on camera.
Love slots? The DraftKings Casino app's got you.
Boo! Gambling!
I don't know how I feel about it. We'll leave it on for a bit, why not? Remember that kid? So weird. Remember that kid that the judge took with him? Took them out of the Apache village? Well, that kid has been with the boys for the past few nights. And then one morning, Toadvine wakes up, and the kid is sitting on the judge's lap, and he's bouncing it up and down. And Toadvine walks away, and 10 minutes later he walks back, and the judge has killed the kid and is now scalping him. Toadvine, angered by this, pulls a gun and puts it to the judge's head. The judge says, "You either shoot or take that away. You do it now." And Toadvine, not willing to kill him, decocks the revolver and reholsters it. It's bizarre on both ends. Why would the judge keep this child for a few days just to then kill and scalp it like the rest, especially playing with it among the group? It says that they played games with it and would feed him jerky. And we'll talk about why that might be later. But also, it's a little weird if you think about it for Toadvine. Like, the reason Toadvine put the gun to the judge's head is because they had cared for this kid for a few days, right? But they had just massacred about 1,000 Apaches. Yeah. And now Toadvine's threatening to kill the judge over this one. It's strange how these moral instances arise in the gang. How people so godless and without creed are willing to pick up arms over seemingly trivial actions. And I do agree that it is more sinister to keep the kid and then lull it into a sense of security for a few days and then kill him. But even then, in a strange way, it makes Toadvine a sort of hypocrite. Around this time, the gang begins to be chased by a group of Apaches. As they're running from them, the gang begins to run through small villages and haciendas to fleece the Apaches in the ensuing slaughter. They ride in front of houses where men come out to greet them, only to immediately be murdered by the Apaches right behind them. Eventually, it works, and on July the 21st of 1849, the gang makes it back to Chihuahua City. They receive a hero's welcome. Women come out and throw roses at them, and men and merchants begin to throw them goods and gold. Because to the people, these are seen as the heroes. They are ridding the land of the evil people who seek to harm them whenever they step out of the city's gates. And it's bizarre to see this band of child murderers praised by the women as these heroic knights. They make it to the governor's courtyard and count up 128 scalps and 8 heads. Or in other words, a lot of money. After this, the men are promised that they'll be paid a dinner, and they all go to the public bathhouse, where they just destroy the water with all the caked gunpowder and blood and soot and dirt that's laid all over their skin. As they leave the bathhouse, they see that the scalps they had gathered now hang as banisters. Camera view over and over and seeing that hat on my head. We're back to this for now. That night at the dinner, Glennon is told that his men can sit at a different table while Glennon comes and dines with the governor. Glennon refuses, saying he's not eating without his gang. While they're eating at the dinner table, the governor is giving some speech of bravery and camaraderie and the spirit of the Mexican government. And as he's giving the speech, the merchant comes in, or I guess the scalp dealer, who has the money for their scalps. And as soon as he hands the bag of gold and silver to Glanton, Glanton immediately quits caring about what the governor's talking about and he throws the bag of money down on the dinner table, and using a knife, he separates each man his shares, and then they just get up and leave. They were only sitting around entertaining the governor for as long as there was food and they hadn't been paid. And as soon as they do get paid, they turn the entire city into a giant brothel. They go to the governor's house and take all his expensive furniture and throw it into a big bonfire. They go to all the random houses and bars and just start stealing alcohol and women. They'd walk out into the night drunk and just start shooting bullets into the sky. These scenes and scenes like them were repeated night after night. The citizenry made address to the governor, but he was much like the sorcerer's apprentice, who could indeed provoke the imp to do his will, but could in no way make him cease again. The baths had become bordellos, the attendants driven off. The white stone fountain in the plaza was filled at night with naked and drunken men. Cantinas were evacuated as if by fire with the appearance of any two of the company, and the Americans found themselves in ghost taverns with drinks on tables and cigars still burning in the clay ashtrays. Horses were ridden indoors and out as the gold began to dwindle away. Shopkeepers found themselves presented with debits scrawled on butcher paper in a foreign language for whole shelves of goods. Stores began to close. Charcoal scrawls appeared on the lime-washed walls. Mejor los indios. The evening street stood empty, and there was no pesos, and the young girls of the city were boarded up and seen no more. So they're just a terror. As soon as they get their money, they become these debaucherous lunatics. I mean, they always were, but now they have money to actually act on it. They ride to another town and are once again greeted by a hero's welcome, and then it says 3 days later they leave and everyone's excited that they're gone. There's also mentions that they find these random groups of native people just by themselves defenseless, and as always, they slaughter them, take their scalps, and then sell them at the next town they ride into. Eventually, they make it to the town of Nakori, a small stowaway town that has a cantina. So the men go in to get drunk, and as soon as they sit down at the cantina, someone at a table next to theirs says something offensive. Stands up, walks over to the table, and it says that he speaks in his, quote, wretched Spanish. He's trying to find out which of these drunk men said anything about...
Ad time. It's a Jeep ad. Don't buy Jeeps. Buy beeps. Buy sleeps. After this video, we're probably going to sleeps. I'm just kidding. Probably not. It's a fucking 5-hour long video. Bear with us. We're probably not
thing about him and his gang, but as they're talking, a funeral passes the street in front of the cantina. This funeral party that's walking through the center of town has a juggler at the front of it who is lighting rockets and performing tricks. It says that as the juggler passes the section of the street that has the gang's horses and the local Mexicans' horses, that the Mexicans' horses are freaked out by the explosions, but the gang's horses don't move, which is a sign of things to come. Because those horses have heard their fair share of gunshots. And if the people in the cantina saw it, maybe they wouldn't have started a fight. Instead, at the sound of explosions, everyone goes out front to check. John Dorsey and Henderson Smith, two boys from Missouri, were the first into the street. They were followed by Charlie Brown and the judge.
Charlie Brown?
The judge could see over their heads, and he raised one hand to those behind him. The buyer was just passing.
The Great Pumpkin,
The
Charlie
fiddler
Brown.
and the cornetist were making little bows to each other, and their steps suggested the martial style of the air they played. "It's a funeral," said the judge. As he spoke, the drunk with the knife, now reeling in the doorway, this is the man who insulted them whenever they walked in, now reeling in the doorway, sank the blade deep into the back of a man named Grimley. None saw it but the judge. Grimley put a hand on the rough wood frame of the door. "I'm killed," he said. The judge drew his belt pistol and leveled it above the heads of the men and shot the drunk through the middle of the forehead. Immediately, the cantina turns into a bloodbath. All that the gang sees is that the judge shot someone, so they figure he had a reason for it, and all that the Mexicans see is that the judge shot someone. So immediately both sides just start shooting each other. From inside came the uninterrupted sounds of gunfire, and the doorframe was filling up with smoke. In the middle of the gunfight, it says, "The survivors were making for the daylight in the doorway, and the first of these encountered the judge there and cut at him with his knife. But the judge was like a cat, and he sidestepped the man, seized his arm and broke it and picked the man up by his head. He put him against the wall and smiled at him, but the man had begun to bleed from the ears, and the blood was running down between the judge's fingers and over his hands, and when the judge turned him loose, there was something wrong with his head, and he slid to the floor and did not get up. Middle of a gunfight, knives and bullets flying everywhere, the judge grabs the man by his head, picks him up on the wall, and crushes his skull with his bare hand. Again, this guy is a monster among monsters. It says when the dust settles, the kid and Toadvine are in the center of the room back to back with their pistols in hand, smoking barrels, as they've been shooting at everyone who runs up at the windows. So now they have a problem. They are effectively contracted by the state of Mexico to save Mexican people from the natives. And now they just killed a whole lot of Mexicans. So that means they can't leave any witnesses of this. 3 men were running down the street to leave town, so the gang grabs their rifles and gun them down as they're trying to escape. As they're standing there amongst all the dead, none of them having been killed except for Grimley, who was stabbed in the back at the beginning of this and is now bleeding out. As they're standing there among the dead, Glannon thinks to himself what you guys have probably figured out at this point. There's not really a way for the Mexican government to tell what's a native scalp and what's a Mexican scalp. So as they're standing there among 36 dead Mexicans, he looks at the boys and says, "Here, boys, the string ain't run on this trade yet." So they just go about scalping everybody. It says in 10 minutes they scalp all 36 men and begin to make their way up out of the town. 30 minutes later, it says the people of the town begin to make their way to the cantina to care for the wounded, but at this point the damage has already been done. And as a matter of fact, why stop there? The next day they ride on another defenseless village and decide, hey, these are just a bunch of scalps ripe for the taking. So they go through this Mexican village and just start killing everyone. They run over them with their horses like they did to the native village. And it says that all the people in the town who are defenseless go to a church's altar and begin to pray. So the gang members walk up behind them and just start dragging them away from the altar one by one and begin to scalp them while they're still alive right there at the pulpit. Eventually, they're walking through another town, this one a bit too big to cause a fuss, but as they do, they are approached by a troop of Mexican soldiers who have likely heard word of their actions at this point. So, upon seeing the soldiers, before even seeing if the soldiers have anything to do with them or if they even know to be on the lookout for the Glanton gang, Glanton just pulls a rifle and shoots the commander. And immediately the street erupts into gunfire. It's a shootout between the Mexican soldiers and the gang. And while the gang managed to wipe out most of the soldiers, a few of them got away and started running down the street towards Chihuahua City. At this point, they're about 4 days out from the city, and the Mexican soldiers have about half a day's lead on them. So over several days, they just continue to chase down these soldiers so that they can't get back to the capital and tell the governor what the Glanton gang is doing. Because, you know, this massacre that happened out in a small town takes a while to get back to the head office. Eventually, only a couple hours outside of the gates of Chihuahua City, the gang catches up to them and guns the soldiers down. They quickly dig a ditch and put their bodies in it, of course after scalping them, and then stamp on the ground with the horses to make it look like it's nothing suspicious. And then, immediately after, they ride in Chihuahua City and sell the scalps of the Mexican villages they had slaughtered, as well as the soldiers that they had just slaughtered outside of the gates. They entered the city haggard and filthy and reeking with the blood of the citizenry for whose protection they had contracted. The scalps of the slain villagers were strung from the windows of the governor's house, and the partisans were paid out of the all but exhausted coffers, and the Sociedad was disbanded and the bounty rescinded. Within a week of their quitting the city, there would be a price of 8,000 pesos posted for Glanton's head. They rode out on the North Road, as would parties bound for El Paso. Before they were even quite out of the sight of the city, they had turned their tragic mounts to the west, and they rode infatuate and half on towards the red demise of the day, toward the evening lands and the distant pandemonium of the sun. So they make their way into the city, sell Mexican scalps to the Mexican government, who are none the wiser, and then it says a week later there's a bounty for 8,000 pesos on Glanton's head. So for a while, they just make their way to these small towns who don't have words that, you know, they're murderers yet. Well, they've always been murderers, but now they're murderers of Mexicans, so the government cares. These small towns don't have word of that, so they just go to these small towns and take their bounty and sell it on, again, women and booze, until they terrorize the town so much they have to leave, and they just keep doing that. In one of these towns, it says while the judge finds a fiddler and begins to dance in the street, the men just start pulling out their guns and shooting pictures of Jesus Christ and Mary that are along the streets. So a priest walks out holding up a crucifix to ward them off because he rightfully thinks they're the devil, so they just beat him half to death in the street. There's this interesting moment whenever the priest stands up. It says that whenever he was on the ground, the men were throwing gold coins at him, mockingly. And then whenever the priest stands up, these young boys run out from the street and start to pick up the coins. And the priest stops them and says, "Bring the coins to me." And on hearing this, the gang begins to cheer and have a toast to him. Again, there are these constant defamations and blasphemies of both churches and images of God throughout the story. The next day was the Feast of Las Animas, and as opposed to a lot of the cities they were in, this town actually observed it, so they began to have their feast and their traditions to respect Christ. As they do this, it says, the judge sat alone in the cantina. He also watched the rain, his eyes small and his great and naked face. He'd filled his pockets with little candy death sheds, and he sat by the door and offered these to children passing on the walk under the eaves, but they shied away like little horses. Shortly after this, it says, by noon the day following, Blanton in his drunkenness was taken with a kind of fit. He lurched crazed and disheveled into the little courtyard and began to open fire with his pistols. In the afternoon, he lay bound to his bed like a madman, while the judge sat with him, cooled his brow with rags of water, and spoke to him in a low voice. Outside, voices called across the steep hillsides. The little girl was missing, and parties of citizens had turned out to search the mine shafts. After a while, Blanton slept, and the judge rose and went out. Keep that mention in mind for later. As the judge walks out in the street, a young boy standing by the bridge is holding two puppies that he's trying to sell. The boy's trying to sell the dogs, so the judge reaches into his pocket and pulls out a gold coin that the story says is worth a bushel of these dogs. So he gives the boy the golden coin, and the judge takes the two puppies into his hand and smiles at the boy and walks over to the bridge and throws the puppies into a river. As he does that, Bathcat is standing underneath the bridge, peeing into it, and whenever he sees the puppies fly into the river, he pulls his gun and shoots them as they're floating down the water. If this is done out of mercy or out of meanness, the story never says. But what is apparent is it seems while the judge gave far too much money for these two puppies, it was well worth it to him to be able to extinguish a life that wasn't his own. In the meantime, Blanton, who's stumbling drunk out of bed and seemingly has no purpose in his life now that he can't kill people for money, because good luck finding a local governor's house that he can sell the scalps at, he just decides to start a problem. He cuts down a Mexican flag and ties it to the tail of a mule and just starts walking the mule down the street for fun, thinking it's funny to, drag the flag across the dirt. Eventually, someone gets tired of this, and as Glanton rounds a corner, someone pulls a gun and fires at him. Immediately, Glanton fires back, and it erupts into a gunfight with all of the gang showing up to just start shooting at random people in this Mexican town. Eventually, the gang realizes they're outgunned, and they all mount their horses and ride out of the city, leaving 6 of their dead and wounded behind. After they get out of the town, a couple of gang members who were held up join up with the gang and say that the locals were taking their wounded, the Glanton gang's wounded, and they dragged them into the street, and the priest baptized them before a soldier executed them. Which, the baptism before death is much more mercy that the Mexicans are giving to the Glanton gang than the Glanton gang are giving to the Mexicans. So they continue on their journey, and they get to this section where it is a switchback on the side of a cliff face, or in other words, like the mountain does this. And it's a very narrow walkway because this is a path to a mercury mine at the base of the mountain. So as the Glanton gang begins to walk on it, there are several mine workers who are whipping mules up the cliff face as they have bags of mercury saddled over them. So the Glanton gang just ignores them, and Glanton at the front just pushes through this group of mules and is so close to several of the mules that the mules are about to step over the cliff face. And eventually, Glanton steps by one of the riders, or one of the people who are ushering the mules up these hills, and the man begins to yell at Glanton. Glanton pays him no mind, and after Glanton passed, the man pulls out a gun. So immediately on seeing this, with no hesitation, David Brown just pulls his own gun and shoots the worker. And at the gunfire, every member of the gang just starts slaughtering the mules and the people working them. The novel describes this as bad luck on behalf of the mine workers. They just so happen to run into the Glanton gang, which, of course, surely meant death. It talks about the mules falling over the cliff face hundreds of feet, screaming, only to explode in a pot of silver and red. A scene that isn't really explained is when they get to the base of the mountain that night, the judge points out that Black Jackson's missing, so the judge and a couple of the Delawares go to find him, and they bring him back, but it says when they bring him back, they had the black with him. He was naked save for a blanket he'd wrapped himself in. He didn't even have boots. He was riding one of the bone-tailed pack mules from the conducta, and he was shivering with cold. The only thing he'd saved was his pistol. He was holding it against his chest under the blanket, but he had no other place to carry it. So perhaps Jackson tried to defect, so whenever the judge found him, he shamed him by making him strip naked to ride back into camp. Or maybe he lost his clothes or got separated. I don't know. Make of that interaction what you will. Knowing what we know about the judge later in the story, I'm kind of inclined to believe it was a type of shaming. So as the gang, especially Glanton, is kind of at a breaking point, they have no purpose anymore. Well, beyond what little purpose they had of murder and money. But now they can't even do that. So everyone's kind of losing their mind. They're just killing for the sake of killing, except for the judge, who seems completely unbothered by everything that's happening. At this point, also, they've gone so far south.
Cole's mom. When my wife opened her gift last year, she made...
When my wife opened her gift last year, she seemed so upset that I skipped the sad.
So they're beginning to hit the jungle. And it says as they're walking through the jungle, the judge is just like shooting birds and catching butterflies to catalog and draw pictures of in his book. So eventually one night when they're sitting around the fire, Toadvine looks at him and says, "What's the point of this book and all of this cataloging he does anyway?" Which leads to another of my favorite scenes in the entire novel. The judge's quill ceased its scratching. He looked at Toadvine, then he continued to write again. Toadvine spat into the fire. The judge wrote on, and then he folded the ledger shut and laid it to one side, and pressed his hands together and passed them down over his nose and mouth and placed them palm down on his knees.
If I win a
"Whatever exists," he said, "whatever in creation exists without my knowledge, exists without my consent." He looked about at the dark forest in which they were bivouacked. He nodded towards the specimens he'd collected. "These anonymous creatures," he said, "may seem little or nothing in the world, yet the smallest crumb can devour us. Any smallest thing beneath yon rock out of men's knowing. Only nature can enslave man, and only when the existence of each last entity is routed out and made to stand naked before him will he properly suzerain of the earth." What's a suzerain? A keeper or overlord. Why not say keeper then? Because he is a special kind of keeper. A suzerain rules even where there are other rulers. His authority countermands local judgments. Toadvine spat. The judge placed his hands on the ground. He looked at his inquisitor. "This is my claim," he said, "and yet everywhere upon it are pockets of autonomous life." Autonomous. In order for it to be mine, nothing must be permitted to occur upon it save by my dispensation. Toadvine sat with his boots crossed before the fire. "No man can acquaint himself with everything on this earth," he said. The judge tilted his great head. "The man who believes that the secrets of the world are forever hidden lives in mystery and fear. Superstition will drag him down. The rain will erode the deeds of his life. But the man who sets himself the task of singling out the thread of order from the tapestry will by decision alone have taken charge of the world, and it is only by such taking charge that he will effect a way to dictate the terms of his own fate." I don't see what that has to do with catching birds. The freedom of the birds is an insult to me. I'd have them all in zoos. That'd be a hell of a zoo. The judge smiled. "Yes," he said. "Even so." The judge has such an interesting and almost selfish outlook on the world. He touches the dirt and says, "This is my claim, the world and everything in it. And anything in this world that exists without my knowledge doesn't look to me for permission. It exists without my consent." He says the freedom of the birds, the autonomy of them, is an insult to him. He'd rather they all be locked up in zoos, because then it would be cataloged and it would be under his command. He is not trying to be the master of his own destiny. He is trying to be the warlord of everyone else's. After this, once again, the gang does the same thing, where they go to a small town and there's a hostel, and they take it over and have a party and burn stuff in the like native scalps. So they immediately go back to the new, much easier trick than fighting our natives, and instead just massacre another Mexican village. This time, while they're on their way back, they are approached by Mexican cavalry led by General Elias. In the fight, Glanton's gang is outgunned and immediately begins an escape. However, in the initial shootout, 3 of them are dead and 7 of them are injured. That night, they can see out in the horizon the fires of Elias' soldiers. They're being chased through the desert, and it doesn't seem like Elias is going to lose interest in them anytime soon. Elias, again, was a general of the Mexican military who didn't take kindly to Glanton killing Mexican civilians. Of those 7 that are wounded, 4 of them are wounded so badly that they can no longer ride. And if they leave these men behind to the Mexican soldiers, then there's no telling what the Mexicans will do to them. So the gang decides to draw lots. They take arrows out of a quiver and they wrap pieces of flannel to them. And whoever draws the arrow with the flannel has to stay behind to put down the wounded soldier. The 4 men that are wounded are 2 of the Delaware Indians, a Mexican who is new to the gang, or I guess was new to the gang, and a man named Dick Shelby. There's this weird moment whenever the kid goes up to draw arrows, where it says, "He sat on the ground with the quiver upright between his knees while the company filed past. When the kid selected among the shafts to draw one, he saw the judge watching him, and he paused. He looked at Glanton, he let go the arrow he'd chosen, and sorted out another and drew that one. It carried the red tassel. He looked at the judge again, and the judge was not watching, and he moved on and took his place with Tate and Webster." So they're sitting there casting arrows, and right before the kid goes to, the judge is staring him down. And it changes the kid's mind, and sure enough, the arrow that he pulls next has the flannel attached to it. It's like the judge is instrumenting the kid's life to put him in these horrific scenarios. Again, it's an instance of fate, perhaps. Or perhaps the judge is an agent of it. So the kid's standing there with the 3 other men who drew the arrows, and then one of the uninjured Delaware Indians walks up to the line and goes to 2 of the men and takes their arrows from them, because the Delaware sees it more fitting that he kills his own people rather than them. They watch as the Delaware walks to the 2 other injured Delaware, and he takes a club and just caves their head in and leaves. So that leaves the kid and a man named Tate to kill the wounded Mexican and Dick Shelby. At this point, everyone else in the gang has started to move out so they can get some ground on the soldiers, and Tate and the kid need to finish what they're about to do fast. So after everyone leaves, the conversation picks up. Tate squatted in the sand, his hands dangling in front of him. He turned and looked at the kid. "Who gets the Mexican?" he said. The kid didn't answer. They looked at Shelby. He was watching them. Tate had a clutch of small pebbles in his hand, and he let them drop one by one into the sand. He looked at the kid. "Go on if you want to," the kid said. He looked at the Delawares, dead in their blankets. "You might not do it," he said. "That ain't your worry. Glanton might come back. He might." Tate looked over to where the Mexican was lying, and he looked at the kid again. "I'm still held to it," he said. The kid didn't answer. "You know what they'll do to them?" The kid spat. "I can guess," he said. "No, you can't. I said you could go. You do what you want." The kid senses that Tate's having trouble thinking about putting these men that he probably considers friends, down. So the kid tells Tate to get out of there. Again, it's one of those instances of the kid's weird rule of mercy, and something we're about to see another instance of right after. So Tate leaves, and now the kid is standing there by himself with the Mexican and Shelby. The kid sat in the sand and stared off to the south. The Mexican was shot through the lungs and would die anyway, but Shelby had his hips shattered by a ball, and he was clear in his head. He lay watching the kid. He was from a prominent Kentucky family and had attended Transylvania College, and like many another young man of his class, he'd gone west because of a woman. He watched the kid, and he watched the enormous sun where it sat boiling on the edge of the desert. Any road agent or gambler would have known that the first to speak would lose, but Shelby had already lost it all. And I love the way McCarthy writes these scenes.
True.
Any road agent or gambler would know that the first to speak would lose, but Shelby had already lost it all. It makes me want to scream. It's such a good book. Why don't you just get it on with, he said. That's Shelby talking. The kid looked at him. If I had a gun, I'd shoot you, Shelby said. The kid didn't answer. You know that, don't you? You ain't got a gun, kid said. He looked to the south again. Something moving, perhaps the first lines of heat. No dust in the morning so early. When he looked at Shelby again, Shelby was crying. You won't thank me if I let you off, he said. Do it then, you son of a bitch. The kid sat. A light wind was blowing out of the north, and some doves had begun to call in the thicket of greasewood behind them. If you want me just to leave you, I will. Shelby didn't answer. He pushed a furrow in the sand with the heel of his boot. You'll have to say, will you leave me a gun? You know I can't leave you no gun. You're no better than him, are you? Kid didn't answer. What if he comes back? Blanton? Yes. What if he does? He'll kill me. You won't be out nothing. Kid's like, oh, he'll kill you? Yeah, we wouldn't want that to happen now, wouldn't we? You won't be out nothing, you son of a bitch. The kid rose. Will you hide me? Hide you? Yes. The kid spat. You can't hide. Where are you going to hide at? Will he come back? I don't know. This is a terrible place to die in. Where's a good one? Shelby wiped his eyes with the back of his wrist. Can you see them? He said. Not yet. Will you pull me up under that bush? The kid turned and looked at him. He looked off down country again, and then he crossed the basin and squatted behind Shelby and took him up under the arms and raised him. Shelby's head rolled back and he looked up, and then he snatched at the butt of the pistol stuck in the kid's belt. The kid seized his arm, he let him down and stepped away and turned him loose. When he returned through the basin leading the horse, the man was crying again. He took the pistol from his belt and jammed it among his belongings, lashed to the cantle, took his canteen down and went to him. He had his face turned away. The kid filled his flask from his own and reseated the stopper where it hung by its thong, drove it home with the heel of his hand. Then he rose and looked off to the south. Yonder they come, he said. Shelby raised up on one elbow. The kid looked at him and he looked at the faint and formless articulation along the horizon of the sky. Shelby lay back. He was staring up at the sky. A dark overcast was moving down from the north and the wind was up. A clutch of leaves scuttled out of the willow bracken at the edge of the sand and then scuttled back again. The kid crossed to where the horse stood waiting, took the pistol, stuck it in his belt, hung the canteen over the saddle horn, mounted up and looked back at the wounded man. Then he rode out. Even though Shelby reached for the kid's gun, even though he was probably going to kill him in that moment, the kid went over to him and in the middle of the hot desert, he refilled a dying man's canteen with his own water.
Oh, ad time.
Just one of the elements of this story that becomes more apparent, I think, whenever you think of the ending, the place it ends, is the kid's morality is almost subjective. And in my opinion, I'm jumping the gun on the analysis a bit, but in my opinion...
Phone has to charge. Hold up. Video will continue in 3, 2, 1.
I think that is the greatest thing that would be lost if you made this into a film. Like, yes, studios won't do it because of the brutal depictions of elderly women and babies being murdered, right? But from a thematic perspective, whenever you read this story, it is almost up to you how evil the kid is.
Right.
Because, like, in all the mentions earlier in the story, whenever it's talking about the gang scalping people, murdering people, the kid is never mentioned in the violence. He is definitely there, and he's mentioned afterwards. Like, for example, whenever they slaughtered the Apache village, the kid isn't mentioned through the entire slaughter. He's mentioned at the end whenever he sees that Miguel has been stabbed. And that's the first time he comes back into the tale. So you can imagine the kid as going through and just massacring people along with the rest of the gang, or kind of being a witness to it all. Nowhere else to be in the world, this is just where he lives. So in moments like this, where, I don't know, in moments like this, where there's an act of mercy that is unseen by the other members of the gang, or unthinkable even by the other members of the gang. I don't know, it beats this idea that perhaps the kid, definitely not innocent, but is more blameless than most. It's so interesting to me. I heard people talking about this story, like, you know, people giving lectures on it and stuff, and they would talk about a kid that was not my kid. It was not, the way they would describe his actions and his evil were completely different from what I envisioned in my head, and I heard other people who treated the kid much more favorably than I had in my head. And it's like, not only is the kid an audience surrogate, in a way, you know, because he's what we see the actions of the story through, but he's almost a moral, I don't know, imprint. It's weird. What you think he's most likely to do in this scenario is what he does, except for instances like this. And because of that, and because of where the story ends, I like to think that perhaps the kid is different from the rest of the gang in some way. He might be nihilistic, he might be empty with, you know, compassion of man, but he's not a man hunter. He's not a monster, at least not yet. I don't know, it's an interesting aspect of the story, something I don't see done a lot. So the kid is riding up the trail to catch up with the gang, and as he does, he sees a lone rider standing offside of his horse. As he gets closer, he realizes that this is Tate. As the kid rides up, he sees that the horse is standing on 3 legs, which is not a good sign. The kid begins by speaking to Tate. Can he walk? Not much. He got down and drew up the horse's leg. The frog of the hoof was split and bloody, and the animal's shoulder quivered. He let the hoof down. The sun was about 2 hours high, and now there was dust on the horizon. A couple things to note. The reason that the horse's hoof split is because earlier in the story, whenever they were being tracked, I believe it was by the Mexican army, the Mexican army was able to follow them easier because they just looked for the horseshoes in the ground. So they de-shoed the horses, which is what caused this injury. The other detail is that dust on the horizon is the Mexican army getting closer, so this is quickly becoming a problem.
Yes.
He looked at Tate. What do you want to do? I don't know, lead him a while, see how he does? He ain't gonna do. I know it. We could ride and tie. You might just keep riding. I might anyway. Tate looked at him. Go on if you want, he said. The kid spat. Come on, he said. I hate to leave the saddle. Hate to leave the horse, far as that goes. The kid picked up the trailing reins of his own animal. You might change your mind about what you hate to leave, he said. I love the kid. I love his dialogue. Like, when he doesn't speak that much, but when he does speak, it's always some matter-of-fact statement that I love. So both of them are now walking their horses at a much, much slower rate, and Tate has to keep fighting his animal to make it move forward. I should also mention that I know the passage of time is probably weird in my description. It's more better defined in the story, and now they've worked their way back north, and they are now in the mountains around Sonora. I mentioned that because it's about to start snowing, and that'd be really weird considering last I mentioned they were in the jungle. The gang's been riding with the kid for going on a year at this point. Eventually, the snow got blowing to such a degree that they had to wrap in their blankets and face away from it as it pelted them in the eyes. They can barely see a few feet in front of them, and Tate says, "Ain't this hell?" he said. "Will your horse lead?" "Hell no, I can hardly make him follow. We get turned around, we might just run plumb into the Spaniards. I never seen it turn so cold so quick. What do you want to do?" "You better go on." We could pull for the high country. As long as we keep going uphill, we'll know we ain't gone in a circle. We'll get cut off. We never will find land. We're cut off now. Tate turned and stared bleakly to where the whirling flakes blew down from the north. Let's go, he said. We can't stand here. So they eventually get up to a little, cliffside in the snow and decide to wrap themselves in their sleeping bags for the night. The next day, the kid wakes up underneath a pile of snow because he hears footsteps. The kid, underneath the snow, grabs his gun and sets upright, throwing the snow off of him, and when he does, he sees 5 Mexican soldiers walking up on him with rifles. Immediately, the kid pulls his pistol and shoots the one in front of him before rolling out of the sleeping bag, grabbing his boots, and sprinting down the mountainside as he fires bullets behind him. Up on the mountainside, he can hear gunshots continue to go off, and from here, Tate is never mentioned again. Well, he's mentioned, but he's never seen again. So it's more than likely that the Mexican soldiers killed him up there on the mountain. From here, we're treated to this interesting scene where it's kind of like the beginning of the novel, where the kid is traveling across the countryside of his own, seeing the remnants of war and nature as it carries around him, and he's just kind of a voyager through it. It's so cold that he can't feel his feet, and as he's walking, he's picking up patches of snow and keeps eating it to stay hydrated. He sleeps curled up in a ball, having lost his sleeping bag on top of the mountain, wrapped around his pistol, as it's the only artifact he has and the only thing that could possibly save him. As he's walking one night, again, it's been a few nights of him walking over the mountaintops through the cold. As he's walking, he looks out in the darkness, and he sees a solitary fire. It's weird. There's several scenes in this book that I continue to think about after I finish reading it. One of the primary ones being the ending of the book, which, again, we'll get to. But probably next to that, the scene I find myself thinking of the most, or thinking what it might mean, is this. He continues to walk through the darkness, through the fog. It says a couple of times, it seems that the image of the fire is cut off. He thinks maybe wolves are running in between him and the fire. But it doesn't distract him from it. He keeps pushing on. And when he gets there, it was a lone tree burning on the desert, a heraldic tree that the passing storm had left afire. The solitary pilgrim, drawn up before it, had traveled far to be here, and he knelt in the hot sand and held his numbed hands out, while all about in that circle attended companies of lesser auxiliaries routed forth into the inordinate day. Small owls that crouched silently and stood from foot to foot, and tarantulas and sulphugas and vinegaroons and the vicious Miguel spiders and beaded lizards with mouths black as a chow dog's, deadly to man, and the little desert basilisks that jet blood from their eyes, and the small sand vipers like seemly gods, silent and the same in Jeddah and Babylon. A constellation of ignited eyes that edged that ring of light, all bound in precarious truce before this torch, whose brightness had set back the stars in their sockets.
Tailgate must take none!
I think this will make more sense later. But for me, this was the turning point of the novel. The kid has witnessed horrific atrocities of man over and over again. And so, some things nearly unspeakable in how evil they are. And now, he is separate from the gang. He is apart from them. He is his own agent, if desperate, still, acting on his own here, in his own accordance. And just before the scene happened, he had done everything to be right by his fellow man. He had, he spared Shelby. Shelby didn't want to be shot, it seemed, so the kid didn't do it. He stuck with Tate, and that's what put him in this situation, but he wouldn't leave his man alone. And it's like now, after all of that happened, he's given a herald. A blazing tree left by a storm in the middle of this tundra. And it says that, it's an offering of salvation, that he's near freezing to death, about to lose his hands, and he can use the fire to warm his hands. But this boy who has been at least been complicit with evil all this time, as he stands there before a burning altar surrounded by the snakes and the spiders. He crawls before it humble, a pilgrim, as the story describes, and he draws warmth from it. And it's also not to be overlooked how the image of a burning tree in the wilderness directly harkens back to the biblical story of Moses and the burning bush. But here, God isn't speaking. It's just quiet. It's just a salvation that happens for him. Even if for a moment, it keeps him going to the next day. And I'll come back to the scene when we get to the ending. But I think his decision after this, his decision to walk back towards the gang, is, how do I phrase this, is symbolically the final step of his journey. He eventually comes off the mountain and gets back on the trail the gang was following. As he's walking down the trail, he sees a giant smoldering mass, and when he gets closer to it, he realizes it's all of the gang scalps thrown into a pile and burned. This is twofold. For one, they're not going back to Sonora to sell these things, not while being chased by the Sonoran military. So that's out, there's no reason to carry them. And two, they are about to try to make deals with the natives, and if you show up with a horse full of native scalps, they're probably not going to be in a talking mood. Eventually, the kid makes it back to the gang. At this point, he had found one of the horses that the gang had left behind in the desert, and he managed to get on top of it and catch up with them. When he gets there, he finds that 4 more have been killed, and the gang as a whole is in a very bad state of being. That night, they're all starving, so the judge walks over and finds the most sickly looking horse and decides to kill it for meat. He asks the men to come help him, and no one will except for the kid, who again volunteers. However, this time, unlike he did with David Brown, the priest tries to stop him. Tobin says, "Pay him no mind, lad." The judge called again from the dark beyond the fire, and the ex-priest placed a cautionary hand upon the kid's arm. The kid rose and spat into the fire. He turned and eyed the ex-priest. "Think I'm afraid of him?" The ex-priest didn't answer, and the kid turned and went out into the darkness where the judge waited. He stood holding the horse, just his teeth glistened in the firelight. Together they led the animal off a little ways, and the kid held the woven riata while the judge took up a round rock weighing perhaps 100 pounds and crushed the horse's skull with a single blow. Blood shot out of its ears, and it slammed to the ground so hard that one of its forelegs broke under it, a dull snap. That's such an interesting note. For one, we see more of the brutality of the judge, that he's able to pick up this boulder and just smash its head. But that quick mention of the kid about to go help him and the priest tries to stop him, this will become more prevalent as the story goes on. They spend some days going from town to town, staying in dingy stables to stay away from the cold, and eventually they come to an old deserted mission, or effectively a church that several people would live at that would also operate as sort of a community center. They decide to go check it out, and a few of the men enter the church before Glanton and some of the others, and as they're riding up to the church, they hear a gunshot. Quickly, everyone runs inside to see what's going on. They walk in to see their men reloading a rifle, and some stranger lying dying on the floor in between them. The man on the floor was dying, and he was dressed altogether in homemade clothes of sheep hide, even to boots and a strange cap. They turned him over on the cracked clay tiles, and his jaw moved, and a bloody spittle formed along his lower lip. His eyes were dull, and there was fear in them, and there was something else. John Pruitt stood the butt of his rifle on the floor and swung his horn about to recharge the piece. "I seen another one run," he said. "At least 2 of them." The man on the floor began to move. He had one arm lying in his groin, and he moved it slightly and pointed at them, or at the height from which he had fallen, or to his destination in eternity. They did not know. Then he died. Something about that, just a man dying, and all this details about him in his last moments. It's so melancholic. So they said that as they walked in, there was a hole in the ceiling, and there were 2 guys up top. So Pruitt took his rifle and shot one of them, and he had fallen from the ceiling to the church floor, and that's the scene that everyone walked in on. The rest of the gang finds this second man and brings him before Glanton. He's babbling like a fool and speaks no English and a little Spanish. So then the judge begins to speak to him. Explained that the man who they shot, who fell to the ground, was that second man's brother. and that the two of them had jumped off of a boat some time ago that was coming over from Germany, and they had been living in this abandoned mission for quite some time. So the gang decides to leave them there. And as they're riding away, it says the judge caught Glanton up and they rode side by side out to the road. Glanton spat. "Order shot that one too," he said. The judge smiled. "I don't like to see white men that way," Glanton said. "Dutch or whatever. I don't like to see it." As the men continue to ride, it was mentioned earlier that they sent out a scouting party ahead to see if there is any danger on the horizon. As the men continue to ride, they find the scouting party hung upside down from the thorns of a tree, with thorns ran through their heels as they had been slowly cooked by the natives that had captured them. One of these men who was hanging upside down on the tree was Bathcat. And as it was prophesied near the beginning of the book, Toadvine walks up to him and cuts him down from the tree. Observing that tattoo that it was mentioned all the way back then, he would see when he cut his naked torso.
Ad time. Skip time. Hopefully, dopefully, GIF time. Gotta pause the game so I don't get a penalty time. Skip the stupid ad. The TikTok ad.
From a tree in the wilderness. They continue riding, and eventually they come across an Apache village. Now typically this would be
Typically, this would be the point when
the part where the gang starts murdering them. But now, because the gang doesn't have the faculties to do that, and also they can't get paid for it, they decide that why not talk to the Apaches for once. The Apaches are standing there with their leader out front, so Glanton walks up to the leader and the two approach each other, and as soon as Glanton starts to talk to him, Glanton's horse reaches forward and bites the ear of the Apache leader's horse. Just rips the ear out. Blood starts spurting everywhere because Glanton's war horse is so used to killing, and more specifically killing anyone who looks like these Apaches, that it just immediately goes to fight. And Glanton has to start punching it in the face to make it stop. So immediately the Apaches and the gang begin to draw weapons on each other. But before anyone can fire, the judge rides up and begins his smooth talking. The leader comes to them and the gang says they don't want any trouble and they're just looking to barter. The Apaches agree that they'll let bygones be bygones if they can trade money for whiskey. The gang says that they don't have any whiskey, but at this point they're pretty close to Tucson, Arizona. So they tell the Apaches that if they give them 3 days, they'll be back to trade a barrel of whiskey for gold. So now, back in America, the gang is in Tucson, and they are met by an American lieutenant named Kautz. Again, Kautz has no idea what the gang's been up to. So they meet each other, exchange their pleasantries, and then the gang goes to a bar to get drunk and eat food. They also need to rebuild the gang. So as a lot of these men go to bars to get drunk, Glanton and the judge start to walk through the town, seeing if anyone's interested in joining up for a ride to California. Everyone in the streets kind of laugh at them until eventually someone says, "Hey, go to the end of the road and see if Klaus and that madman want to go with you." So Glanton and the judge go to look for it, and the story says, Glanton and the judge sought them out. A rude tent thrown up out of an old tarp. A sign that said, "See the wild man, 2 bits." They passed behind a wagon sheet where within a crude cage of halberd poles crouched a naked imbecile. The floor of the cage was littered with filth and trodden food, and flies clambered about everywhere. The idiot was small and misshapen, and his face was smeared with feces, and he sat peering at them with dull hostility, silently chewing a turd. Cloy steps out, and the two ask if he's the keeper of this thing, and Cloy says that he is. After some conversing, Glanton says that he'll take Cloyce and this wild man in a cage for $100. Cloy says that he'll get the money because he wants to make it to California, and as mentioned earlier, you can't travel by yourself. And on the way out, Glanton turns to him and says, "You let women see that thing?" And Cloy says, "I don't know," said the owner. "There's none ever asked." So Cloyce just has a crazy person who is inside of the cage who says is covered in his own filth and excrement, and he just takes people's money so they can look at him. A right fit for the Glanton gang. So Glanton and the judge join the rest of the gang, and they go to an eating house to get food. As they're sitting there, they're encountered by a problem that they haven't experienced a long time because it wasn't a problem in Mexico. Perhaps the owner of the restaurant. It says a man in a blood-stained apron walks up to them from out of the back and says, "Gentlemen," he said, "we don't mind serving people of color. Glad to do it. But we asked for him to sit over here at this other table here. Right over here." He stepped back and held out one hand in a strange gesture of hospice. His guests looked at one another. "What in the hell is he talking about?" "Just right over here," said the man. Toadvine looked down the table to where Jackson sat. Several looked towards Glanton. His hands were at rest on the board in front of him.
Things are about
his
to
head
get violent.
slightly bent like a man at grace. The judge sat smiling, his arms crossed. They were all slightly drunk. They sat in silence. The old woman in the court had commenced wailing some dolorous air, and the man was standing with his hand outheld. Piled just within the door were the satchels and holsters and the arms of the company. Glanton raised his head. He looked at the man. "What's your name?" he said. "Name's Owens. I own the place." "Mr. Owens, if you was anything at all other than a damn fool, you could take one look at these here men and know for a stone fact they ain't a one of them going to get up from where they're at to go sit somewhere else." "Well, I can't serve you." "Suit yourself about that. Ask her what she's got, Tommy." Harlan, one of the gang members, Harlan was sitting at the end of the table, and he leaned out and called to the old woman at her pots and asked her in Spanish what she had to eat. She looked toward the house. "Huesos," she said. "Huesos," said Harlan. "Tell her to bring him, Tommy." "She won't bring you nothing without I tell her to. I own this place." Harlan was calling out the open door. "I know for a fact that man yonder's a black man," said Owens. Jackson looked up at him. Brown turned toward the owner. "Have you got a gun?" he said. "A gun? A gun. Have you got a gun?"
Have you got a gun?
"Not on me, I ain't." Brown pulled a small 5-shot Colt from his belt and pitched it to him. He caught it and stood holding it uncertainly. "You got one now." "Now, shoot the black man." "Wait a minute," said Owens. "Shoot him," said Brown. Jackson had risen and he pulled one of the big pistols from his belt. Owens pointed the pistol at him. "You put that down," he said. "Better forget about giving orders and shoot the son of a bitch." "Put it down, man. Tell him to put it down. Shoot him." Cocked the pistol. Jackson fired. He simply passed his left hand over the top of the revolver he was holding in a gesture brief as a flint spark and tripped the hammer. The big pistol jumped, and a double handful of Owens' brains went out the back of his skull and plopped in the floor behind him. He sank without a sound, and the blood welling up out of the destruction of the back of his
Well,
head.
now you can serve us.
Jackson sat down. Brown rose and retrieved his pistol and let the hammer back down and put it in his belt. So they're at a bar, and the owner says that Jackson can't eat with them because he's black. So Brown's like, "All right, let's make it interesting," and he throws a gun to the owner. So in a duel, Jackson stands up and kills Owens. Immediately after this, Clouts, who's the lieutenant in Tucson, as mentioned, comes to Glanton and the men, who are now drinking at a different establishment, and says, "I'm sorry, Glanton, but I'm going to have to arrest whoever was responsible for the murder of Owens." And Glanton's like, "What are you talking about?" And Cloud says, "Well, you all walked into the bar, and then there was a gunshot, and now he's dead." And Glanton says, "Did you witness it? Do you have any witnesses of it?" And Cloud says, "No." And Glanton said, "Well, you can go ahead and ask the boys, but none of us were in there either." And through the judge finagling with Klaus, they get away with it because they're all sworn to secrecy towards each other. Again, their own sense of loyalty. Also in one of these bars, Glanton and the judge begin talking to Klaus about the nature of this wild man. It turns out that this wild man is Klaus's brother, who was just born that way. He says that he has taken this boy from town to town, and in every town he has been ridiculed, tarred and feathered. He had one town where they were convinced he was drugging the boy, so they jailed both of them for a while, and when the boy didn't get any better, they just released both of them and let them go about their way. So effectively, Klaus is a traveling showman, with the showman being his mentally ill brother. It's also mentioned that within the village that night, another child goes missing. And of course, as with every single town they go to, they get drunk that night and they go naked through the streets, door to door, demanding for women and liquor to be brought out to them. So, you know, their standard charming self. It's also said that the farrier in Tucson doesn't have an anvil to work with, and instead he has a meteorite that fell to the earth that weighs potentially hundreds of pounds. So for a series of bets, the judge first picks it up, and then he picks it up above his head, and then he throws the meteor 10 feet, again attesting to the capabilities of this man. So as they leave Tucson, they go back to finish their deal with the Apaches. The deal was they would trade gold for a barrel of whiskey. So what Glanton does is he gets a barrel and he takes a sack, like a leather sack, and he ties it to the inside of where the spigot is located on the outside of the barrel. So there is enough whiskey in that sack for, a few cups full, but the rest of the barrel is filled with water. So he goes and he tricks the Apaches, gets the gold for the whole barrel's worth, and takes off. One of the new recruits who they got in Tucson rides up next to Brown and asks what will happen if the Apaches decide to retaliate. "They won't ride at night," said Brown. The recruit looked back at the figures gathered about the keg in that scoured and darkening waste. "Why won't they?" he said. Brown spat. "Because it's dark," he said. "Why won't they ride at night?" "I don't know, maybe because they can't see, idiot." During this time around the campfire, it says that Glanton is nearly broken. So many people dead, the members of the gang now aren't even the people that he started with. And he just sits there, staring, as the judge sits next to him, watching the idiot stare at the fire from his cage. Also, I'm not being mean calling him the idiot. That's what the story calls him for the rest of it, so you can take it up with the author. One night the men are sitting around the fire, and someone asks the ex-priest if it's true that at one point in history there were 2 moons in the night sky, which was a belief held by a few, groups of people at this time. The ex-priest said it was fully possible. Perhaps God put up 2 moons and then decided that humanity only needed 1. After that, someone asked the question of if there's life on other planets out there among the stars. The question was then put as to whether there were on Mars or other planets in the void men or creatures like them. And at this, the judge, who had returned to the fire and stood half naked and sweating, spoke and said that there were not, and that there were no men anywhere in the universe save those upon the earth. All listened as he spoke, those who had turned to watch him and those who would not. "The truth about the world," he said, "is that anything is possible. Have you not seen it all from birth, and thereby bled it of its strangeness? It would appear to you for what it is. A hat trick in a medicine show, a fever dream, a trance bepopulate with chimeras having neither analog nor precedent. An itinerant carnival, a migratory tent show whose ultimate destination after many a pitch in many a mudded field is unspeakable and calamitous beyond reckoning. The universe is no narrow thing, and the order within it is not constrained by any latitude in its conception to repeat what exists in one part in any other part. Even in this world, more things exist without our knowledge than with it. And the order in creation which you see is that which you have put there, like a string in a maze, so that you shall not lose your way. For existence has its own order, and that no man's mind can compass. That mind itself being but a fact among others." The judge is saying, of course there's life on other planets. There's no order, there's no repetition in the universe. It is entirely chaotic and changing, and in every instance humanity isn't looking. Why would we expect something as strange as life to happen anywhere else? Again, it falls back on the judge's belief that the world itself is without order unless we assign order to it. Brown spat into the fire. "That's some of your craziness," he said. The judge smiled. He placed the palms of his hands upon his chest and breathed the night air, and he stepped closer and squatted and held up one hand. He turned that hand, and there was a gold coin between his fingers. "Where's the coin, Davy?" "I'll notify you where to put the coin." The judge swung his hand, and the coin winked overhead in the firelight. It must have been fastened to some subtle lead, horsehair perhaps, for it circled the fire and returned to the judge, and he caught it in his hand and smiled. "The arc of circling bodies is determined by the length of their tether," said the judge. "Moons, coins, men." His hands moved as if he were pulling something from one fist in a series of elongations. "Watch the coin, Davy," he said. He flung it, and it cut an arc through the firelight and was gone in the darkness beyond. They watched the night where it had vanished, and they watched the judge, and in their watching, some the one and some the other, they were a common witness. "The coin, Davy, the coin," whispered the judge. He sat erect and raised his hand and smiled around. The coin returned back out of the night, across the fire with a faint high droning, and the judge's raised hand was empty, and then it held the coin. There was a light slap, and it held the coin. Even so, some claimed that he had thrown the coin away and palmed another like it, and made the sound with his tongue, for he was himself a cunning old Malabarista. And he said himself, as he put the coin away, what all men knew, that there are coins and false coins. In the morning some did walk over the ground where the coin had gone, but if any man found it, and he kept it to himself,
Something big is coming to theater.
New SpongeBob movie? Really?
and with sunrise, they were mounted and riding again. So the judge is explaining that, the world is without order, but at the same time, humans are only destined to go so far. The coin can only move as far as the arc will allow it to. And much the same, people are kept to their own devices of their birth, what they make of it. If you don't aspire to be anything greater, then you will never be something greater. The coin can never go farther than the horsehair allows. But then he does the magic trick where he throws the coin across the fire, and then another one appears in his hand. And you would think, oh, well, he just threw a coin and then pulled out another one, right? But since the next day they all looked for it, and if anyone found it, they kept them to themselves. Again, another mysterious trait, almost supernatural, about the judge's character. It seems at this point in the game that Glanton has kind of given up on any greater hope or purpose, and the judge is just taking his run of the show, doing what he wants.
Yep.
And that's proven when a couple nights later, he's giving another of his sermons. And this sermon is by far his most famous, and perhaps the most famous segment of the entire book. Whenever I went into this story, I had several of my friends who had read it say, wait till you get to the part where the judge talks about this. It's one of the greatest monologues in fiction. And after reading it, I see the hype. They were gathered around, and the story says that the subject of their discussion was war. The good book says that he that lives by the sword shall perish by the sword, said the black. The judge smiled, his face shining with grease. What right man would have it any other way, he said. That line does go pretty hard. The good book does indeed count war as an evil, said Irving. Yet there's many a bloody tale of war inside it. It makes no difference what men think of war, said the judge. War endures. As well, ask men what they think of stone. War was always here. Before man was, war waited for it. The ultimate trade awaiting its ultimate practitioner. That is the way it was and will be. That way, and not some other way. He turned to Brown, for whom he'd heard some whispered slur or demurmur. Oh, Davy, he said, it's your own trade we honor here. Why not rather take a small bow? Let each acknowledge each. My trade? Certainly. What is my trade? War is your trade, is it not? And ain't it yours? Mine too, very much so. What about all them notebooks and bones and stuff? All other trades are contained in that of war. Is that why war endures? No. It endures because young men love it, and old men love it in them. Those that fought, those that did not. That's your notion. The judge smiled. Men are born for games, nothing else. Every child knows that play is nobler than work. He knows, too, that the worth or merit of a game is not inherent in the game itself, but rather in the value of that which is put at hazard. Games of chance require a wager to have meaning at all. Games of sport involve the skill and strength of the opponents, and the humiliation of defeat and the pride of victory are in themselves sufficient stake, because they inhere in the worth of the principles and define them. But trial of chance or trial of worth, all games aspire to the condition of war, for here, that which is wagered swallows up game, player, all. Suppose 2 men at cards with nothing to wager save their lives. Who has not heard such a tale? A turn of the card. The whole universe for such a player has labored clanking to this moment, which will tell if he is to die at that man's hand or that man at his. What more certain validation of a man's worth could there be? This enhancement of the game to its ultimate state admits no argument concerning the notion of fate. The selection of one man over another is a preference absolute and irrevocable, and it is a dull man indeed who could reckon so profound a decision without agency or significance either one. In such games as have for their stake the annihilation of the defeated, the decisions are quite clear. This man, holding this particular arrangement of cards in his hand, is thereby removed from existence. This is the nature of war, whose stake is at once the game and the authority and the justification. Seeing so, war is the truest form of divination. It is the testing of one's will and the will of another within that larger will, because it finds them, is therefore forced to select. War is the ultimate game because war is at last a forcing of the unity of existence. War is God. And for the first time in the story, it makes sense why a 7-foot-tall mountain of a man who is educated in matters of government, law, and art chooses to be in the middle of a rove of headhunters in the American Southwest. See, as the judge says, nothing in the world matters more than war. Nothing matters more than the conquest of one man over the other. If man was made to play games, then what greater game could there be than one where the risk is the very existence of man itself? What more noble or better cause is there to fight for than one that you die for? Or even better, one that you kill for. He's not out here killing people wildly in the desert because he loves it, although that is part of it. He's doing it because there's simply nothing else worth doing.
Exactly. There's nothing better to do. When you
Brown studied the judge. You're crazy, Holden. Crazy at last. The judge smiled. Might does not make right, said Irving. The man that wins in some combat is not vindicated morally. Moral law is an invention of mankind for the disenfranchisement of the powerful in favor of the weak. Historical law subverts it at every turn. A moral view can never be proven right or wrong by any ultimate test. A man falling dead in a duel is not thought thereby to be proven in error as to his views. His very involvement in such a trial gives evidence of a new and broader view. The willingness of the principles to forego further argument as the triviality, which it in fact is, and to petition directly the chambers of the historical absolute clearly indicates of how little movement are the opinions and of what great moment the divergences thereof. For the argument is indeed trivial, but not so the separate wills thereby made manifest. Man's vanity may well approach the infinite in capacity, but his knowledge remains imperfect, and however much he comes to value his judgments, ultimately he must submit them before a higher court. Here, there can be no special pleading. Here are considerations of equity and rectitude and moral right rendered void and without warrant, and here are the views of the litigants despised. Decisions of life and death, of what shall be and what shall not, beggar all question of right. And elections of these magnitudes are all lesser ones subsumed, moral, spiritual, natural. The judge searched out the circle for disputants. But what says the priest, he said. Tobin looked up. The priest does not say. The priest does not say, said the judge. Nile dissent. But the priest has said. For the priest has put by the robes of his craft and taken up the tools of that higher calling which all men honor. The priest also would be no God-server, but a God himself. Tobin shook his head. You've a blasphemous tongue, Holden. And in truth, I was never a priest, but only a novitiate to the order. Journeyman priest or apprentice priest, said the judge. Men of God and men of war have strange affinities. I'll not second say you in your notion, said Tobin. Don't ask it. Ah, priest, said the judge. What could I ask of you that you've not already given? All that as to say that morality, principles, all of that to the judge is meaningless. What is an opinion or a thought of how something should go when there is instead an arena of combat in which one lives and the other dies? That is the final decision maker. That is the only thing that matters in this world. Not any decry of God or virtues or life or love. Only death. The final absolute decision that is just and fair in every ruling. And he looks to the priest and he says, look at the priest. He's thrown off his robes and decided to be something greater. He has found the true religion, the religion of war. Not a God server, as the judge says, but a God himself. While everyone else in the gang, excluding the kid potentially, while everyone else in the gang is there as soldiers of fortune and willing to shed misery on others for the sake of profit, the judge is there because it's noble. Because murder, conquest, destroying any life in your path to be the one left standing, that is nobility. That is honor. That is something to be praised. So as the others are there for money and for the women and the booze, the judge is there because it feels good, because it's supposed to feel good. Because if war, if death, if murder is the highest calling a human can aspire towards, then what other call might a man or a king have than mass bloodshed?
Oh my lord! We honestly might restart this
A few days later, the gang makes it to the Colorado River. And when they get there, they see that the ferry across the river is being ran by a man named Lincoln. So, the gang begins to conspire as another way to make money off of these people. The Yuma Indians who are nearby have been thinking about attacking Lincoln and the ferry. So, the gang goes to the Yumas and say that they'll be happy to help them attack the ferry. They then go to Lincoln and say that any day now, the Yumas are probably going to attack, and it's in Lincoln's best interest to let the gang set up fortifications, to which Lincoln agrees. Also, in the midst of this, a woman who is traveling on the ferry sees Cloyce and his deranged brother in a cage, and she scolds him for being a bad brother and for, locking up your mentally ill brother and putting him on a cage to sell shows to. So she asks Cloyce what the idiot's name is, and he says that his name is James. So the woman takes James to the river, and her and several other women clean him off and set his carriage on fire. That night, the idiot gets up from camp and walks into the river by himself and nearly drowns. But he's stopped whenever the judge who is walking alongside the river sees him drowning and wades into the river to pull him out. The relationship between the judge and the idiot, as he's called, or James, is weird. Typically, the judge despises all life, and everything around him lives that is without his permission or whatever. But he not really cares. He keeps the idiot alive and keeps him around for here and like some parts of the story moving forward. And I don't know if it's because he's interested in him as a specimen, if he likes the idiot, or if he likes, I keep saying idiot because that's what the story calls him, if he likes James, it's a little mean, if he likes James because James bends to his will, perhaps. But for some reason, he seems to have a soft spot for him, even though he that the judge likes about him. So once all the pieces are in play, the day of the Yuma attack comes. Another thing that I should mention is that one of the goods Lincoln, the guy who ran the ferry, had in his possession was a 12-pound howitzer cannon. The gang decides to set it up to prepare for the advancing Yumas. They get up on a cliffside where they can oversee the other bank of the ferry, and as soon as the Yumas launch their attack, they light off the cannon, killing a dozen Yumas with grape shot out of the cannon all at once. The Yumas begin to scream and shout, calling them traitors and monsters, and the gang ignores their cries and guns them down on the side of the Colorado River. Something interesting to note is that after the gang kills the Yumas, they start scalping them. This is weird because the gang can't sell the scalps anymore. It seems that they're doing it just out of tradition or love of the kill. After they do this, Lincoln decides to not try to hinder the men in their future endeavors because, the last guys that tried got blown up by a cannon. So Lincoln effectively just lets Glanton run the show. And that goes exactly as you'd expect. Glanton took charge of the operation of the ferry. People who had been waiting 3 days to cross at $1 a head were now told that the fare was $4. And even this tariff was in effect for no more than a few days. Soon they were operating a sort of Procrustean ferry, where the fares were tailored to accommodate the purses of the travelers. Ultimately, all pretense was dropped and the immigrants were robbed outright. Travelers were beaten and their arms and goods appropriated, and they were sent destitute and beggared into the desert. The doctor came down to remonstrate with them and was paid his share of the revenues and sent back. Horses were taken and women violated, and bodies began to drift past the Yuma camp downriver. As these outrages multiplied, the doctor barricaded himself in his quarters and was seen no more. So Glannon figures, hey, since we lost that whole gimmick we had going with the selling native scalps thing, what if we just rob people? Just a good old-fashioned American robbery. One day, a group of American soldiers show up to cross the river, and after seeing that Glannon is just an animal, they decide not to work with him, so they build their own ferry further down the river. After the soldiers leave, the ferry becomes an alternate route of travel compared to Glanton's ferry. The ferry down the river being operated by the Yumas and white men working with the Yumas. So how does the gang respond to this? Easy, they kill everyone there and set the ferry on fire. By now, Glanton had enslaved a number of Sonorans, and he kept crews of them working at the fortification of the hill. There were also detained in the camp a dozen or more Indian and Mexican girls, some little more than children. Glanton supervised with some interest the raising of the walls about him, but otherwise left his men to pursue the business at the crossing with a terrible attitude. He seemed to take little account of the wealth they were amassing, although daily he'd open the brass lock with which the wood and leather trunk in his quarters was secured and raise the lid and empty whole stacks of valuables into it. The trunk already holding thousands of dollars in gold and silver coins, as well as jewelry, watches, pistols, raw gold, little leather staves, silver and bars, knives, silverware, plate, teeth. So at this point, rather than just roaming the countryside, they decide to build a little castle here at the edge of the ferry and just rob anyone who tries to get across the Colorado River. Glanton just a dragon sitting on top of his hoard. No need to journey into the world or be anything better. Eventually, they need building supplies, so Glanton sends Toadvine, David Brown, and Webster to the city of San Diego to get the supplies they need. It's about a 5-day journey, and when the three get there, they go to the store to order the parts they need, and then immediately go on a bender. The next day, David Brown wakes up in an alley with the gang's money tied around his neck, and he can't find Toadvine or Webster anywhere. Turns out, the two of them got arrested for their drunken endeavors the night before. San Diego isn't like these small towns in the middle of Mexico that you can just torment all you want. They have, police and jails that will do something about it. Brown goes to the alcalde, which is effectively like a judge or sheriff of the town, and asks for his two friends to be let out, but the alcalde tells him to get lost, so Brown concerns himself with other things. Brown goes to a farrier and demands to have a double-barreled shotgun cut down, but by the description, the shotgun is so beautiful that the farrier says he's not going to saw the barrel because that would be a disgrace to the weapon. Brown eventually tells the farrier that if the farrier doesn't saw down the shotgun barrels, that Brown will kill him. So the farrier goes to get the police, and as he does, Brown just tops the counter and uses the farrier's tools to saw off the shotgun barrel. And the police show up. They were like, did you threaten to injure this man? And Brown said, no, I didn't threaten anything. It was a promise. I promised to kill him. The gang is unfit for any manner of civilized or polite living, as you could probably imagine. The next day, Webster and Toadvine get out of jail. So how do the men celebrate? With another bender, of course. This night, however, as the men are walking out of the bar drunk, Brown sees a peace officer or police officer walking by, and Brown thinks it would be funny to pour a pitcher of aguardiente, I believe that's how it's pronounced on him, effectively a very strong alcohol, and then he puffs his cigar and holds it to the officer. And sure enough, the officer burst into flames. Only instead of a funny joke, the man began to scream and tear at himself until eventually he burned to death and lied dead in the street. Of course, because of this, Brown was arrested. One night, an officer comes to Brown in his jail cell, and while he's standing there, Brown shows him the necklace of ears that he has on his neck. It's implied that Brown took the necklace from Bathcat after Bathcat died. And he begins to tell this young officer that he is a part of a gang that has tons and tons of gold and riches amassed in the hills outside of San Diego. After nights of convincing, eventually this officer agrees to help Brown escape if Brown takes him to the money. So the two of them escape into the night, and it says 2 nights in, as they're setting up camp, Brown walks behind the officer who helped free him and shoots him in the back of the head, stealing what little gear he had and then leaving to head back towards the ferry. In the meantime that all of this was going on,
an ad plays.
Webster and Toadvine, as soon as Brown had been arrested, ran back to the ferry to tell Glanton. So Glanton, seeing that one of the gang members has been trapped, gets a couple more men, and all of them ride to San Diego. Before he leaves, Glanton leaves the judge in charge of the ferry and the castle they're building next to the ferry. It seems that in the beginning they were just building fortifications around the office of the ferry, but at this point it's a full-blown murder castle. In the middle of the night, Glanton and some of his men make it to the alcalde's house, break into his house, and then tie him and his wife up and throw a noose over the rafters and begin to hang the alcalde in front of his wife until he tells them where David Brown went. The alcalde says to go check the jail cell, there's no one in there. And sure enough, Glanton walks in and the cell's empty. Because as we know, David Brown had escaped with the officer during this time. So they take the alcalde and his wife out of town, and it says that they're found 8 days later, still alive, but tied up in a hut south of San Diego. So Glanton's like, well, it seems that we came all this way to get Brown and he's not here, so time for a party. And after 2 nights of partying, the police threaten to arrest him, so Glanton and his men scatter. Glanton eventually makes it back to the ferry by himself. Whenever he gets close, he's met by travelers who are heading the opposite direction of him, who are yelling at him not to go to the river because the only people there is a band of thieves and murderers. Glanton, being the king of these murderers, ignores them and keeps walking back to the ferry. However, when Glanton gets back to the ferry, keep in mind it had been probably a couple weeks at this point, something's changed. A young Mexican girl was crouched naked under the shade of the wall. She watched him ride past, covering her breast with her hands. She wore a rawhide collar about her neck, and she was chained to a post, and there was a clay bowl of blackened meat scraps beside her. Glanton tied the jacks to the post and rode inside on the horse. There was no one about. He rode down to the landing. While he was watching the river, the doctor came scrambling down the bank and seized Glanton by the foot. The doctor is Lincoln, by the way, the previous owner of the ferry. So, forgot to mention that. Seized Glanton by the foot and began to plead with him in a senseless jabber. He'd not seen to his person in weeks, and he was filthy and disheveled, and he tugged on Glanton's trouser leg and pointed toward the fortifications on the hill. "That man," he said, "that man." Glanton slid his boot from the stirrup and pushed the doctor away with his foot and turned the horse and rode back up the hill. The judge was standing on the rise in silhouette against the evening sun like some great Baldwin Archimandrite. He was wrapped in a mantle of free-flowing cloth, beneath which he was naked. The black man Jackson came out of one of the stone bunkers dressed in a similar garb and stood beside him. Glanton rode back up along the crest of the hill to his quarters. He shows up, and a few weeks ago, he told the judge, "You're in charge of this place for a while." And he gets back, and everyone is terrified and screaming. There's young children with collars on their necks, and the judge is standing naked in like a kingly robe on top of the mountain, with Jackson standing in a similar robe right next to him. He has become the totalitarian warlord that he's always wanted to be. That night, it says that there's gunfire and partying and screaming, and Glanton lies asleep and drunk in his quarters. Early in the next morning, Jackson goes down to the river to pee, and while he's standing there, the story says, the sun was not up and there was a low skein of mist on the water. Downstream, some ducks moved out from the willows. They circled in the eddy water and then flapped out across the open river, rose and circled and bent their way upstream. In the floor of the SCO, boat that Jackson is standing in the floor of the SCO was a small coin, perhaps once lodged under the tongue of some passenger. He bent to fetch it, He stood up and wiped the grit from the piece and held it up, and as he did so, a long cane arrow passed through his upper abdomen and flew on and fell far out in the river and sank back to the surface again and began to turn and to drift downstream. He faced around, his robe sustained about him. He was holding his wound, and with his other hand, he ravaged among his clothes for the weapons that were not there and were not there. A second arrow passed him on the left, and two more struck and lodged fast in his chest and in his groin. They were a full 4 feet in length, and they lofted slightly with his movements like ceremonial wands, and he seized his thigh where the dark arterial blood was spurting along the shaft, and took a step toward the shore and fell sideways into the river. Jackson was standing at the shore, and sure enough, the Yumas came back for their revenge.
Yes, sir.
They killed Jackson and then immediately make their way towards the rest of the camp. They swarmed up the hill toward the fortifications where the Americans lay sleeping.
Another ad.
My husband's name is Josh. It's a hot name.
Everyone is saying I do. No, they're not. In this video.
And some were mounted and some afoot, and all of them armed with bows and clubs, and their faces blackened or pale with fard, and their hair bound up in clay. The first quarters they entered were Lincoln's. When they emerged a few minutes later, one of them carried the doctor's dripping head by the hair, and others were dragging behind them the doctor's dog, bound at the muzzle, jerking and bucking across the dry clay of the concourse. They entered a wickiup of willow poles and canvas and slew Gunn and Wilson and Henderson Smith, each in turn, as they reared up drunkenly, and they moved on among the rude half-walls in total silence, glistening with paint and grease and blood among the bands of light where the risen sun now touched the higher ground. When they entered Glanton's chamber, he lurched upright and glared wildly about him. The small clay room he occupied was entirely filled with a brass bed he'd appropriated from some migrating family, and he sat at it like a debauched feudal baron, while his weapons hung in a rich array from the finials. Caballo and Pelo mounted into the actual bed with him and stood there, while one of the attending tribunal handed him at his right side a common axe, the hickory hilt of which was carved with pagan motifs and tasseled with the feathers of predatory birds. Glanton spat. "Hack away, you mean red," he said, and the old man raised the axe and split the head of John Joel Glanton to the grapple. The Yumas came in, and they not only killed Jackson and several members, but they killed Glanton. They snuck in while he was in a drunken stupor, jumped on his bed, and cut his head all the way to the throat, clean in half. The man who lived by violence, who lived by the rule and law of violence, died in much the same way, with his last moments swearing and cursing the men who were about to do it, and challenging them to the task of killing him, of which it seems they obliged. Remember how back around the campfire, whenever the fortune teller was telling their stories, the card that Glanton drew was a man on a ferry riding into the night, and the woman gave a description of his fortune as being that of death and misery by this man at the helm of a ferry. And it seems that Glanton, who had absolutely nothing going for him at any point in his life, but now not even a pretend purpose or a fake purpose, he just sat on top of a pile of gold and waited to take in more. He was nothing. And this dog that had been running his whole life, hurting anyone who came in his way, stopped running long enough to finally get caught. And with that, Glanton dies. And as we're going to see, so does the Glanton gang. Now, if you thought that was crazy, the Yuma showing up and killing Glanton, wait till they get to the judges' quarters. When they entered the judges' quarters, they found the idiot and a girl of perhaps 12 years cowering naked in the floor. Behind them, also naked, stood the judge. He was holding leveled at them the bronze barrel of the howitzer. The wooden truck stood in the floor, the straps pried up and twisted off the pillow blocks. The judge had the cannon under one arm, and he was holding a lighted cigar over the touch hole. The Yumas fell over one another backward, and the judge put the cigar in his mouth and took up his portmanteau and stepped out the door and backed past them and down the embankment. The idiot, who reached just to his waist, stuck close to his side, and together they entered the wood at the base of the hill and disappeared from sight. We'll talk about what was happening in the judge's room in a moment, but the judge, picking up this giant cannon and holding a cigar to the touch hole ready to fire it at them, just walks out of the castle and backs into the woods because no one's going to mess with a guy who is just holding a cannon. So the judge and the idiot make it out, but other than them, nearly every member of the Glanton gang died right here. This actually lines up with the historical account. It's reasonable if you forgot at this point, but as I mentioned at the beginning of this video, the Glanton gang is based on a real-life gang, who according to Samuel Chamberlain, was mostly wiped out by an attack from the Yuma tribe. There is a very brutal depiction of the Yumas burning the bodies of everyone that they killed, and then throwing the men's living animals onto the fire to burn with them. Every trace of what the Glanton gang was is now eradicated from the earth, with only the few survivors who managed to get away being the witnesses that not only it existed, but of what they did and the atrocities they had committed. Earlier in the story, it was mentioned around the Anasazi and the people who built with stones, who overwhelmed the people who build with mud and rocks. But what does that say of men like Glanton, men who built with nothing, who built nothing at all in their entire lives that stood the test of time? If it were not for the witnesses and the account of this story, Glanton himself would be forgotten to time far faster than those who he attempted to kill for his own personal gain. So I'll go ahead and spoil it for you. Out of every member of the Glanton gang, there are only 5 survivors. The judge and the idiot, as mentioned earlier when they backed into the woods, the kid and Toadvine, and the ex-priest Tobin. Those are our only 5 survivors of this entire massacre. Well, there's 6 survivors if you count David Brown, who's still on his way back from killing the officer who helped him escape from jail. But 5 people survived the massacre, and 6 of the gang is alive in total. The story then cuts to Toadvine and the kid, who are limping out of the woods, getting away from the castle. I keep calling it a castle. I think it's more accurately like a fortification, but castle sounds cooler. As they're running away, the kid is limping because he caught an arrow in the leg, and it's making it hard for him to run. "Can you walk?" said Toadvine. "I ain't got no choice." "How much water you got?" "Not much." "What do you want to do?" "I don't know." "We could ease back to the river and lay up," said Toadvine. "Till what?" He looked toward the fort again, and he looked at the broken shaft in the kid's leg and the welling blood. "You want to try and pull that?" "No." "What do you want to do?" "Go on." Similar to how at several points in the story, the kid wouldn't leave men that he was with even in dire straits, right here, Toadvine won't leave him. It's wild to look at this scene and think that the story began with the 2 of them ready to kill each other in the mud because they were walking on planks in the rain. And now standing here running away from their burning empire and the ashes of it, being chased for dear life, Toadvine won't leave that kid. As they make it to a clearing, several of the Yumas are closing in on them. So the kid spins to the ground and pulls his pistol and begins to fire at them slowly, one at a time, eventually dropping all of their pursuers. The attack was quick and swift, and the men did a thing to grab all of their gear and equipment. So they're pretty much on foot, and the only weapon they have is the pistol that the kid is using. They make it to a well that's up ahead in the clearing, and whenever they get there, Tobin is already at the well. "How many are you?" he said. "What you see," said Toadvine. "All the rest gone under? Glanton, the judge?" They didn't answer. They slid down to the floor of the well, where they stood a few inches of water, and they knelt and drank. As they're sitting there, more of the Yumas attack. So the kid lays up in the tree line and once again begins to shoot them as they arrive. Seemingly, the Yumas think that there's far more of them than there is of the Yumas, even though it's just one kid shooting back. So the Yumas begin to retreat. For a moment, the 3 of them can rest. As they're resting there, Tobin asks how much ammo they got, and the kid says not much, only a few shots. Near sunset, as the 3 men are standing there, they see 2 figures walking up on them in the distance. The kid looks and cocks his gun to see who it might be, and sure enough, it was the judge and the imbecile. They were both of them naked, and they neared through the desert dawn like beings of a mode little more than tangential to the world at large. Their figures now quick with clarity, and now fugitive in the strangeness of the same light. Like things whose very portent renders them ambiguous. Like things so charged with meaning that their forms are dimmed. The three at the well watched mutely this transit out of the breaking day, and even though there was no longer any question as to what it was that approached, yet none would name it, they lumbered on. The judge, a pale pink beneath his talk of dust, like something newly born. The imbecile, much the darker, lurching together across the pan at the very extremes of exile, like some scurrilous king stripped of his vestiture and driven together with his fool into the wilderness to die.
Ad time. We just won,
On the
baby.
12th day of winter,
On the 12th day of winter, I just won a game.
Man, McCarthy's got
And
such
now
a way
I'm
with
gonna
words. So as the judge makes his way to the rest of the men, one of maybe the most impressive moments in not only this book, but any book I've ever read, happens all at once. As I've explained it, I probably haven't done a great job at pointing out the subtlety with which a lot of the information I've shown you has been delivered. Like, I have highlighted the parts that I find to be important for an analysis of the story. I've read sections about the judge's declaration of war and things like the missing children, but keep in mind, everything I've told you about is strewn together with dozens of accounts of blood and death and murder and every other atrocity humanity is capable of committing. So while I'm cherry picking them to show you, everything that I talk about is muddled under this web of awful things. And what's so interesting about this story is it does an incredible job of convincing you that some things are simultaneously important and unimportant. It culminates in this scene that follows, where Toadvine is standing in front of the judge, and the judge is asking to buy Toadvine's hat because the judge is pale and being sunburned. Eventually, Toadvine asks for $125, and the judge agrees. And as this entire thing is happening, Tobin and the kid are standing at the edge of the well, several feet back from the judge, just glaring at him. And it was as I was reading that I almost supernaturally came to the same conclusion they were in real time as they were. The judge has always been this figure who exists not in the background necessarily, but as a constant within everything the gang does. Glanton may have been the leader, but the judge has certainly been a driving force in the gang's actions. And in this moment where the three of the men who were sitting around the well barely got out of the attack from the Yumas with their lives, we have the judge who comes up, and it's in that moment I realized the judge certainly has a knack for getting out of troubling situations.
Yeah.
We've seen time and time again that the gang instruments scenarios to get their best outcome. If it's either killing the Apaches for money or making a deal with them to get more money. I mean, we saw that very recently with Glanton making a deal with both the Yumas and Lincoln, and in the end, double-crossing both. So don't you think it's a little suspicious that in this attack by the Yumas, the judge just so happened to be standing there with the cannon he dragged off of the mountaintop and into his quarters for just such an occasion? See, we have the judge's philosophy laid out in plain ink. He believes that war and murder is the most righteous and meaningful conquest that a man can aspire towards. So how do you think that guy felt when his gang leader decided to stop doing that and instead just rob people who come to the river? The night that Glanton comes back and the night they all have a massive party and are drunk and hungover, that is the day that the Yumas attack. I think that the judge orchestrated all of this. And I think that with Glanton, then he'd simply get Glanton out of the picture. And of course, the judge wouldn't just leave the gang. As we saw at several points in the story, if there's one thing that he does have valor in, it's the gang sticks together. And to him, Glanton left that narrative. So there's only one solution for deserters. Even though it's never said in the text, I picked up on what Tobin and the kid were picking up on, that it's really convenient Glanton managed to back out of all of that completely naked through the woods, and now, in spite of everyone that he has known for years being dead at the side of the river, he's arguing with Toadvine about a hat. And this level of tension that exists between the judge and every other person in the world starts to make itself known. The judge wiped his mouth and looked at the figures above him. How are you fixed for weapons? He said. The kid had set one foot over the edge of the pit, and now he drew it back. Tobin did not move. He was watching the judge. We've just the one pistol, Holden. We, said the judge. The lad here. The kid had risen to his feet again. The ex-priest stood by him. The judge on the floor of the well likewise rose, and he adjusted his hat and gripped the valise under his arm like some immense and naked barrister whom the country had praised. Weigh your counsel, priest, he said. We are all here together. Yonder sun is like the eye of God, and we will cook impartially upon this great salacious griddle, I do assure you. I am no priest and I have no counsel, said Tobin. The lad is a free agent. The judge smiled. Quite so, he said. He looked at Toadvine and he smiled up at the ex-priest again. What then? He said. Are we to drink at these holes turnabout like rival bands of apes? The ex-priest looked at the kid. They stood facing the sun. He squatted, the better to address the judge below. Do you think that there is a registry where you can file on the wells of the desert? Ah, priest, you know those offices more readily than I. I've no claim here. I've told you before, I'm a simple man. You know you're welcome to come down here and to drink and to fill your flask. Tobin didn't move. Let me have the canteen, said the kid. He'd taken the pistol from his belt and he handed it to the ex-priest and took the leather bottle and descended the bank. There is a palpable tension between the men at the well. The judge is telling Tobin and the kid that they can just come down to the water and drink to their fill, and there's no need to worry. And the kid, who is openly cautious of him now, hands his gun to Tobin before he goes down to the water to fill his canteen. That way the judge can't try to attack him and just take the gun. Because if the judge gets a hold of you, there's nothing you can do to fight back.
Right.
Eventually, the kid fills the canteen with water, and as he backs away from the well, he looks at Toadvine and says, Are you going with us? Toadvine looked at the judge. I don't know, he said. I'm subject to arrest. They'll arrest me in California. Arrest you? Toadvine didn't answer. He was sitting in the sand, and he made a tripod of 3 fingers, stuck them in the sand before him, and then he lifted and turned them and poked them in again so that there were 6 holes in the form of a star or a hexagon, and then he rubbed them out again. He looked up. You wouldn't think that a man run plumb out of country out here, would you? The kid rose and slung the flask by its strap over his shoulder. His trouser leg was black with blood, and the bloody stump of the shaft jutted from his thigh like a peg for hanging implements upon. He spat and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand, and he looked at Toadvine. It ain't country you've run out of, he said. Then he made his way across the sink and up the bank. The judge followed him with his eyes, and when the kid reached the sunlight at the top, he turned and looked back, and the judge was holding open the satchel between his naked thighs. $500, he said, powder and ball included. The ex-priest was at the kid's side. Do him, he hissed. The kid took the pistol, but the ex-priest clung to his arm, whispering, and when the kid pulled away, he spoke aloud. Such was his fear. You'll get no second chance, lad. Do it. He is naked. He is unarmed. God's blood. Do you think you'll best him any other way? Do it, lad. Do it for the love of God. Do it, or I swear your life is forfeit.
He's right.
The judge smiled. He tapped his temple. The priest, he said. The priest has been too long in the sun. 75, and that's my best offer. It's a seller's market. The kid put the pistol in his belt. Then with the ex-priest at his elbow, importunate, he circled the crater, and they set out west across the pan. Toadvine climbed up and watched them. After a while, there was nothing to see. This is the breaking point for a lot of characters and a lot of tension that's been building through the story. There's been these brief mentions by Tobin, the ex-priest. Whenever the kid mentions the judge out loud, or whenever the kid...
Yes. There's brief mentions of, like, your life is forfeit. Don't trust the judge.
Whenever the kid goes to help the judge, it seems Tobin is trying to protect him from something.
Yes.
He's trying to keep the kid away from him. And in this moment, that all culminates.
Yes.
See, this is the part of the story that even people who are really big fans of the story find controversial, because it's never outright said. But I think it's pretty well applied, or implied, especially because of the historical aspect of this. So believe it or not, as I mentioned earlier, the Glanton gang is based on a real gang that was recorded by Samuel Chamberlain. And on top of that, Judge Holden, the judge, seems to be a real person, at least according to Chamberlain's report. In his book, My Confession, which again is about Samuel Chamberlain's
to call the judge
time
the devil,
with the
but the
Glanton
judge
gang,
is based off of
Chamberlain
real
in
person.
one section says this: "The second in command, now left in charge of the camp, was a man of gigantic size called Judge Holden of Texas. Who or what he was, no one knew, but a cooler-blooded villain never went unhung. He stood 6 feet 6 in his moccasins, had a large, fleshy frame, a dull tallow-colored face, destitute of hair and all expression. While he's described here as being very tall and large, terms like dull tallow just mean he was kind of pale. And the phrase hairless is a phrase that was used back then, or a word that was used back then, to describe men who didn't have facial hair. So Chamberlain isn't saying
He's albino,
that
but
the judge was a albino man with alopecia, that there's no hair on his body. Instead, he's just saying that he's a pale guy who's clean-shaven. But in McCarthy's rendition, he takes that to the extreme limits and makes him a completely hairless man who's also albino, further to mystify this portrayal of the character. Chamberlain continues his account and says, "Holden was by far the best educated man in northern Mexico. He conversed with all in their own language, spoken several Indian lingos, and a fandango would take the harp or the guitar from the hands of the musicians and charm all with his wonderful performance and outwaltz any poblana of them all. He was plumb center with a rifle or revolver, a daring horseman, acquainted with the nature of all the strange plants and their botanical names, great in geology and mineralogy, in short, another admirable Crichton, and withal an arrant coward. Not but that he possessed enough courage to fight the Indians and Mexicans or anyone else where he had the advantage in strength, skill, and weapons. But where the combat would be equal, he would avoid it if possible. I hated him at first sight, and he knew it. Yet nothing could be more gentle and kind than his deportment towards me. He would often seek conversation with me and speak of Massachusetts, and to my astonishment, I found that he knew more about Boston than I did." For one, it's insane to think that Judge Holden was perhaps a real person, someone who was versed in art and language and politics, who was out among these killers, these monsters, hunting the countryside for native scalps, and eventually Mexican scalps and anyone who has dark hair. That's something that actually comes from the historical record as well. But you already knew all of that as related to the story, right? You knew all of the stuff about him being a master of the arts and a guitarist and what have you. So why am I bringing this up now? Well, I'm bringing this up now because there's a portion of Chamberlain's account I skipped over that I wanted to save now, because this is the part that's relevant. While continuing his story about Judge Holden, Chamberlain says this: "His desires was blood and women, and terrible stories were circulated in camp of horrid crimes committed by him when bearing another name in the Cherokee Nation and Texas, and before we left Frontieres, a little girl, 10 years, was found in the chaparral, foully violated and murdered. The mark of a huge hand on her little throat pointed him out as the ravisher, as no other man had such a hand. But though all suspected, no one charged him with the crime." So it seems that both the historic Judge Holden, as well as the Judge Holden of this story, is a serial child predator.
Yes.
All those mentions that I brought up of wherever
which is bad news
went,
for the kid.
there would be children found naked and bloody.
Which is why the priest keeps warning
him. It's hard to explain whenever you read the story.
Stay away from the judge.
Don't instantly connect all the dots. See, again,
the
there's so
priest
many mentions
knows.
of murder and descriptions of
which is why the priest is like, for the love of God, kill him now while you can!
All manner of atrocities against people. But everywhere the game goes, there's this continuous wrapping of children being found either dead, like the boy who was inside of the house with the vagrants, who it says he was naked and found dead in one of the cubicles. There's the mentions of the cities they go to whenever they're out on the bender, and they find the either remains or just the clothes of little girls who go missing. And then there's
constant
things
reminders
like
of children
the
going
judge
missing throughout the
holding
book.
candy out to kids who are passing on the street, trying to hand it off to them, but all of them being too afraid of him. Or that mention whenever the judge walks out of the fortress holding the cannon under his arm, that he was completely naked and there was a naked child in the room with him as well.
Yep.
And it seems that everyone else in the gang is aware of this.
Yep.
Remember that line I pointed out earlier, whenever they are in that office building, or like the cubicles, the place where the 5 vagrants were staying with the horse that had its face bit by a snake, that whole thing. Whenever they get in there, the judge looks at the boy and asks, whose is it? And the men say they don't know. And it says that Glanton spits and shakes his head. When I initially read that through, I thought that was Glanton shaking his head at the concept of this child being orphaned. But what it seems it actually was is that Glanton knew what the judge's intentions were with that child. It seems that a lot of men knew, and they just never said anything about it. Tobin constantly trying to keep the kid back from the judge time and time again. And it seems that throughout the story, not with everyone else, because everyone else in this gang might as well be, child murdering savages anyway, but whatever little part of religion or morality or sanctity is left inside of Tobin, no matter how small, it seems that now, standing there, even though there is no evidence, the story has not said anything explicitly that Judge is responsible of those crimes or that he planned the massacre of Glanton and most of the gang. In that moment, it snaps for Tobin, and he yells to the kid, shoot him now. Your soul will be forced. How well the story puts it together.
Yes.
Even though nothing is ever said about it, the moment that Tobin yells that, you know exactly why he's saying it. You connect the pieces at the same rate the characters do.
Yes.
Or more specifically, at the same rate the kid does.
Yep.
Meet Loom by...
Yep. Which is bad news for the kid, by the way.
And then that final conversation between the kid and Toadvine, where the kid asks Toadvine if he's going to come with him, and Toadvine says, I'll be arrested in California. You wouldn't figure a man could run out of country out here. And the kid says, it ain't country you've run out of. Oh, it's so good. Toadvine, perhaps none the wiser to what's going on, or perhaps just willing to accept whatever fate lies in front of him, decides to stick behind with the judge until Tobin and the kid leave. And it's almost, it's like the kid and Tobin, because Toadvine won't come with them, it's like they're leaving Toadvine to a monster, like a lion. They're leaving him in the lion's den as they slowly back out. And I'll go to tell you, this is the last time that they ever see Toadvine alive. They see him sitting there with the judge at the well, and walk away, and the kid never speaks to Toadvine again. So as Tobin and the kid are walking away, who do they run into but David Brown, who is still riding back from his jail escape in San Diego. Again, Brown has no idea of anything that's happened. The two walk up to Brown and say, we heard you were in the Just Gatos, said Tobin. I was, said Brown. I ain't now. His eyes cataloged them in every part. He looked at the piece of arrow shaft protruding from the kid's leg, and he looked into the ex-priest's eyes. Where's your outfits, he said. You're looking at him. You fall out with Glanton? Glanton's dead. Brown spat a dry white spot in the vast and broken platelet. He had a small stone in his mouth against the thirst, and he shifted it with his jaw and looked at them. The Yumas, he said. Aye, said the ex-priest. All rubbed out? Toadvine and the judge are at the well back yonder. The judge, said Brown. The horses stared bleakly at the crazed stone floor whereon they stood. The rest gone under? Smith, Dorsey, the black man? All, said Tobin. Brown looked east across the desert. How far to the well? We left about an hour past daybreak. Is he armed? He is not. He studied their faces. Priests don't lie, he said. No one spoke. He said, fingering the scapular of dried ears, and then he turned the horse and rode on, leading the riderless animal behind. He rode watching back at them, then he stopped again. Did you see him dead? He called. Glanton? I did, called the ex-priest, for he had so. He rode on, turned slightly in the saddle, the rifle on his knee. He kept watch behind him on those pilgrims, and they on him. When he was well diminished on the pan, they turned and went on. It's like Brown coming back and hearing that the judge is alive. The first thing he asks is the judge unarmed? It's like everyone knew that the judge had always been on a leash. Under his own will, he had decided to be tame compared to what he would be as long as Glanton was alive, as long as Glanton was the leader. But now that Glanton's dead, it's like the judge is a rabid dog for the first time unchained. Everyone is afraid of him and what he might do, and it seems that Brown, even though he has guns and he knows the judge is unarmed, is scared making his way towards him. The next day, the kid and Tobin are kneeled down next to a river drinking water when suddenly a bullet skips off the water right next to the kid's face. He throws himself back on the ground and spins around to see that the bullet came from the judge, now wearing the clothing of both Toadvine and Brown and holding Brown's rifle. The judge is reloading as he's making his way towards them, and Tobin and the kid both scamper off into the brush next to the river, trying to hide. The scene that follows, I cannot do justice here. I highly recommend, again, if any of the stories are interesting, read
the
this part
book.
for yourself.
We're 3 hours into the video. Read the fucking
tramping through the brush, holding a rifle while looking for the kid and Tobin. And the kid, who's still injured from the arrow in his leg, can't stand up to run. So instead, he's crawling through the grass, hoping that the judge won't step on top of him, as the judge begins to yell and mock him. "Hello," called the judge, his voice off to the west, as if there were new riders to the creek and he addressed them. The kid lay listening. There were no new riders. After a while, the judge called out again. "Come out," he called. "There's plenty of water for everybody." The kid had swung the powder flask around to his back to keep it out of the creek, and he held the pistol up and waited. Upstream, the horses had stopped drinking. Then they started drinking again. When he moved out on the far side of the creek, he came upon the hand and foot tracks left by the ex-priest among the prints of the cats and foxes and the little desert pigs. As he crawls through the grass, he sees the horses stop and look at something, then look back down. He hears brush break in the other direction. Everything around him implies that the judge could be on top of him at any minute. Eventually, while crawling around, the kid finds Tobin's tracks and begins to follow them. When he catches up to Tobin, he sees that Tobin has used bones to construct a makeshift crucifix, thinking that perhaps the judge is the devil himself. Tobin stands up and holds the cross up and begins yelling incantations at the judge. And as he does, the judge pulls out his rifle and shoots Tobin. He found Tobin kneeling in the creek, bathing his wound with a piece of linen torn from his shirt. The ball had passed completely through his neck. It had narrowly missed the carotid artery, yet he could not make the blood to stop. He looked at the kid, crouched among the skulls and upturned rib tines. "You've got to kill the horses," he said. "You've no other chance out of here. He'll ride you down." "We can take the horses." "Don't be a fool, lad. What other bait has he?" "We can get out as soon as it comes dark." "Do you think there will be no day again?" The kid watched him. "Will it not?"
Tailgate, muscle tank, stars and stripes.
The judge is the devil. The priest was right.
"Will not stop," he said. "It will not."
He's a fool, but
What do
he's
you
right.
think? "I've got to stop it." The blood was running between his fingers. "Where's the judge?" said the kid. "Where indeed? If I kill him, we can take the horses. You'll not kill him. Don't be a fool. Shoot the horses." The kid looked off up the shallow sandy creek. "Go on, lad." I like that mention of the line when the kid says they can leave it dark and the priest says, "What, do you think it will never be day again? As long as there's a sun on the earth, the judge will hunt us down." So the kid sneaks his way around, finds the judge's horses, and kills them. As soon as he fires, he ducks back into the grass and begins to hide once more. "Throw that gun out now," said the judge. He froze. The voice was not 50 feet away. "I know what you've done. The priest put you up to it, and I'll take that as a mitigation in the act and the intent, which I would any man in his wrongdoing. There's the question of property. You bring me the pistol now. The kid lay without moving. He heard the judge wade the creek upstream. He lay counting slowly under his breath. When the roiled water reached him, he stopped counting and let go on the current a dry twist of grass and told it away downstream. At the same count, it was scarcely out of sight among the bones. He moved out of the water and looked at the sun and began to make his way to where he'd left Tobin. You want to talk about a smart move? He heard way up the river that the judge walked through the water. And as soon as he heard him step into the water, he started counting for when the ripples of water got to him. At the same time, he reset the count and dropped grass on the water and counted to see how far it went in the same amount of time so he could have an idea for how far upriver the judge is. The kid makes it back to Tobin, and as the two of them are hiding, it says, while talking about the judge, he called out points of jurisprudence. He cited cases. He expounded upon those laws pertaining to property rights in vis mansuet, and he quoted from cases of attainder insofar as he reckoned them germane to the corruption of blood in the prior and felonious owners of horses now dead among the bones. Then he spoke of other things. The ex-priest leaned to the kid. "Don't listen," he said. "I ain't listening. Stop your ears." So now the judge is just stampering around in the grass talking about case law of dead horses and gun property and all kinds of stuff, just, I guess, trying to convince the kid that it's safe to come out. Eventually, at night, the two of them slip away, and they get into the open desert, and then, when they think they're safe, the judge and the fool show up again. Until the afternoon, Tobin and the kid hobble their way through the desert, and they're slowly running out of water, and between their injuries, they can't keep going much longer. It's at this time that the kid begins to notice that the wind's picking up, and the wind itself is covering their tracks in the sand, making it hard for the judge to track them, even though they can still see him out on the distant horizon. "We gotta hide," he said. "Hide?" "Yes." "Where do you aim to hide?" "Here, we'll hide here." "You can't hide, lad." "We can hide." "You think he can't follow your track?" "The wind's taking it. It's gone from the slope yonder." "Gone? Ever trace?" The ex-priest shook his head. "Come on, we gotta get going." "You can't hide. Get up." The ex-priest shook his head. "Ah, lad," he said. "Get up," said the kid. Go on, go on." He waved his hand. There's, again, been several points in the story up until now where people have done the same thing to the kid. They continue to brush him off and say, "Oh, go on without me," and the kid never leaves him. But this time, the kid is getting tired of hearing people close to him tell him to leave them. So the kid spoke to him. "He ain't nothing. You told me so yourself. Men are made of the dust of the earth. You said so. It was no parable? No parable. That it was a naked fact and the judge was a man like all men." "Face him down then," said the ex-priest. "Face him down if he is so. And him with the rifle and me with the pistol, him with 2 rifles. Get up from there." Tobin rose. He stood unsteadily. He leaned against the kid. They set out, veering off from the drifted track and down past the wagon. It's fulfilling that after so many times of the kid being told to leave and to save himself and him ignoring their request, and the kid's very short-winded through the story, he doesn't speak a lot, but here with Tobin, someone who he probably, arguably with Tobin, cares about more than anyone else in the group, when Tobin tells the kid to leave him, the kid yells back and says, "He ain't nothing, the judge ain't nothing. It's not like one of your parables that you always tell me about. This is a true fact. The judge is made from dirt, and dirt can bleed."
Well,
whenever the judge comes up over the hillside into the little valley that Tobin and the kid are hiding in, it says that the judge, he has all his weapons and the clothing, but that he has made a small parasil out of bones and old hide, and he also has the idiot chained to a leather leash. So not only is he decked out with guns walking through the desert, but I guess on account of his, albino nature, he has a small umbrella to shield himself from the sun, and he has a crazed man on a leash like a dog. It's some, weirdly bizarro version of a woman with an umbrella walking her poodle during a day out shopping, but it is this judge, this massive man, this monster, hunting down a child and an ex-priest. The judge and the idiot glance around them and then walk through the area. And after they leave, Tobin and the kid begin to discuss what they're even going to do now. As they're discussing going back to the creek, they look up and the judge is now walking back towards them. As the judge is walking through the area, he begins to yell, "That priest has led you to this, boy. I know you would not hide. I know too that you've not the heart of a common assassin. I've passed before your gun sights twice this hour, and will pass a third time. Why not show yourself?" "No assassin," called the judge, "and no partisan either. There's a flawed place in the fabric of your heart. Do you think I could not know? You alone were mutinous. You alone reserved in your soul some corner of clemency for the heathen."
That's the mulligan.
The imbecile stood and raised its hands to its face and yammered weirdly and sat again. "You think I've killed Brown and Toadvine? They are alive as you and me. They are alive and in possession of the fruits of their election. Do you understand? Ask the priest. The priest knows. The priest does not lie." The judge raised the parasol and adjusted his parcels. "Perhaps," he called, "perhaps you have seen this place in a dream, that you would die here." Then he descended the esker, passed once more across the boneyard led by the tethered fool, until the two were shimmering and insubstantial in the waves of the heat, and then they were gone altogether. I'm going to come back to that line the judge says about the kid being mutinous. I'll come back to that at the end of the story. But we have here for now is the judge is yelling. He says that Brown and Toadvine are still alive, and then he just continues to walk across the desert. So Tobin and the kid continue to wander across the desert into the night until at the point where they're ready to fall to the ground dead, they are saved by a group of Indians. They were members of the Diaguino tribe, and they see these two people nearly dead on the floor of the desert and decide to bring them back into their homes. The Diaguinos feed them and treat their wounds, and whenever they ask what happened to him, Tobin and the kid just say that it was the humus. And the members of the tribe simply nod and continue to take care of the two men. I don't think I have to say how profound this is, at least, in sense of the narrative, that both of these men made their living and became successful by hunting down and killing natives indiscriminately. And now their life is saved at the point of death by natives of the region. It also leans back on my theory for what the ending of this story is, but again, we're almost there. Eventually...
Oh my god, another ad.
Eventually, Tobin and the kid make it to San Diego, and for the first time, the two of them step out to see the sea, something that the kid has never seen before. As the kid goes to see the sea, Tobin continues to work his way through the streets looking for a doctor. While the kid no longer has a shaft sticking out of his leg, the arrowhead is still inside of his thigh. After the kid's done looking at the ocean, he goes to a local tavern, and nearly as soon as he sits down, a group of police come to arrest him. The kid's thrown into jail, and he wakes up the next day, and who is standing outside of his jail other than the judge? The judge is wearing a nice linen coat, and it seems that he's been invited into the prison by one of the deputies of the prison itself. Looking down on the kid and smiling, the judge begins. "Well," he said, "how are you?" The kid didn't answer. "They wanted to know from me if you were always crazy," said the judge. "They said it was the country. The country turned them out." "Where's Tobin?" "I told them that the Cretan had been a respected doctor of divinity from Harvard College as recently as March of this year, that his wits had stood him as far west as the Aquarius Mountains. It was the ensuing country that carried them off, together with his clothes. And Toadvine and Brown, where are they?" "In the desert, where you left them. A cruel thing. Your companions in arms?" The judge shook his head. "What do they aim to do with me?" "I believe it is their intention to hang you." "What did you tell them?" "Told them the truth, that you were the person responsible." Not that we have all the details, but they understand that it was you and none other who shaped events along such a calamitous course, eventuating in the massacre at the fort by the savages, with whom you conspired. Means and ends are of little moment here, idle speculations. But even though you carry the draft of your murderous plan with you to the grave, it will nonetheless be known in all its infamy to your Maker, and as that is so, so shall it be made known to the least of men, all in fullness of time. You're the one that's crazy, said the kid. The judge smiled. No, he said, it was never me. But why lurk there in the shadows? Come here where we can talk, you and me. The kid stood against the far wall, hardly more than a shadow himself. Come up, said the judge. Come up, for I have yet more to tell you. He looked down the hallway. Don't be afraid, he said. I'll speak softly. It's not for the world's ears, but for yours only. Let me see you. Don't you know that I'd have loved you like a son? I haven't read that line since I thought about what the judge has been doing to kids through the whole story. Oh, that's so bad. Okay. Yeah. All right. Ooh, sorry, I got cold everywhere. Just that line spoken about that. Anyway, okay. Sorry. He reached through the bars. Yeah. Come here, he said. Let me touch you. Oh no, it gets worse.
It gets a lot worse.
I haven't read this portion.
It gets a lot worse.
That's not what the judge does. Oh no. He says, I love you like a son, and says, let me touch you. Throwing his hands through the bars. Oh my gosh. Imagine the judge, this monster of a man. Okay. This story bothers me in so many different parts. This is one of them. The kid stood with his back to the wall. Come here if you're not afraid, whispered the judge. I ain't afraid of you. The judge smiled. He spoke softly into the dim mud cubicle. You came forward, he said, to take part in a work, but you were a witness against yourself. You sat in judgment on your own deeds. You put your own allowances before the judgments of history, and you broke with the body of which you were pledged a part and poisoned it in all its enterprise. Hear me, man. I spoke in the desert for you and you only, and you turned a deaf ear to me. If war is not holy, man is nothing but antic clay. Even the Cretan acted in good faith according to his parts, for it was required of no man to give more than he possessed, nor was any man's share compared to another's. Only each was called upon to empty out his heart into the common, and one did not. Can you tell me who that one was? It was you, whispered the kid. You were the one. The judge watched him through the bars. He shook his head. What joins men together, he said, is not the sharing of bread, but the sharing of enemies. But if I was your enemy, with whom would you have shared me? With whom? The priest. Where is he now? Look at me. Our animosities were formed and waiting before ever we two met.
God.
Yet even heard me. With whom? The priest. Where is he now? Look at me. Our animosities were formed and waiting before ever we two met. Yet even so, you could have changed it all. You, said the kid. It was you. It was never me, said the judge. Listen to me. Do you think Glanton was a fool? Don't you know he'd have killed you? Lies, said the kid. Lies, by God, lies. Think again, said the judge. He never took part in your craziness. The judge smiled. He took his watch from his waistcoat and opened it and held it to the failing light. For even if you should have stood your ground, he said, yet what ground was it? He looked up. He pressed the case shut and restored the instrument to his person. Time to be going, he said. I have errands. So there are two ways to view that section. One of them is that the judge is crazy. And while that kind of may sound like a cop-out, I do think there is some maybe not evidence, but there's some weight that opinion has from the text. There's instances where the judge launches into diatribes that make sense to him but don't seem appropriate for the moment. Maybe he's so riddled with violence in his head that he kind of sees the world the way he thinks it should be rather than how it actually is. Or in other words, he's not smart, he's just making stuff up. Which might be true in some part, but I don't really agree with. What I agree with more is this is the second emphasis on the judge's belief system. It's similar to in the desert when he called the kid mutinous. Here he's saying that the kid set out on something important, something of a higher calling, war, death, destruction, and that he turned his back on himself. By not committing fully to the game, and I'll talk about what that means to me in a moment, but by not committing fully to the game, he calls the kid a traitor, that everything that happened was his fault. The kid counters back and says, you were the traitor, you were the one who sold us out, but the judge says that the kid betrayed himself, and therefore the rest of the gang. It also further lays on my theory that the judge planned everything out, because it says what the judge told the police to have the kids arrested is that the massacre at the Colorado River was done by the kid who conspired with the Yumas to kill everyone at the river that day. Now, if the Yuma attack was completely random, why would the judge come up with this story of there being an entire conspiracy? That must mean the police are looking for a conspiracy or planning in some regard, right? So I think the judge planned with the Yumas to kill everyone at the ferry and then just pinned everything on the kid. Over the next few days, the kid explains to the men in the jail where all the treasures that the Glanton gang had amassed are now located. The court, seeing that the kid is being honest and also realizing that he is a kid who was surrounded by much older, much more evil men, decided to just let the kid go. Eventually, the kid finds a doctor to remove the piece from his leg, and it says that during his dream while he's on the table, and most other dreams he has after this, he thinks of the judge, the constant looming presence always in his mind. In June, while traveling through the city of Los Angeles, the kid sees a public hanging of two people. He's too far away from the hanging itself to see who they are or what they look like, but after they're hung, he comes back later that evening, and it's none other but Toadvine and David Brown. So it seems the judge was right. He didn't kill them out there in the woods. He maybe just beat them or tied them up or convinced them to give to the judge their clothing and weapons. But either way, the judge was right. He didn't kill him. Maybe the judge was also right about Tobin and saying that Tobin simply went mad and was now locked up in some sanitarium. It would explain why there at the end of the river he builds a makeshift crucifix and holds it up and begins to yell at the judge. But I also kind of interpret that as Tobin making a distraction so that the kid could get a shot off. It depends on your interpretation, but perhaps the judge was right in saying Tobin was crazy.
Sure.
Because here, he was right about Toadvine and Brown not being killed in the desert. But again, nevertheless, they were killed here, and the last time the kid ever spoke to Toadvine was when he left him at that well, sitting next to the judge. During this time, the kid seems to be destitute. He saw a boy who kind of looked like the idiot or the fool in a window of a house, so he runs to the room to see who it is, only to have the door opened and see that it's some other unrelated fool, and the kid walks off defeated. He asks about the priest and Tobin until he eventually quits and decides there's going to be no way he can find him, and Tobin's never mentioned again. With his last $2, he goes to the coroner and buys the necklace of ears that was hanging on David Brown whenever he was hung. These ears passed from Bath Cat to Dave Brown and now to the kid. So from here the kid grows and eventually becomes the man. By the time he's 28 years old, he's been working odd jobs for years throughout California and the American West. Everything from cattle farmers to factory workers to port workers. It seems that as he gets older, the kid has decided to change his life, at least in small ways. He never learned to read, but regardless, it says that the kid begins to carry a Bible. He begins to take jobs escorting people through the American West who otherwise would be completely unprotected to do so. One day, while out on one of these journeys, he sees an entire parade of people who have just been massacred. There are bodies and blood all across the desert, something that he's very familiar with. But what the man, previously the kid, does now that he wouldn't have done back then is, in the midst of all of this blood and bodies, he sees an old woman curled up underneath a rock. He made his way among the corpses and stood before her. She was very old, and her face was gray and leathery, and sand had collected in the folds of her clothing. She did not look up. The shawl that covered her head was much faded of its color, yet it bore like a pattern woven into the fabric the figures of stars and quarter moons and other insignia of a province unknown to him. He spoke to her in a low voice. He told her that he was an American, and that he was a long way from the country of his birth, and that he had no family, and that he had traveled much and seen many things, and had been at war and endured hardships. He told her that he would convey her to a safe place, some party of her country people who would welcome her, and that she should join them, for he could not leave her in this place, or she would surely die. He knelt on one knee, resting the rifle before him like a staff. "Abuelita," he said. He reached into the little cove and touched her arm. She moved slightly, her whole body light and rigid. She weighed nothing. She was just a dried shell, and she had been dead in that place for years.
Can he get away? No! He's going to be taken down behind the line.
And after that negative run, I think this changes the play call now on third down. So this offensive line has to be a lot better on first and second down.
This is so much different from what the kid was, what any member of the Blanton gang was. He's now more of the stereotypical cowboy, the hero, who's looking for people who need his help across the American West. And he sees this woman who he thinks to be alone, and he walks to her and starts empathizing. He talks about how he's a man who has lost his country and lost his way, but that he's a fighter, that he knows how to come out of it, and he's going to do whatever it takes to keep her safe. And when he reaches out and touches her, she is the bones of something that once existed, but is now no more.
Yep.
Or in other words, the kid seems to be too late. The kid has conversations with buffalo hunters, which is symbolic as both of them had a habit of hunting a thing nearly out of existence.
Yep.
One night, while out in the valley, he's approached by a group of young men who are also out in the wilderness. They sit around the fire with the man and begin to talk, and eventually the man shows the group his collection of ears that again he got off of Dave Brown. One of the boys in the group, a boy named Elrod, says that the man's a liar. And with everything the man says about his past, Elrod continuously says that he's a liar. Eventually the man stops and says, "You ain't calling me a liar, are you, son?" "I ain't your son." "How old are you?" "That's some more of your business." "How old are you?" "He's 15. "You hush your damn mouth." He turned to the man. "He don't speak for me," he said. "He's done spoke. I was 15 years old when I was first shot. I ain't never been shot. You ain't 16 yet neither." Again, the kid now calls the man just his matter-of-fact statements. "I was your age when I got shot." "Well, I haven't been shot." "Oh, you want to fix that?" "You ain't 16 yet neither. You aim to shoot me? I aim to try to keep from it." "Come on, Elrod. You ain't going to shoot nobody. Maybe in the back or them asleep." "Elrod, we're gone. I knowed you for what you was when I seen you. You better go on. Sit there and talk about shooting somebody. They ain't nobody done it yet." The other four stood at the limits of the firelight. The youngest of them was casting glances out of the dark sanctuary of prairie night. "Go on," the man said. "They're waiting on you." He spat into the man's fire and wiped his mouth. That night, whenever the man goes to sleep, he's awoken by the 15-year-old boy standing over his bed, ready to shoot him with a rifle. The man rolls out of bed and pulls his revolver and aims it at the kid and says, "You wouldn't have lived anyway," before he pulls the trigger. The next day, the boy's friends come up and take his body away, and the man sits there and watches as the 15-year-old's much younger brother looks at him and looks back at his dead brother and then walks him off the trail. There is an intense nihilism about this scene, at least to me. Other people interpret it differently, but whenever I first read this, it's like, at the beginning of the story, the man who was then the kid was in this exact position. He was my first bullet when I was 15. I thought riverboat in Louisiana. And there's something narratively, like, obviously I understand why logistically the man shot the kid, or the man shot the boy, because the boy was about to shoot him. Like, it makes sense. But there's something so narratively dark about it that kid was in the exact same position I was once in, and I got better. But this kid doesn't get that chance, and he fires. Specifically with the phrase he uses, where he says, "You wouldn't have lived anyway." What a way to look back on effectively a figure, a representation of yourself. So one night after this, the man is riding along the Brazos River, and he decides to stop in a bar that is hosting some kind of entertainment. Whenever the man steps into the bar, he sees that this entertainment is a dancing bear. A bear that is wearing a suit, and it is doing a dance as a small girl spins a music box for the bear to dance to. As the man walks in and sits down at the bar, looks into the mirror behind the barman, who else does he see on the other side of the restaurant except for the judge?
Of course.
The judge is staring back at him through that mirror, and for a moment his blood runs cold as this man he's feared for years and years, perhaps even convinced himself it was part of some bad dream, is now right there in the reflection. As this is happening, the showman who is presenting the bear to everyone is walking through the crowd taking donations and gets into a fight with one of the bar patrons. In response, the bar patron pulls his pistol and shoots the bear dead on stage. As the man is watching this, the little girl stops playing the music box and begins to cry over the dead bear, saying, "It's all over, it's all over." "Do you believe it's all over, son?" He turned. The judge was standing at the bar looking down at him. He smiled. He removed his hat. The great pale dome of his skull shone like an enormous phosphorant egg in the lamplight. "The last of the true, the last of the true. I'd say they're all gone under now, saving me and thee, would you not?" He tried to see past him. The great corpus enshadowed him from all beyond. He could hear the woman announcing the commencement of dancing in the hall to the rear. "And some are not yet born who shall have cause to curse the Dauphin's soul," said the judge. He turned slightly. "Plenty of time for the dance." "I ain't studying no dance." The judge smiled. The judge continues to make the man uncomfortable. He leans over the bar, now unattended, and stills a bottle and begins drinking. The man says, "I gotta go." The judge looked aggrieved. "Go," he said. He nodded. He reached and took hold of his hat where it lay on the bar, but he did not take it up and he did not move. "What man would not be a dancer if he could?" said the judge. "It's a great thing, the dance." "Drink up," he said, "drink up. This night thy soul may be required of thee." Oh, these lines. Oh, they're so brutal when you know where this goes. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry I keep freaking out over it. It's a good book. Anyway.
It's such a good book.
He looked at the glass. The judge smiled and gestured with the bottle. He took up the glass and drank. The judge watched him. "Was it always your idea," he said, "that if you do not speak, you would not be recognized? You've seen me." The judge ignored this. "I recognized you when I first saw you. Yet
God damn it! Making me get distracted with ads. Fuck off, Velveeta. I don't care about your stupid ass Mac. Actually, like Velveeta. Who am I kidding? Like, come on. I'm trying to watch a video.
Yeah,
We're almost done. We're gonna watch the Wendigoon video on
now.
Waco after this.
Even so, at the last, I find you here with
still
me.
Saturday.
I
Sunday.
ain't with you.
And Sunday's for
The
the
judge
Lord.
raised his fallen
Sunday's
brow.
for the Lord, but Sunday's
"Not,"
for the boys.
he said. He looked about him in a puzzled and artful way, and he was a passable thespian. "I never come here hunting you." "What then?" said the judge. "What would I want with you? I come here same reason as any man." "And what reason is that?" "What reason is what?" "That these men are here. They come here to have a good time." The judge watched him. He began to point out various men in the room and to ask if these men were here for a good time or if indeed they knew why they were here at all. "Everybody don't have to have a reason to be someplace."
True.
"That's so," said the judge. "They do not have to have a reason. But order is not set aside because of their indifference." The judge turns to the room and says, "This is an orchestration for an event. For a dance, in fact. The participants will be apprised of their roles at the proper time. For now, it is enough that they have arrived. As the dance is the thing with which we are concerned and contains complete within itself its own arrangement and history and finale, there is no necessity that the dancers contain these things within themselves as well. In any event, the history of all is not the history of each, nor indeed the sum of those histories, and none here can finally comprehend the reason for his presence, for he has no way of knowing even in what the event consists. In fact, were he to know, he might well absent himself, and you can see that he cannot be any part of the plan if plan there be. He smiled, his great teeth shone, he drank. An event, the ceremony, the orchestration thereof, the overture carries certain marks of decisiveness. It includes the slaying of a large bear. The evening's progress will not appear strange or unusual, even to those who question the rightness of the event so ordered. A ceremony, then. One could well argue that there are not categories of no ceremony, but only ceremonies of greater or lesser degree, and deferring to this argument, we will say that this is a ceremony of a certain magnitude, perhaps more commonly called a ritual. A ritual includes the letting of blood. Rituals which fail in this requirement are but mock rituals. Here, every man knows the false at once, never doubt it. That feeling in the breast that evokes a child's memory of loneliness, such as when the others have gone and only the game is left with its solitary participant. A solitary game without an opponent. Where only the rules are at hazard. Don't look away, we are not speaking in mysteries. You of all men are no stranger to that feeling, the emptiness and the despair. It is that which we take arms against, is it not?
Yes.
It's not blood, the tempering agent in the mortar which bonds? The judge leaned closer. What do you think death is, man? Of whom do we speak when we speak of a man who was and is not? Are these blind riddles, or are they not some part of every man's jurisdiction? What is death, if not an agency? And whom does he intend toward? The judge is saying that they are here for this dance. People who are a part of this event are there for this dance. And no one knows what the dance will entail whenever they step into it. No one knows what the ritual is going to be, but they know that they are a part of it. And that's all that they can know. When the men here showed up for a dance, they did not know that a slaying of the bear would be on the itinerary, but they did show up for a dance, and anything that dance may contain. Their place at the table was set before they even knew what was going to be served. A man seeks his own destiny and no other, said the judge, will or nil. Any man who could discover his own fate and elect therefore some opposite course could only come at last to that self-same reckoning at the same appointed time, for each man's destiny is as large as the world he inhabits and contains within it all opposites as well. This desert upon which so many have been broken is vast and calls for largeness of heart, but it is also ultimately empty. It is hard, it is barren. Its very nature is stone. He poured the tumbler full. Drink up, he said. The world goes on. We have dancing nightly, and this night is no exception. The straight and the winding way are one, and now that you are here, what do the years count since last we two met together? Men's memories are uncertain, and the past that was differs little from the past that was not. He took up the tumbler, and the judge had poured, and he drank and set it down again. He looked at the judge. I've been everywhere, he said. This is just one more place. The judge arched his brow. Did you post witnesses, he said, to report to you on the continuing existence of those places once you quit them? That's crazy. It is? Where is yesterday? Where is Glanton and Brown? Where's the priest? He leaned closer. Where's Shelby, whom you left to the mercies of Elias in the desert? And where is Tate, whom you abandoned in the mountains? Where are the ladies? Ah, the fair and tender ladies whom you danced at the governor's ball when you were a hero anointed with the blood of the enemies of the republic you elected to defend. And where is the fiddler? And where's the dance? I guess you can tell me. I tell you this, as war becomes dishonored and its nobility called into question, those honorable men who recognize the sanctity of blood will become excluded from the dance, which is the warrior's right and thereby will the dance become a false dance, and the dancers false dancers. And yet there will be one there always who is a true dancer, and can you guess who that might be? You ain't nothing. You speak truer than you know, but I will tell you, only that man who has offered up himself entire to the blood of war, who has been to the floor of the pit and seen horror in the round, and learned at last that it speaks to his inmost heart, only that man can dance. Even a dumb animal can dance. The judge set the bottle on the bar. Hear me, man, he said. There is room on the stage for one beast and one alone. All others are destined for a night that is eternal and without name. One by one they will step down into the darkness before the footlamps. Bears that dance, bears that don't. The kid gets up to leave, and he tries to take his mind off of this. He walks into the back room of the saloon where there is a brothel, and he quickly goes with the first woman who walks up to him, and he goes and spends his time in the brothel. And after it's over, the woman tells him that he can't stay in this room anymore because they need to keep using these rooms, and she tells the man to get out. And the man kind of sits there for a minute. It's like he's afraid. It's like he's afraid of whatever's coming next. And he's sitting there on the bed, looking out the window. And eventually he swings his legs over the edge, and gets up and goes back downstairs. And then it says when he gets to the bottom, he stood at the edge of the dance floor. A ring of people had taken the floor and were holding hands and grinning and calling out to one another. A fiddler sat on a stool on a stage, and a man walked up and down, calling out the order of the dance and gesturing and stepping in the way he wished them to go. Outside of the darkened lot, groups of wretched Tonkawas stood in the mud with their face composed in strange lost portraits within the sash work of the window lights. The fiddler rose and set the fiddle to his jaw. There was a shout, and the music began, and the ring of dancers began to rotate ponderously with great shuffling. He went out the back. So, this moment where the kid is trying to take his mind off everything the judge has said, and he is now standing there before the dance floor, ready to dance, and the kid...
Are you ready to dance the devil's dance, boy?
It says, the rain had stopped and the air was cold. He stood in the yard. Stars were falling across the sky, myriad and random. This is a callback to the beginning of the book when his father would tell him that the night he was born, how the stars did fall. Speeding along brief vectors from their origins in night to their destinies in dust and nothingness. Within the hall, the fiddle squealed and the dancers shuffled and stomped. In the street, men were calling for the little girl whose bear was dead, for she was lost. They went among the darkened lots with lanterns and torches calling out to her. Again, the judge is in town, so it seems another young child has gone missing.
Yep.
He went down the walkboard towards the jakes. Again, jakes are effectively outhouses. He stood outside, listening to the voices fading away, and he looked again at the silent tracks of the stars where they died over the darkened hills. Then he opened the rough board door of the jakes and stepped in. The judge was seated upon the closet. He was naked, and he rose up smiling and gathered him in his arms against his immense and terrible flesh and shot the wooden bar latch home behind him. In the saloon, two men who wanted to buy the hide were looking for the owner of the bear. The bear lay on the stage in an immense pool of blood. All the candles had gone out save one, and it guttered uneasily in its grease like a votive lamp. In the dance hall, a young man had joined the fiddler, and he kept the measure of the music with a pair of spoons which he clapped between his knees. The horse, a shade half naked, some with their breasts exposed. In the mudded dog yard behind the premises, two men went down the boards towards the jakes. A third man was standing there urinating into the mud. Is someone in there? The first man said. The man who was relieving himself did not look up. "I wouldn't go in there if I was you," he said. "Is there somebody in there?" "I wouldn't go in." He hitched himself up and buttoned his trousers and stepped past them and went up the walk towards the lights. The first man watched him go and then opened the door of the Jakes. "Good God Almighty," he said. "What is it?" He didn't answer. He stepped past the other and went back up the walk. The other man stood looking after him. Then he opened the door and looked in. In the saloon, they had rolled the dead bear onto a wagon sheet, and there was a general call for hands. In the anteroom, the tobacco smoke circled the lamps like an evil fog, and the men bid and dealt in a low mutter. There was a lull in the dancing, and a second fiddler took the stage, and the two plucked their strings and turned the little hardwood pegs until they were satisfied. Many among the dancers were staggering drunk through the room, and some had rid themselves of shirts and jackets and stood bare-chested and sweating, even though the room was cold enough to cloud their breath. An enormous whore stood clapping her hands at the bandstand and calling drunkenly for the music. She wore nothing but a pair of men's drawers, and some of her sisters were likewise clad in what appeared to be trophies, hats or pantaloons or blue twill cavalry jackets. As the music sawed up, there was a lively cry from all, and the callers stood to the front and called out the dance, and the dancers stomped and hooted and lurched against one another.
Add John. Let it be a skippy. It be a skippy.
And they are dancing. The board floor slamming under the jackboots, and the fiddlers grinning hideously over the cannon pieces. Towering over them all is the judge, and he is naked, dancing, his feet lively and quick, and now in double time and bowing to the ladies, huge and pale and hairless, like an enormous infant. He never sleeps, he says. He says he'll never die. He bows to the fiddlers and shaves backwards and throws back his head and laughs deep in his throat, and he is a great favorite, the judge. He wafts his hat, and the lunar dome of his skull passes palely under the lamps, and he swigs about and takes possession of one of the fiddles, and he parades and makes a pass. His feet are light and nimble. He never sleeps. He says that he will never die. He dances in light and in shadow, and he is a great favorite. He never sleeps, the judge. He is dancing, dancing. He says that he will never die. The end. And that is
Blood Meridian.
The novel, Blood Meridian. So, what was that ending? I am going to go ahead and ruin the game for you now. I'm not going to be the final authority on what all of that means. I'm pretty confident in what happened, but that doesn't mean I'm going to be the expert in the symbolism or the themes of it. But I have a pretty good idea. So to get it out of the way, what logistically happened is in the midst of all of this, the bear dying on stage and the men wanting to scavenge its body for a pelt, and the dance continuing to amp up and the people dancing and the judge joining them, in the midst of that, the man who was once the kid steps out of the brothel and he chooses not to dance, and instead he goes out back to go use an outhouse, and oh man, the visual is so terrifying. As he opens the outhouse door and steps in, the judge is standing in there completely naked. And we never are told what the kid looked like or exactly what the judge did to him, but it's enough that whenever the men open the outhouse, all that they can say is, "Good God Almighty." The kid was horrifically murdered by the judge. We saw in one instance earlier that in a split second, the judge crushed a man's skull with his bare hands, so imagine what he could do in a given time. And not to belabor the point, but I think it's pretty clear that considering the judge was a horrific and prolific child predator, and the man was a child that he had preyed on for quite some time,
brother. It's a ritual.
You can use your worst parts of imagination to determine what he might have done to the man. And the story ends
he kills the man.
with
I mean,
the room dancing and the judge dancing above all of them, screaming of how he never sleeps and he will never die and he'll dance forever. So what does all that mean? So, while we're talking about this story, let's go ahead and get the big detail out of the way. This is not something that is original to me at all. This is probably the first analysis most people make of the story. And that is, Judge Holden, at least symbolically, is the devil.
Yes!
Not only with the symbolism I mentioned earlier, like the tale of him making gunpowder
it's like baseline analysis. Like, seriously.
But also in other
if you read Blood Meridian,
it's baseline
sleeping. Analysis.
And
like
he's also never seen eating or drinking. At least not directly mentioned.
He never sleeps,
he
never
is known
dies.
for dancing, and specifically for playing
the devil loves
fiddle,
the music. Are you ready to dance? The devil's dance, boy?
Is famous for playing the fiddle. His appearance with the Glennon Gang was almost supernatural, just appearing in the middle of the desert and then acting as their escort.
Yes.
Not only that, but his appearance that he had at the beginning of the novel with the kid,
gets them
and
out
then
of all their
Tobin
problems.
going on to say that everyone says they've seen the judge at some point before this. The first thing said of the judge directly in the entire book is when the Reverend Green looks at him and yells, "This is him," cried the Reverend, sobbing. This is him,
the devil.
The devil. Here he stands. I mean, the rifle he uses to shoot people is named after death. The whole "In Arcadia, there I am." He literally uses the gun of death to kill whoever he doesn't like. And of course, that combined with his conversations of selfishness, of how the freedom of the birds is an insult to him. And if creation exists without his knowledge, it exists without his consent. It sounds like a jealous angel who once wished to be God.
Yes.
His appearance itself is even snake-like.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
hairless with this pale white skin and these snake eyes, or pig eyes as they're described somewhere else in the story. He seems to have near infinite knowledge of different languages and cultures.
Yeah, he knows
politics,
like everything.
as if he has lived a much longer life than his current form suggests. Even at the end of the story, there's no mention of him having aged at all, despite it being decades since they last met. And there's also, of course, his philosophy regarding war, and that war and death is the ultimate merit of a man, as well as a slew of short mentions of Bible verses he quotes, or things in language that ties him into God. As a matter of fact, whenever Tobin is telling the story about the judge taking them to the volcano to make the gunpowder, he describes the volcano as being something out of Dante's Inferno, further implying that the judge is quite literally taking the gang through hell. Now, do I think that it was always McCarthy's point to have the judge be the actual literal Satan in the story? No, I just think that's what the thematic element is. That's what the judge feels like. He feels like an embodiment of the devil.
I mean,
I don't think the purpose of the story was that there was an explicitly supernatural element in the midst of this historical horror.
It's gonna play. I don't care about Hostess cupcakes. I like Twinkies better, if I'm being honest. Ding dongs all day.
What would you categorize this as? It's definitely horrific. Probably just historical fiction, but very dark historical fiction.
Dark
he didn't
horror.
just throw the devil into the middle of that. But Judge Holden is definitely the proxy of the devil. He is the agent of evil in the story. And I say all that to say, for one, I think it's interesting that Judge Holden holds so many characteristics in line with the devil, but also, if you get to the end of the story and you read that the judge murders the kid, or the judge murders the man, and your thought is, oh, that's annoying, why didn't the judge get what he deserves? I think you're missing the point.
Yeah, you're missing the point.
And if you watching the video right now felt that way, I'm going to assume that's not your fault and probably my bad in telling you the story, because it's very different between reading a book and then however I've done trying to regurgitate
There is no good guys.
Because that would be like getting to the end of a story and then hearing that death killed someone, and then being frustrated that death didn't get what death deserves. Judge Holden is not so much a character, and not so much someone that goes on a journey, as much as he is an element within the piece. He is not a thing that might be, he is a thing that is. He is a collection of things that are, of the horrors and the brutality that can exist within the world, and the mindsets that some people can have that create these ultimate situations of brutality, like Blood Meridian said it. It's like getting mad at an act of nature for taking someone's life. It just doesn't make sense. So whenever we apply it that way, we see Judge Holden as this essence rather than a person. then instead of asking, what does the kid's death say about the judge, the question is, what does the kid's death say about the kid? Now, I also want to emphasize, in all of McCarthy's stories, there is very, very rarely a moral message or a definitive, this is good guy, this is bad guy. Every now and then you'll get one, like The Road had a few.
No Country for Old Men kind of had it
because of that. But Blood Meridian isn't a story of good people and bad people. It is entirely people who are predominantly bad, but occasionally show moments of good. And I think we can all agree that the closest to a good character we have within this story is the kid. And I think that while the judge was
my first
evil,
Super Bowl, guys,
I don't think
so
he was crazy.
This game
and I think within the rules of the world they inhabited, a lot of what he said made sense. Like, of course, his whole speech about war being the only virtue that matters and men should fight and kill each other. Of course, that's evil and barbaric to us, but he's saying that to a group of people who cut off people's scalps to make money. Of course, that would be the rule that would abide by them, even if they don't like to hear it. So, again, this is very much so up for interpretation. If you enjoyed the story and just wanted to hear the story and don't care about my opinions on it, then thank you for watching. I hope that you enjoyed. But whenever I first read it, and as I read the story...
Yep, that's really about it. Okay, so... is going to be The Cult, Standoff, and Conspiracy of Waco, also by Wendigoon. After this video, I'm logging off for the night. This is an hour and 37 and 36. If that everything goes smoothly, we'll be streaming for about 6 hours. Okay? Gucci? Deuces. Let's play. Opioid addiction is real. I would play this P. I'm actually gonna play this PSA.
Help you move forward in your recovery. Supplicate with counseling.
Oh, it's not a PSA,
Hello,
it's
everybody.
an ad.
Today we're going to talk about the Branch Davidian cult of Waco, Texas, the 51-day standoff between them and federal authorities, and the conspiracy of what really happened. Regardless of opinion, the Waco siege is widely regarded as one of the largest tragedies in law enforcement history. And depending on who you ask, it was either the result of a deranged cult leader and his loyal followers, or a massacre at the hands of a tyrannical government. Despite being one of the most widely publicized and documented standoffs in American history, where the guilt is to be placed and even some of the events that might have happened are still up for debate. After poring over dozens of news reports and several hours of interviews with both federal agents and Branch Davidian survivors, I feel confident that we can put together a picture of not only what happened, but where this cult came from and how it all ended so tragically. And if that sounds interesting to you, then stick around as we get into the story of America's most infamous standoff. Hey, real quick, remember that last time I did a Magic Spoon ad and said I was probably going to try out some more of their flavors?
Hey, you know how I don't care.
Check out. Favorite or happiness game.
You know how I don't care.
So much for watching people like David Koresh or the infamous... We are back to the video. We are going to go ahead and get into it, but as always, thank you for watching. Now, most are familiar with people like David Koresh or the infamous way that this standoff would eventually end. However, what a lot of people aren't aware of is why the Branch Davidians were in a compound just outside of Waco, Texas in the first place. So to begin, we're going to go all the way back and talk about the origins of the Branch Davidians. The Branch Davidians trace their roots back to the Seventh-day Adventist Church. Now, it will become very clear in a moment that the beliefs of the Davidians do not align with the beliefs of the Seventh-day Adventists. So just to clarify, the beliefs I'm about to talk about do not represent the religion as a whole. In the 1920s, a man emerged from the Seventh-day Adventist Church by the name of Victor Houteff. One of the focuses
somebody's
of
been
the Seventh-day
walking for,
Adventist
like,
Church,
5
at least
hours.
among the members that I know
That's
personally,
insane.
is a focus on the book of Revelations
thank you.
and the imminent coming of Jesus Christ.
Genuinely.
It's believed by many that in the book of
I don't know
Revelations,
who you
it says
are.
that Jesus Christ, the Son of God, will come to earth and then take the believers in God back to heaven with him. Victor decided to take this a step further and determine the actual figures who were mentioned in Revelation.
You're a madman.
See, in the book of Revelations, there is a lot of language that is heavily debated as either being symbolism or literal representations. From the seven seals,
Twice in the win last week as he gets this one
to
away.
134,000 will be left here after Christ's return. There seems to be a lot left up to interpretation.
Victor decided that he was going to determine the identities of the figures mentioned in Revelations and make the preparations for Christ's return. Victor wrote a manuscript regarding these beliefs called the Shepherd's Rod. He passed it around to several church leaders who all seemed disinterested in his ideas, and after repeatedly berating leaders of the church to believe what he's saying, he was eventually disfellowshipped from the Seventh-day Adventist Church in 1930. At this point, however, he had managed to sway enough people to join him by the time that he was removed from the church, so he began to form his own religious offshoot known as the Shepherd's Rod. The Shepherd's Rod was officially organized in 1934 and shortly thereafter began calling themselves the Davidians. This is because in the Old Testament, King David is mentioned as being a righteous king and his offspring would be the ones to inherit the earth. Victor, believing himself and his followers to be those offspring, referred to themselves as Davidians. In April of 1935, the Davidians purchased a piece of property just outside of Waco, Texas, which they named Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel comes from an Old Testament story in which the prophet Elijah challenged the prophets of the god Baal to a competition to see whose god was real. A name, while at first symbolic, would become much more literal in the coming years. Initially, there was about 125 people at Mount Carmel. However, these numbers would grow rapidly, as did the property. The property had massive dairy farms and gardens, as well as schools for children and even a sanitarium. Victor also began various mission trips to begin to spread his word of determining who the true followers of God were, and while not all of them lived at the property, in 1950 it's believed that up to 100,000 people were a part of the Davidian religion. In 1946, a man by the name of Benjamin Roden joined the church at Mount Carmel. He had a more unique and steadfast approach when it came to his interpretation of Scripture. This caused several people within the Davidians to begin following the teachings of Roden specifically. This would manifest itself when in 1955, Victor suddenly died without warning. After Victor's death, his wife Florence Hotef would take over. Florence and Benjamin did not get along, primarily because of Benjamin's unique take on Scripture. See, Benjamin believed in the apocalyptic ideas of the Davidians. However, he believed that the Scripture itself was more malleable and subject to change over time. He said that this interpretation of Scripture was given to him by God, or the branch, which is another reference to the Old Testament, so his followers began to refer to themselves as Branch Davidians. So keep in mind at this point, the Branch Davidians are 2 degrees of separation from the original religion. When Florence took power, Benjamin Roden and his followers left in their newly defined Branch Davidian group, and in 1959 became their own thing. Florence, who still maintained leadership of the original Davidians, as well as the property of Mount Carmel, said that she had received a revelation from God that on April the 22nd of 1959, the world would end. Or more specifically, the events of Revelation would begin, but same thing. Her followers believed her, and they all joined together at Mount Carmel, to which, when April 22nd passed, the world didn't end. Shocking, I know. This created distrust among the group, and from there they began to fracture. After this fracture and Florence's loss of power, Benjamin Roden stepped back in and purchased the property of Mount Carmel for the newly defined Branch Davidians. So Davidians buy property, Branch Davidians separate during the property, Davidians lose property, Branch Davidians come back. Now keep in mind, the group at this point was much smaller than Victor's original Davidian religion. Less than 100 people were probably with him at this time. And when Benjamin died in 1978, similar to Victor, his wife took over. Lois Roden ran the cult normally for a few years until in 1981, when a man by the name of Vernon Howell joined the Branch Davidians. Shortly after joining, this new member Vernon became very close to Lois. Vernon was a very charismatic man. Not only was he a good public, people were probably with him at this time. And when Benjamin died in 1978, similar to Victor, his wife took over. Lois Roden ran the cult normally for a few years until in 1981 when a man by the name of Vernon Howell joined the Branch Davidians. Shortly after joining, this new member Vernon became very close to Lois. Vernon was a very charismatic man. Not only was he a good public speaker, but he was also a musician who would lead the group in songs. Furthermore, he claimed to have his own revelations from God regarding the meaning of Scripture. This, if you'll remember, falls in line with the Branch Davidian idea. The two were so close, in fact, that according to members of the Branch Davidians, they began to have an affair when Lois was in her late 60s and Vernon was in his early 20s. This was another one of Vernon's revelations, as he said the child that they would have together would be the chosen son of God. Lois's son, George Roden, as you can imagine, hated Vernon a lot. Not only did George consider Vernon's teachings bizarre, even by cult standards, but the whole affair with his mom thing probably didn't help. Members of the core Branch Davidian group began to lose faith in Lois, again, probably in part because she was giving so much faith to Vernon. So in 1983, her son George Roden took over. One of his first orders of business was removing Vernon from his place of power. See, Lois had allowed Vernon to do his own teachings to the side of the regular teachings that she would give, and because of that, as is now the third or fourth time it's happened in this story, Vernon started to garner his own following. So George, not wanting a repeat of what his own father Benjamin did, cut out Vernon's story time. For like a year, Vernon just kind of like lived in proximity to George. I mean, they're still in the same building at Mount Carmel. But presumably during this time, Vernon drove George insane. Like, not only was Vernon still presumably teaching people in secret, but he would also undercut some of George's messages. And the two hated each other to such a degree that whenever part of the building caught on fire in 1984, George immediately blamed Vernon, and Vernon said that, I don't know, maybe God did it, which it's wild to imagine two cult leaders who are kind of forced to live with each other, and like something bad happens to one of them, so the other one's like, I don't know, maybe God hates you. Did you ever think of that? Over the course of this argument, George and his own followers forced Vernon and his followers to leave at gunpoint. So Vernon and his believers left for a while, and George Roden renamed Mount Carmel to Rodenville. You know, the cult story's getting good when they rename a small compound after themselves. For 3 years, with Vernon and his followers staying on a different side of town, they kept having these petty squabbles with each other. Like, George would show up to do business on this side of town, and then Vernon would conveniently be doing business right next to them, and then George would witness to this group of people, and then Vernon would show up right afterwards. This came to a head when, in 1987, Vernon went back to the Mount Carmel, now renamed Rodenville compound, and according to witnesses, while there, George Roden dug up the body of a Davidian who had died like 20 years ago, because, you know, they had their own cemetery on the property, and challenged Vernon to a competition of who can raise the dead. This is where the Mount Carmel joke about Elijah challenging the other prophets comes back into play. George would later say that he was just moving the bodies for some reason, and supposedly right after this challenge, Vernon went to the police and reported George for defiance. The local sheriff's department said they can't prosecute or perform a real investigation unless they had something like photographic evidence. So shortly after this, in November of 1987, Vernon and 7 of his followers armed with rifles broke into the Rodenville compound. According to them, they were doing this in order to get evidence of the exhumed body, and claimed that the weapons were just there in case they were attacked. Lois Roden had also died the year before in 1986, and some believe this may have given David the go-ahead to conduct a violent raid on the compound, but that's up to opinion. While making their way into the compound, they were spotted by George and a gunfight broke out. The gunfight lasted about half an hour before the police arrived, and as soon as the police showed up, Vernon and his men threw down their guns. During the fight, no one was killed, but Vernon had been hit. In the trial that followed, Vernon claimed that he was there investigating suspicious activity that concerned himself, and that over the course of the gunfight, he was just firing bullets in the air in order to protect himself, and never meant to hurt George or anyone else in the combat. All of Vernon's men were acquitted, and Vernon himself was given a mistrial. Also, after it was over, members of the jury hugged Vernon because he was just that much of a likable guy, apparently. And as soon as the court proceedings were over, he invited the prosecution over to his place for ice cream. George, in the meantime, was held in contempt of court because he had said such horrific things to the judge and legal teams there that they considered it a threat and indecency. After being released, George found out that several of his followers had converted over to Vernon's teachings. Vernon had got under George's skin to such a degree that in 1989, whenever one of George's own followers approached him and said that he had a new revelation from God, George killed him with an axe because he was convinced it was Vernon trying to get at him somehow. So, with George now in jail for murder,
I had a new revelation from God. You should follow me on Twitch. I'm trying to get to 50 followers.
Vernon just walked his way back into Rodenville and renamed it Mount Carmel. Vernon, now the unchallenged leader of the Branch Davidians, which is at this point an offshoot of the Branch Davidians, so we're 3 degrees of separation now, Vernon renamed himself to David Koresh. David being the reference to King David, the one who the Davidians took their name after, and Koresh being the Hebrew pronunciation of King Cyrus the Great.
He wanted to associate himself with like Moses
with
and
this
David.
New group, David began his own interpretation of the Book of Revelations. In the Book of Revelations, the Lamb of God is mentioned as returning to earth. Now, this is widely believed across the majority of Christian doctrine to be a reference to Jesus Christ, the Son of God. However, David's revelation with this was that the Lamb of God was someone separate from Jesus.
And might
as a matter of fact,
David Koresh was kind of hot.
Exclusive to the Son of God,
not
but
to
is
be
instead
sussy, but
a name
David
given
Koresh
to
was
any
kind of
sons
like
of God who carry on his prophecy and message.
He had
David
the looks.
believed himself to be
So,
one
like,
of these
for a
Christs,
cult member, considering that most of them look like fucking Charles Manson
so
or
because
Jim
of that,
Jones,
in his teachings, David
Koresh
told his
had it
followers
going.
that they were to
So
be the
people
ones
fell
to
for his
fight the
bullshit,
armies of Babylon,
literally,
or the wicked
based off
world
of,
that
like,
would enclose
how
around
good
them
his
during the
dick
final days of Earth.
I'm not kidding. In his sermons, he would like talk about how his dick was. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. He would talk about how like
this belief would shape the majority of their actions going forward.
Oh my God,
See, the entire Waco incident is incredibly misattributed, and we're going to talk about why that is in a little bit. But the majority of news sources just say that David believed himself to be God, and that the Branch Davidians, or more accurately the Koreshians, because again this is a removal from even the Branch Davidians, were simply a doomsday cult who believed in the glory of their own death
was
during
just
the end
beginning.
time.
I'm not even
The
kidding.
reason that narrative is pushed so hard is
so
because it helps justify what would happen later. But these Branch Davidians do not have some idea that taking one's own
Wendigoon,
life would cause some greater purpose or state of existence.
I talked about how hot David Koresh was.
To their rhetoric, toward an understanding of religious apocalyptic language, would probably not have been worried about them using these weapons against their neighbors.
As a matter of fact, it was the opposite, and believed that it was their job as the Lamb of God to hold out till the very end. David's belief was that he was to build an army and prepare for the eventual coming war.
Would you use a gun if somebody came in here? They come in here with a gun and they start shooting at us, what would you do? Tell me, be realistic. This is America. This is not Australia. This is not Europe. This is not where a country overthrows a bunch of people, takes away their weapons so that the people cannot argue any issues. Did King David have swords? Did Jesus tell the apostles to carry a sword with you?
For a Texas man, he is like a Texas 10. He is like a Texas 10. have to understand, we're talking about Texas here. He's no Matthew McConaughey,
And in
but he's a Texas
1989,
10
he would
for
begin
sure.
to put praxis to that belief. David said that he received a revelation from God that he was to
My
father
sources,
several children.
I heard it from God. It was revealed
that
to
would
me
be
in a
the
dream.
eventual leaders or judges in the end times. And to do this, he would have the children with the women in the congregation.
Yep.
Again, stating this all to be some higher purpose.
Yes.
And here's something I want to emphasize in my research, and this is something you can totally disregard or do your own research and say that I'm dumb about. Like I said, this is just opinion. But from everything that I've read and interviews I watched with him and members of the group and people who talked to him, I think David really believed what he was saying.
Oh,
and
he
you
was
may
a true
think,
believer.
Yeah, duh, every cult member believes what they're saying.
David
But not
Koresh
really.
thought that
Most
he was
cult
like...
members, at least the ones that I have read and studied about for this job
he was a true
on
believer.
YouTube, they're always trying to sell
100%.
something or maintain a sense of dominance, so that there's never a question of one's servitude towards the cult leader. And while I would normally just chalk up David to being another charismatic guy who likes to rule over people who he thinks are lesser than him, looking at his history, I think David truly believed his own hype.
Yeah.
David was born to a single mother who was 14 years old, and from a young age began to live with his grandparents. David had several learning disabilities and was relentlessly mocked for it at school. And I emphasize this whenever I talk about things like serial killers, and needs to be reset here. I am not saying any of this to justify or explain away the evils that David committed. Everyone wants to look at the story of the Waco standoff and either say good guys attacked bad guys, or good guys were attacked by bad guys. And as with most things in life, it's not that simple. While it's easier to look at the Branch Davidians as helpless victims of the evil government that came in and attacked them, and trust me, we will get to that. But I believe it to be more accurate to look at the actions of David Koresh as evil and the things he did to those around him as evil, but to also say that he legitimately believed in that evil. And again, the things that happened to him at a young age or his upbringing does not excuse anything he did later in life, but instead for us now analyzing it can provide a deeper picture or explanation. During this time period when he was bullied as a child and being raised in a Seventh-day Adventist church, he began to say that God would give him revelations regarding the Bible and say things like God directly speaks to him. Supposedly, according to those around him, whenever he would preach from the Bible or of these revelations from God, his stutter would go away. A stutter that he was otherwise mocked and ostracized for. When David was around 19 years old, he went to the pastor of his church and said that God told David that he was to marry the pastor's daughter. The pastor told him to not approach him with that idea again, but in response to that, David got his daughter pregnant. So David went to leaders of the church and said that he felt that God wanted him to marry this girl, and in response David was kicked out of the church. During the time that he was expelled from Mount Carmel, he went to countries like Israel and Australia and began to recruit people to come back and join him. Also, during this time, he found another girl who he said God wanted him to marry, and this time the father approved. This girl was 14 years old, and David was 29. Now, while it's legal for a 14-year-old to be married in Texas given parents' permission, I do not care what the law says. That is disgusting. But given his entire history and eventual destination, there never seems to be a point where David was doing it as a farce. And while these things are absolutely bizarre and abominable to us, it seems to David this was all in line with
in Pennsylvania,
and
that's
again, I don't
statutory
feel that
rape.
any of this is excused.
Let me just say,
I don't feel this justifies any bit of it. As a Christian myself, I consider the majority of his actions to be blasphemous at best, but David didn't see it that way. If he was selling a lie, I don't think he was in on it. I say all of that because we're about to get into the main story of the Waco standoff.
Yes.
And it seems that because of these beliefs, David was in it for the long haul. And tragically, so were those around him. Now that the Branch Davidians were done with their infighting, their new wave of problems came from old members. Members who had left the Davidians either because they were upset with David or just became disinterested in the entire religion, began to tell news sources and the police that there was severe child abuse occurring at Mount Carmel. Which, let me state, to be clear, yes, there was, legal or otherwise, having a child with a 14-year-old is gross. But regardless of how gross you or I think it was still legal by Texas law. So the stories of ex-members began to change. Instead of just the stories of David taking on a 14-year-old wife, it began to be stories of several of the adults in the compound abusing children as young as 8 years old.
Jesus!
And it began to paint this picture in the media of a depraved group of monsters who trap children inside of this massive doomsday facility.
Around 1987, Mark Rowe, a self-proclaimed prophet from Honolulu, Hawaii,
dude, imagine just calling yourself a prophet, just being like, I am anointed by God. God has talked to me.
Mark Rowe
and then being like, I'm not mentally ill. It's actually God. Bro!
Child abuse.
Bro! Just take your medication already.
In 1992,
seriously,
Mark Rowe was provided a golden opportunity
I take my meds and I'm not a prophet. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm actually a prophet of God. Who knows?
Sherry Jewell,
maybe it's
a Branch Davidian who lived at Mount Carmel.
Maybe the voices in my head are actually just fucking God
David
talking
mother
to me.
To tell his sordid tales of sex, abuse, and
instead of Peter Griffin laughing, it's actually
outsiders.
God.
See, the weird thing about the Branch Davidians when researching them is that comparatively they were pretty normal.
Voices.
And I emphasize the comparatively. They still had a leader who fathered several children with different women, as well as married a 14-year-old in years previous, and he also said he was like the Lamb of God, kind of. But typically, whenever you hear that, you would imagine, okay, I guess these members weren't allowed to go outside of the facility or to watch media from outside the facility. However, that wasn't the case. The entire group was free to come and go as they pleased. They all had vehicles. They would regularly drive out to town in order to eat dinner on the evenings. Pretty much all of them had jobs at different places out in town. David himself led a band that was made up of members from the church, and they would tour around at local bars and sing music. And no, not like spiritual hymns like rock music of the 90s.
Yeah, there's so much footage of them playing in bars. He was actually pretty good. Like for a man in Texas, he was actually pretty good in guitar. I'm not gonna lie.
From Hero, the #1 acne patch brand.
They would convert the auditorium into a theater and have movie nights, and they would regularly invite people from the town over to the compound and have these massive ice cream parties.
Yes.
They were active in the community of Waco and were known for having an open door policy where anyone could. As a matter of fact, several people who joined the Branch Davidians were just people from the town who thought they were child abuse. People in the town were pretty shocked. So in 1992, CPS did an investigation to see if any children were being abused. At the same time, a news channel from Australia came to Mount Carmel in order to interview David and figure out more about the Branch Davidians. CPS ruled that there was no evidence of child abuse and dropped the case. However, this investigation had left a sour taste in the once positively viewed Branch Davidian group, and public opinion slowly started to shift.
Yeah, for a couple of years. In fact, we had the Department of Human Services go out and interview some of the kids and whatever they could do. I had people go out with them to interview. To this day, we don't have a case
I like religion
that we can make against Vernon Howell or anyone for child abuse.
But
even though the news media here and other people kept saying this is what happened, a man from Australia said this is what happened, that we could never get them to give us anything more than just, we know that's what happened. You have to have proof.
People say you've been sleeping with the women here. Is that
You've
true?
got to be shitting me.
No, only one. And she's tired of it. Now, I mean, she's tired of the accusation.
We also put to Koresh claims that he had sex with children and underage girls.
Did you do it? No, I didn't do it.
Another detail about the Branch Davidians that's about to come into play is that the group really liked their guns, which, again, for the record, don't really have a problem with. And David was known for having several people in the community over to shoot a bunch of the cool weapons that he had amassed. In the investigation and trials that followed, there would be a lot of misinformation thrown around about the nature of these firearms, and specifically something known as the mag bag. The mag bag was the name of a business that was ran by one of the people within the Branch Davidians. For those that don't know, there's this thing you can do as an individual or a gun store called an FFL. An FFL, or Federal Firearms License, is essentially the license you get if you want to start making or selling guns. This is what every gun store does in order to legally sell guns and perform background checks. And it's also what individuals do who have a large collection and want to sell part of it and do the following background checks. Paul Feda had his FFL and used it as a revenue source where he would travel to local gun shows and sell guns, which the money would then go back to the Branch Davidians. This was all done extremely above the board. They had their official license, they would manufacture and register all of the guns legally, and then whenever they would sell part of their collection, which is something that people who collect firearms often do, the FFL allowed them to keep background checks and records of all the guns sold, and they kept files and everything was above board. A lot of the language that was used to demonize the code would later paint this mag bag as some kind of front. They would say, oh, well, there was supposed to be a gun store, and that's how they got weapons delivered to their address. But there was a gun store, and that's how they got weapons delivered to their address.
All gun dealers stockpile weapons. All gun shops stockpile weapons. We call those stockpiles an inventory.
Yes.
How can one use firearms as an investment? The guns that he was buying would go up in value, no question. And do you know other people who do that?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Not uncommon by itself.
No.
It was a hobby for the men to build rifles and then register them and then sell them at gun shows, and again, all legal. However, this came into question when in February of 1992, a UPS worker was delivering a package to the mag bag, or in other words, Paul's FFL, when according to him, a box fell open and he saw inside several training grenades as well as black powder, among other various gun pieces. Now, this is not something out of the ordinary. If you've ever been to a gun show, dummy grenades are a very popular sell because, you know, it's a little toy grenade and people think they're neat. And the Branch Davidians would load their own ammunition, which is where the black powder came from, and the assortment of other gun stuff that they were stocking up on. However, when this UPS driver reported to the local sheriff's department that there was suspicious items in the package he was delivering, that message got passed on to the ATF. The ATF, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, are the bureau that regulates anything to do with alcohol, tobacco, firearms, or explosives. If it sounds weird to group tobacco and explosives together in the same group, that's because the ATF essentially works as an extension of the IRS. See, if someone was to manufacture or purchase a fully automatic firearm or machine gun, then that would be illegal not because they're impossible to have, but because you have to pay your taxes for it.
Machine gun fire in itself is not evidence of illegal activity. It is legal to own a machine gun if the owner pays a $200 tax on the gun. But there was no evidence the Branch Davidians owned any machine gun at all. So, bottom line, the raid on February 28, 1993 was launched because the ATF merely suspected that the Branch Davidians might have a machine gun that they had failed to pay a $200 tax on.
Not only is the process very time-consuming and thorough on the individual purchasing it, but the weapons themselves are very cost-prohibitive, and that's a whole other discussion. So when the ATF heard that the Davidians were being delivered what was for them a normal restock of supplies, Instead, they heard dummy grenade, black powder, that can make an undead explosive, and they immediately began an investigation. On June the 9th, they began looking into the history of the Branch Davidians. And eventually on July the 30th of 1992, they sent 2 agents to a local gun shop to inquire about the Branch Davidians. The local gun shop said that they knew the Davidians for years and that they were always very above the board, and they even traded weapons back and forth on occasion. The ATF, not trusting their word, called the local sheriff, and the local sheriff got in contact with Koresh. Through this 3-way conversation, the sheriff and Koresh openly invited the ATF to come over. Koresh even saying that they're welcome to go through all their paperwork and weapons if they want to. The ATF, for some reason, denied this offer, which seems bizarre. I mean, even if you think they'll be hiding something, you would at least want to go check out the operation, especially if the sheriff's going with you. But instead, the ATF left and said there wasn't any headway made. Shortly after this, the ATF began renting a house across the road from Mount Carmel, under the guise that they were a group of college students who were just renting the house for the semester. What's funny is even on the most, pro-government websites that give this account of events, they all list that the ATF's cover was awful. They're supposed to be college students, right? But they're all driving these brand new matching vehicles. None of them ever go off to school. None of them ever are enrolled or do anything in the local community. Not to mention they're all 30-year-old dudes. One of these ATF agents, Robert Rodriguez, posed as an undercover agent and joined the Davidians. And by joined, I mean he would walk across the street and listen to a couple of their sermons and then come back. It turns out early on, David figured out that Robert Rodriguez was undercover, but didn't say anything and just let him be a part of what they were doing. Again, David had already invited the ATF in before, so it's not like he was scared that they were going to see something. Rodriguez eventually filed his findings within Mount Carmel, and they were something else. Rodriguez said that he had found lower receiver parts, as well as aluminum blocks and fake grenades.
So nothing.
Which, as already established, duh. To explain the absurdity of the legality, and for YouTube this is airsoft, I guess, I don't know. This is an AR-15 modeled to look like an M16, very similar to the same semi-automatic rifles that David and the Davidians would have had around this time. Within the realm of legality, the part of the weapon that is legally the gun itself is the receiver. On an AR-15 like this lower piece is the receiver, and this is just a hunk of metal. The reason being there has to be one piece that is serialized and transported to the individual, so the block that holds the trigger is often considered the receiver part. On the AR-15 specifically, any mil-spec AR-15 shares the same part dimensions. So you can take any receiver that you have and then combine it with the other pieces of a barrel or whatever other assembly you're working with and create your own rifle from there. It's kind of like Legos. For those that are familiar with firearms, it's very common for someone to buy a receiver and then build out the rest of the gun however they want it, because the receiver is the only part that matters. And it was very common, as proven by records, for the Davidians to order a bunch of receivers and then build out the rifles and then sell them again legally at gun shows. The ATF looked at this report that said there are receivers laying around and said, but what if this time, for the first time, they decide to use those receivers for something nefarious? Because if you were going to illegally convert your weapon to be fully automatic, you would have to damage and alter the receiver itself. And even though they had a long history of never doing that, the ATF decided that this time it means they're making illegal weapons. That would be like if I walked into your house and then saw steak knives on your kitchen counter and immediately assumed that you were going to stab me to death, because that's apparently the only function of a steak knife. If it sounds weird for me to show examples and to go into that amount of detail regarding the legality, just know that this was the justification for the ATF's later actions.
In a word, what the search warrant found was gun parts. It was the duty of the ATF to show that those gun parts were owned with an intent to create illegal weapons. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, but my reading of the warrant does not convince me that that intent was there.
Also, listening to the rest of Rodriguez's report was painful.
The affidavit describes how an undercover agent had observed the upper and lower receivers of disassembled AK-47s. The AK-47 has a one-piece receiver. There are no separate upper and lower receivers on an AK-47. Obviously, Agent Aguilera didn't have a clue, and Magistrate Green failed to notice.
Yep.
Through the uprights. He's 4 for 4 on the game.
Dumb ways to die.
They listed that as their justification for a search warrant, along with a noise complaint from a neighbor. A few months before this, a neighbor had reported to the local sheriff's department that he had heard what sounded like full auto fire coming from Mount Carmel. What the ATF did not mention in their request for a search warrant is that this was already followed up on by the local sheriff, who investigated and saw it was just the guys firing a trigger really fast. But the ATF left it in, implying that the Davidians had unregistered machine guns. The ATF received their search warrant that must be carried out by February the 28th of 1993. The behavior of the ATF during this time is very odd. They began to amass reports from local journalists of the Branch Davidians abusing children, and used that as part of the reason that they should search the property for illegal firearms.
My investigations convinced me that David Koresh was guilty of statutory rape.
Sure.
But I don't understand why 2/3 of the search warrant is about child abuse and statutory rape when the ATF has no jurisdiction over those offenses.
Furthermore, whenever David Koresh bought the property, he reported to the local sheriff's department that he had found a meth lab that someone had set up on the outskirts of the property. So the sheriff's department came, picked up the meth lab, and there was no issues. However, the ATF cited this as evidence that they might be making meth. So why would the ATF, a bureau that's dedicated to the registry and tax filing of things like tobacco and firearms, be investigating reports that have been disproven by CPS of child abuse, along with things like meth making, which is, for one, a DEA problem, and two, no evidence of, if anything, evidence against, since David called the police to get rid of it. As a matter of fact, why any of this, right? Because it's not uncommon for an FFL to order gun parts and then build and legally sell weapons. So why all of a sudden decide that it's a big deal and then act so coy about it, refusing to step foot on the property unless it's an undercover agent? Well, as many have since pointed out, the reason is publicity. And the reason the ATF would want good publicity at this time is because of a little incident known as Ruby Ridge. To give a very brief overview of a topic that deserves its own video, in August of 1992, the ATF was doing an investigation into a man named Randy Weaver, who supposedly created 2 short-barreled shotguns. Once again, for those that don't know, rifles and shotguns have to be a certain legal barrel length, shotguns 18 inches and rifles 16 inches. So if this rifle were to say have a barrel that was down here, that would be a felony. Similar to the machine guns I explained earlier, it's only a felony if you don't pay the tax. After the ATF determined that Randy Weaver had sawn the barrels off of 2 shotguns, he was given a court date to which he missed, most likely because the date was rescheduled, and Randy, who lived off the grid, wasn't exactly one to check his mailbox. One night, again in August of 1992, U.S. Marshals came to Randy's property, a property known as Ruby Ridge, in order to arrest him. Upon arriving there, the dog began to bark at them, to which the marshals shot, insert shooting dog joke here, and Randy's son, Sammy Weaver, who was following his dog outside, just saw a random guy in the woods shoot his dog, so naturally, Sammy shoots back. A gunfight ensued, and Sammy was killed along with an agent. This resulted in a 2-week standoff where negotiators were given false information about what even happened, thinking that the people inside of the cabin just fired on federal agents, when in actuality the agents shot first and didn't identify themselves. and culminated when a sniper named Lon Horiuchi began to fire at Randy as he walked out to his shed in order to get the body of his son. Lon continued to fire shots at Randy as he ran to his house, with one of the shots going through the door and hitting Randy's wife, Vicki Weaver, as she held their child. Randy, now fearing for the life of his other children, not expecting the FBI to just start shooting at them, surrendered himself along with his 2 children in fear that they'll keep shooting. So in the end, the FBI and the ATF had killed a mother and son over 2 short shotgun barrels. It cannot be overstated how hated the ATF was at this point in time. Movements and protests began calling for the ATF to be destroyed. And in the midst of all of this, they hear the story of a supposed group of child abusers who are manufacturing illegal weapons.
They're looking for
and they view this as their ticket back to the top. Now, I understand everything that I just said is opinionated and subjective. However, the majority of people who are close to the case agree with that opinion, and that explains why everything they do has to make that narrative fit. That's why they go to local newspapers and get stories of child abuse. That's why they use disproven information like the noise complaint to justify there being illegal weapons on the property. That's why they say they're making meth, because it further vilifies this evil cult. And I want to clarify, I'm not saying all of this to imply that anyone who works in government or any 3-letter organization is inherently evil. All of my friends and everyone that I've talked to within those organizations universally agree that Waco was a horrific tragedy. As with all of my videos, this isn't some push to make you upset. This is a look at an event that happened in the past so that we can more properly prevent things like this, or at least understand them as they happen in the future. And I'm not implying that everyone on the government side in this tragedy is some diabolical gore, or that the Davidians were patron saints. And I still hold fast that David Koresh was a wicked man who led people astray, regardless if he believed he was doing the right thing or not. And that several leaders on the opposing side were performing wicked actions, regardless if they believed they were doing the right thing or not. And on both sides, we see what happens when an individual has just enough of a twisted will and just enough people willing to follow orders. In the ATF's request for a search warrant, they said the reason that they have to raid Mount Carmel directly is because David Koresh never comes out of the compound. I can only say that this is willing ignorance. Not only did they have people across the street watching the compound every day, but they also had an inside man who would have plainly seen that David Koresh performed with his band several nights a week and went out to eat and work several days a week. This decision would be heavily scrutinized later, as instead of arresting a potentially dangerous individual when he was out on his own, they were now bringing that danger to a facility that they knew had several civilians and children. The day before the raid was scheduled to take place, on February the 27th, the Waco Tribune-Herald ran a report called The Sinful Messiah. This openly accused David of several of the things the ATF had mentioned in private, like the multiple accusations of child abuse, which again I'm not claiming him to be innocent of, but it seems the ATF did not approve of this move because, you know, the day before you raid someone, probably not a good idea to put them on edge. The ATF would also later claim that the reason they performed the raid on February 28th is because they had to move their time scale up because of this report being published. However, that is not true because, as mentioned earlier, February 28th was the deadline for the raid itself. And plus, in the days before February the 28th, the ATF had set up a mock course of the Mount Carmel compound at a local military facility and had been running routes training the course of the building itself. So they knew what they were doing. It's interesting to note how on paper this is just a search warrant, as in someone comes to the door, serves the warrant, and then does a search. However, it seems the training that the ATF had, as well as the way they pulled up to the scene, implies that they were never planning to carry out a peaceful search in the first place, and instead were treating it much more like a military operation. A problem that could have been solved with a couple of agents just carrying out a normal search warrant, or following up on Koresh's offer months ago, was now being treated like an armed assault against foreign invaders. With the agency backed into a corner and their reputation at stake, it seems they were determined to fix the problem that they had created. And when your only tool is a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. The raid began on the morning of February the 28th, 1993. A local reporter had been tipped off that the raid was about to take place. So while driving towards the area, he pulled over and asked a postman if he knew how to get to the Branch Davidian compound because a big ATF raid was about to go down. Unbeknownst to that reporter, the postman that he just asked was David Koresh's brother-in-law, another Branch Davidian. So Koresh's brother-in-law hops in his car, speeds to the compound, and warns everyone that a raid's about to happen. According to whatever the reporter said, it was going to be loud and violent, and everyone in Mount Carmel started panicking. Koresh ran to Agent Rodriguez, who, if you'll remember, is supposed to be undercover at this time, but David figured him out, and begins to beg Rodriguez to call the ATF and to call off the raid. Rodriguez plays dumb and slips out the front door. He says that as he was leaving, everyone began to pray. Also, to get across how ready the ATF was for a fight, not only did they roll up dozens of agents in full kit, but they also wrote their blood type on their wrist and neck in case they were shot and needed a quick transfusion. At this time, there were about 115 people within Mount Carmel. The women and children began to hide in their rooms while several of the men took up arms. Koresh and the others assumed that the ATF was going to come loud and was looking to make an example. It's here that we start to get into discrepancies, and normally I would tell the whole story in a straight run-through of the official report and then go back and talk about the theory surrounding it, but this event is so to them, beginning with the question of who shot first. At about 9:45, the agents roll up in covered trailers and begin to surround the front door of the premises. Koresh comes outside with his arms up and tells them to stop because there's women and kids in there. While everyone is yelling back and forth, someone fires a shot. Now initially it was declared by all of the agents that one of the Davidians shot first. However, later reports would recant this. The two leading theories is that either one of the agents fired after seeing a Davidian holding a gun in a window, or that part of the ATF's dog kill team, who was sent forward, according to some of the reports I read, with the intention of shooting the dogs first, went forward and shot the Branch Davidians' dogs. Again, insert joke about shooting dog here. These dogs were shot by the agents, and this seems to be the most likely moment that would have happened.
Our next video will be on the
This caused the rest of the agents to erupt into gunfire, and the gunfight started. A big point of contention of deciding who shot first was the right door at the front of Mount Carmel. See, David was standing just outside of the door with his hands raised in the air, and in the initial gunshots, he was hit in the stomach and hand. He immediately ducked back inside of the door and closed it behind him. The rest of the shooting, or at least the vast majority of it, came from the upper windows of the compound. Reports would later say that David probably got shot whenever he went up to a different floor or began to engage the officers. However, the evidence on that front door shows several bullet holes, implying that the ATF fired at David while he was standing outside for a few seconds, which would mean they would have had to be the ones to take the first shots. This front door with this supposed evidence totally disappeared. Even after everything that went down, the left door was retained in evidence and in fine condition. The right door disappeared off the face of the earth. And according to one agent who later testified against his initial report, he said that he saw a group of investigators after the whole standoff was over, loading it into the back of a U-Haul. In the following congressional hearings, the door was never recovered. Crazy how evidence like a door can just fly away. Wayne Martin, one of the Davidians, called the local police and asked them to get on the phone with agents and to stop shooting, continuing to exclaim that they were shot at first and now the women and kids are in danger.
Ad time. Hey, Eli sent a video. Log off the internet. Let's watch Eli's video real quick.
So I'm just sitting here chilling, and this is just going back to a topic that I talked about on that we talked about on the talk show, me and Shlama's show, one of my good friends, Tanner. And we are going to be talking about, basically, catching up on, the internet, and how it is on the cusp of ruining people's lives. And some people's lives might have already been ruined. But these are people that are aware of the fact that they might have an issue and have a chance to get out of it. No matter how it is that you look at it, it's not funny. No matter how it is that you look at it, it's not fear-mongering. No matter how it is that you look at it, nobody is making this shit up. The internet is a dangerous addiction. It is. It is a fucking monster of an addiction. There are so many people that have gotten addicted to this. It is becoming a global fucking catastrophe. And I am no psychiatrist, I am not a therapist, but I am a human being. And I don't think that any human being should ever have to suffer from anything. And can only allow myself so much time. Which is, which is where my next case comes in. Only you can control you and the decisions you make. They can decide to go get in trouble. If you decide that, hey, I'm aware of the fact that I might have a problem, I need to change myself for the better, you can absolutely do that. Absolutely do that. The best thing that you could do is log off.
True. I'm going to end it right there because we talked about this for like 2.5 hours. All right, back to the fucking...
If your child was abused by someone they met...
Continuing to exclaim that they were shot at first, and now the women and kids are in danger.
Yeah, the 75 men around our building were shooting at us in Mount Carmel. Mount Carmel? Yeah, tell them there are children and women in here to call it off. I hear gunfire. Who is it? Wayne. Tell me what's happening, Wayne. We got women and children in danger. Wayne. I'm under fire. I'm in the compound.
I agree, Eli. Only you can control your actions. Only you can control your destiny. We talked about it in great depth.
During this initial gunfight, the first agent was shot whenever he tried to make his way around to the back of the compound and was hit by a shooter in a top window. And helicopters began low-flying back and forth, supposedly to draw attention away from the men on the ground. However, according to many of the survivors, these helicopters were shooting at them. Just as they had trained, the officers began putting up ladders on the front of the building in order to make their entry into the top floors of the compound, where they expected the majority of the weapons would be, according to Rodriguez's report. While gathering outside of the window, the 3 initial agents who crowded around it began to be shot at, before they throw a stun into the room and make their entry. During this entry, you can see where bullet holes are flying out of the wall, being shot from inside, and this results in another agent being hit and then falling off the roof. While not on video, according to the ATF, on entry, another agent was killed, and they in turn killed a Davidian who fired at them. While searching for weapons, they were then ambushed by another Davidian, where 2 more agents were injured, and then that Davidian was killed. The agents then make their exit from the window. 1 agent hits his head and then falls down the roof, as the agents begin to take cover behind the Davidians' vehicles and return fire. This shooting continued at a high rate for 45 minutes, and only then slowed down because the agents started to run out of ammo. Even then, the gunfight itself continued, with the agents occasionally firing rounds for 2 hours. The sheriff, as well as others on the scene, say that the altercation only quit because they ran dry. Once they were out, the Davidians said that the ATF could come retrieve their wounded and dead, and on the ATF side, 4 agents had been killed and 16 were injured. On the Davidian side, 5 had been killed and several more injured, again including Koresh himself. The Davidians began to collect their dead and bury them in the cemetery on the property. While the men who buried their dead were walking back inside, one of them was shot and killed by the ATF. According to the ATF, this guy had decided to start firing at them, although this has never been confirmed. This makes the casualty count for the first day 6 Davidians and 4 ATF. As soon as this happened, it became a media storm. Initially, it was just this weird group in Texas who a few people knew about, who were being investigated on weapons charges by the ATF. but now it had become an open gunfight with 10 dead. So at this point, it was off to the races, with journalists and news crews from across the country showing up. The situation was then taken over by the FBI. The FBI took it over because once a federal agent is killed, it then becomes their case. Specifically, the situation was taken over by the FBI HRT, or Hostage Response Team. This was conveniently the same team who was at Ruby Ridge. In the initial hours, David began to call local news teams and began doing interviews and explaining what had happened. Of course, David maintained that they were fired upon first by the ATF. In response to this, the FBI cut the phone lines so that way David couldn't speak to anyone that they didn't want him to, and ran a phone line directly from the negotiators to him so that that was the only means of communication. However, what little David did manage to say became all the rage within the media frenzy. He talked about how they were fired upon first and how it was his right as an American to defend himself and to stand up to tyranny and blah blah blah. And many began to view the Davidians' actions as defensive violence. Over the following days, Koresh spoke to the FBI negotiators for hundreds of hours. He would talk about his family, he would talk about the Bible, he would ask about the negotiators' life.
If you die, what you tell me, if you die from that wound, I want you to tell me what's going to happen.
Well, I'm not going to be around here wherever I try to influence anybody, right?
Well, David, listen.
Oh, Jim, listen.
This has been painful for us. Come on.
Listen, Jim. There's nothing that hurts me more than being called a cult leader, all right? If I'm wrong, people like me don't deserve to live, okay?
Listen.
If you let the people think, they're all scared around here now. Don't burn our building down.
Oh, we won't do that.
Don't shoot us all.
No, we won't do that.
David, if you die, you're leaving your people helpless.
Look, they're God's people.
But if
I'm just an instrument, okay? I showed them out of a book.
I hate the dramatic music that the documentary
decide. What God teaches, it is for them to decide.
And for a while, they just existed in this stalemate with the FBI encircling the compound and the Davidians inside just waiting for something to happen. This is why earlier I was emphasizing the difference between a typical doomsday cult who's just anticipating the end and the Davidians who were prepared to hold out until the end. Throughout the FBI's internal logs, Jonestown was constantly brought up. The negotiators and the FBI in general was not understanding the mental concept of what the Davidians were trying to say. They just assumed, oh, crazy religious cult here, do crazy religious cult thing over here. And they were waiting at any moment for the group to either drink the Kool-Aid or go out in a blaze of glory. However, after several days, nothing happened. The group, who had provisions to wait out the war with Babylon, were just sitting inside waiting for the next move. Eventually, David said that he had a message for the American people, and if they played it on the news, then he would willingly surrender. The FBI kept up their side of the bargain and played the message. However, after it was played, David said that God decided he was not yet to come out.
He gave us his word that after the message was played...
Yes, but what if there is a higher power than you and I that speaks to an individual? If there is a God in this universe, and there's the laws of man and there's the laws of God, and this God that has led him all his life says to him to wait, what do?
We find no incident. Those of us who've listened to the negotiation tapes and studied the transcript of Koresh line. On March the 2nd, he said he was coming out, and then said God told him not to. If any lies were told, it was that, and we would have to know what God said to Koresh in order to call that a lie.
Do you people believe that Koresh is actually talking to God?
Koresh believes he's talking to God.
This is again another discrepancy. One either views this as Koresh playing hooky with the FBI, or the FBI making things difficult. See, in the midst of all this, where David's explaining, why did you shoot at us, this is my vision from God, can you play this message? The FBI was doing stuff like rolling tanks up to the compound and cutting off power to the entire facility, and just generally being crude.
They were mooning the women, for instance. They would drop their pants and bend over and bare their rear end to people that were looking out the windows, which was not a situation that some of the women or even some of the men took too lightly in the sense, well, do we want to send our children out to these kind of people?
Steve, every time we're aware of movement, we've told you about controlling these guys. I mean, if you got guys out there right now pulling their pants down, men that are mature, they're sticking their butts out in the air and flipping the finger.
Give me a moment. See, the guys that gravitate toward, riding in tanks, jumping out of airplanes and stuff like that are like the mindset
I agree with you.
Right?
I agree.
So when they get a chance to use a Bradley, probably half of them have never been into Bradley before.
It reminded me of a lot of kids in there.
Absolutely.
An opportunity to
hey, let's drive this baby and see how it works.
Sure, but somebody's got to be above these guys. Well, those vehicles and what they're doing do not show what is coming out of the mouths of some of you guys.
Regardless, for one reason or another, David decided he was not going to come out. The negotiator asked if he could send out some of the children, and David said he'd be happy to send out anyone who doesn't want to be there. The ones that chose to leave were several mothers, as well as 19 children aged 5 months to 12 years old. That meant that 23 children were still inside the building. After this departure, about 98 people remained inside of Mount Carmel. The mothers were immediately separated from their children and arrested, and the children were immediately taken to be interviewed. Keep in mind, the media frenzy around this entire thing is the story of child abuse, and that the ATF and FBI are doing a heroic thing by trying to save these children from these monsters. So whenever the children were set down in question, they were asked about child abuse. Now, during the time of the standoff, it was seen as a 100% cut and dry evidence that the children said they were being abused by their parents and Koresh. However, there is no logs or records of any of this happening. As a matter of fact, according to people who were there and later testified, there was zero evidence that there was ongoing child abuse. Because the story at this point had not just escalated from Koresh being a creep to young girls into the idea that a bunch of the parents were being creeps. The story now was that as the standoff was going on, the children inside were actively being tortured, and the interrogators used leading questions to get vague answers that further justified this. David said that he wanted a video footage of himself and his followers so that the outside world could see what they were about. So on day 9, the FBI sent in a video camera and the Davidians began recording.
And bringing these tanks and stuff around here, I tell you what, being an American first, I'm the kind of guy that I'll stand in front of a tank, you can run over me, but I'll be biting one of the tracks. No one's going to hurt me or my family. That's American policy here. You could have arrested me any day as I jogged up and down this road. You could have arrested me going to town or going to Walmart. Waco was going to bear witness against the ATF. The two agents across the street over here, Robert Gonzalez, I love the guy. I was honest with him. I brought him into my home. He was going to stay there for 2 weeks. All this stuff you guys may want to avoid and deny. You know, he wanted to tour around the place. I promised him a tour. He could have talked to any of these guys around here, anybody. He was free to come and go as he chose. And I do not appreciate it, and never will I ever appreciate somebody coming here with 2 helicopters and cattle trailers and all that, and pushing people around with guns. Hey, I'll meet you at the doorstep any day, and somebody will get hurt. If you want to keep playing that game, I'm talking to you. Somebody's going to get hurt. Because this ain't America anymore when the ATF has that kind of power to come into anybody's home and kick doors down and things like that. I do understand, someone reminded me of this, I do understand that one of the officers says his gun went off on accident. And that, that was just like a signal and all that, but look, beside the point, ATF, you boys are wrong. Your practices, your habits, yeah. Drug dealers, fine.
Have a good night.
But even there's always a question. If there's any question whatsoever, the kids or women are involved, damn you, I tell you what, you keep your damn gun in your holster. You send a couple of big, brave, invincible kind of men, you let them knock on the door. If they're so damn involved to where they can risk their lives for the name of the law, then send them up bulletproof, put them in some kind of night armor or whatever, and let them knock on the door and ask the questions first. But no one's going to expect me, when they they come busting in on my door with guns drawn and pointed in the air, and someone fires me, then I'm going to lay down and die for anybody. This just ain't going to happen.
Somebody
in
literally
this
watched
country.
for like 5 hours.
See this here? See this here? See, this is my family. It may not be like your family. You know, it may not be like your family. This one here, you know, he's my family too, right, Joseph?
Yeah.
Tell him, you know, look in that camera and tell him what you think about it. Who's treated you good?
He did.
You know, do you mind that, son? Huh? Do you love Joseph? Your best buddy?
Yeah.
You too, Damon? So, you know, you guys, you do it your way, I do it my way. You got to argue with me, you catch me on the side of the road somewhere, and you come and argue with me. You come point guns in the direction of my wives and my kids, damn it, I'll meet you at the door any time. And I'm sorry some of you guys got shot. But, hey, God will have to sort that out, won't he?
And what brings you all the way from England, a nice lovely home of which I've seen and been in, what brings you to America, to a place called Waco, Texas, or Waco, Texas? Anybody want to speak first?
I've always wanted to know, to understand the Bible, and I wanted to know about the seven seals. And I met somebody who could show me the seven seals. I asked my pastors, my ministers. I was a former Seventh-day Adventist. Nobody could show me. And now I found what I've been looking for.
The FBI chose to not follow through on their deal because they felt that the video would garner public support. At this point, with a week and a half under their belts and no development, infighting arose in the FBI. The negotiators said that they were talking to David as well as other members of the facility and that it takes time to get progress this way, and the HRT team said that that was too slow and that they need to speed it up. So the HRT began what I can only describe as psychological warfare. They started taking their tanks and just running over the Davidians' cars that were parked out front. And then through the night, they would shine spotlights at the building and play disturbing noises on loudspeakers. Like they would play variations of old music to the sounds of rabbits being murdered, and at one point, literally dolphin noises.
Yes, right here.
Mr. Ricks, is there a consideration to use psychological warfare? Have you discussed it at all?
I don't know what psychological warfare is.
It was reported in the paper that you play loud music, keep bright lights on the compound all night to try to agitate the entire group. Is that a possibility?
We will not discuss tactics of that sort, but I would say the chances are minimal of doing that type of activity. Yes, ma'am.
Finds reporters facing a banner reading, "God help us, we want the press." Reporters respond with a statement of their own.
God help us, we are the press!
Also, as the tanks were running over the cars, they kept running over the bodies of the people who were previously buried. And they just kept, doing it, backing back and forth, just to, I don't know, make them sad. And even if you're a staunch believer in the idea that the government's actions were justified and Koresh needed to be stopped by any means necessary, and I'm not even disagreeing with you on the idea that Koresh needed to be stopped. However, what purpose does the whole playing dolphin noises serve? If their concern is that this guy is some crazy Jim Jones type who's going to kill everyone before he comes out of there, then what does playing sounds of rabbits being murdered accomplish? All you're doing is making someone who you claim to be unstable more sleep-deprived and unstable.
FBI pushed David or the rest of us to the limit. Did they want to create an incident? Did they want us to come out, crazy and start shooting so that they'd have an excuse to gun us down? We didn't know.
We realize that you have the ability, and it's not below you people to do something like to erase all evidences. Why do you have the press so far back? You can give me any kind of crap you want. I know, you know. The reason we're not talking to the press is you people have got to cover your butts from what you did, and that's what's going on here.
Yep. After this video, we're done. Probably gonna finish the season.
Okay, Brandon, thank you. Here we go, the final weekend.
From what you did, and that's what's going on here.
At this point, they cut all power and water lines into Mount Carmel, and while the Davidians had water tanks to ensure they would have reservoir of water if they needed it, 2 of them had been damaged and drained in the initial shootout, so the entire Davidian compound was down to 1 water tank. Again, another layer of stress added on to what was supposedly a very delicate situation. Around this time, 11 people left. Several of the children didn't want to leave because, as they could see initially, the parents were immediately arrested and the children taken to their own questioning. So the kids decided to stay while again 11 adults left. At this point, the FBI began bringing in religious leaders as well as cult experts to try to better understand the psychology of the people they were negotiating with.
When I first was asked to be involved as a member of the panel, I thought the main problem was going to be understanding the psychology of the people inside the country. But as I got into it, I quickly became aware that the psychology of the people outside the compound was more important to an understanding of people.
It was unanimously decided by everybody that was brought in that the correct approach to a group of people who think that they are about to face the end of the world and the armies of Babylon is to not be the armies of Babylon. This went on for several weeks, with people being consulted on the news and being brought to the site and saying that violence isn't going to work against a group of people who are determined to fight violence at all costs. But meanwhile, around Fort Caramel, it was just a carnival. They were selling t-shirts, and there were like ice cream vendors, and they were like playing games with each other and taking pictures. There were protesters, someone dressed up a dog in an ATF shirt, and it was just so bizarre that during this massive standoff that you could just drive up and take selfies next to a bunch of federal agents. Also at this point, the FBI had pushed the press a few miles back at a place that they could still see the compound, but they couldn't hear or see any of the actions of the agents themselves. Again, the FBI HRT, who really wanted some action and were desperate to get it, began debating on April the 10th of what if we just like snipe Koresh? Like what if he comes by a window and we just shoot him? Keep in mind these were the same people at Ruby Ridge, truly a one-size-fits-all group of guys. But then they said that they shouldn't do that because they figured as soon as we kill Koresh, they'll all probably kill themselves, which again shows the lack of understanding of care between what the agents thought of them and what the Davidians thought themselves. However, the HRT wasn't the only one getting antsy. DC was getting a lot of pressure to wrap things up.
Special live call-in show here this morning, listeners had strong opinions on how they think this tragedy should now be handled. A majority seem to want law enforcement to end it all quickly.
Good morning, Waco 100.
I suppose we go in and just take him out.
Which, when you take a step back and think about it, is so stupid. Like, you showed up, you instigated the violence, and I don't even mean the first shot. I mean, like, you drove armed people up to the front door. And then after the gunfight, they don't do anything, and you keep poking them with more stuff, and they keep not doing anything, and they're just standing around like, if we don't end this fast, it could get out of hand. Attorney General Janet Reno told Bill Clinton, the at-the-time president, that things were rapidly escalating. No, they weren't. And that children were being abused every day that they don't do something. Clinton initially said, why can't we wait? And Reno said that would be too expensive. Because remember, kids, the only time the government cares about budget is when it's your life. When later asked about this, and after it was brought up to her that there was no evidence of children being abused during the standoff, she said that that wasn't the actual reason she wanted to finish it. She wanted to finish it. Militias from across the country were going to end the standoff one way or the other. On April the 14th, David said that he had received his final message from God. David asked if he could write down his final message of the 7 seals of Revelation, and then after that he would willingly come out as he gives over his manuscript to the media.
On April the 14th, there was a major breakthrough, and that breakthrough was David Koresh's letter to me, which I promptly gave to the FBI, that said that he'd received his mission, that he was working on writing his interpretation of the 7 seals, and that everyone inside was relieved that they didn't have to die now, that the prophecies were not being fulfilled now, and that this would be resolved.
However, this was unacceptable to the HRT, who wanted to see something happen.
The FBI testified before the House hearings that their negotiations had reached an impasse. They told the Attorney General they weren't coming out, and that there was a stalling tactic, and they weren't working on the 7 seals. Their own negotiators had reached an agreement knowing that the first seal was finished, and in order to get proof of it, had sent in typewriter ribbons so that they could get that proof in their hands, and yet the very next morning, they launched the gas and tank attack.
Ad time.
And yet the very next morning, they launched the gas and tank attack.
On April the 19th of 1993, several CEVs began to encircle the compound and punch holes within the walls of the building. Earlier that morning, the FBI had called and said, "This is your last chance," which again had been 51 days at this point, and they watched as someone threw the phone that they were previously negotiating with out the front door. Supposedly, the FBI took this as the go-ahead. The tanks that had made these holes began pumping CS gas, a type of tear gas, into the structure. Whenever the gas began pumping into the building, the women and children made their way to a bunker located at the side of the building itself. It's believed that one of the reasons they did this was not only for shelter, but because most of the gas masks could not fit children.
And I can just see those kids barfing, vomiting, screaming, because you can't possibly have a gas mask that'll fit a little kid.
Didn't their report say that gas masks don't fit on these babies?
That's correct.
And didn't they know that?
They should have known that.
Several of the men began putting on gas masks and shooting at the tanks that had made entry into the building. During this time, someone reaches out the front door and pulls the phone back in. They also begin waving a white flag outside of an upstairs window, as well as a banner that said, "We want our phones fixed." The FBI began to announce that if you want to surrender, simply step outside. However, it now seems that the reason that they wanted to get in contact with the FBI was because the bunker that the women and children were inside of had had its entrance and underground tunnels destroyed by the tanks. The FBI had also inserted a listening device into the walls of the compound, and during this time men can be heard yelling and praying and saying things like, "Wait for the tank to come to light it." It's believed that the men were perhaps making Molotovs as some means of defense against the gas attack. And then, at around noon, the building caught on fire. The fire was massive and seemed to start up all at once, engulfing the majority of the structure. It had been 6 hours since the gas attacks began, but now with the building on fire, people tried to make their way out of the windows. A total of 9 people made it out as the building was burning. These were the final survivors of the Branch Davidians. Fire trucks that were arriving at the scene were stopped by the FBI, who were halted because they, quote, didn't want the firemen to be shot at. The building burnt fast, and it burnt all the way to the ground. The bodies that were found were nearly unrecognizable. From the positions that the bodies were located, it seemed the majority of the men had died trying to free the women and children from the trapped bunker. And within the bunker, it seems that they died of a combination of suffocation and poisoning from the CS gas. When CS gas burns, it creates a sort of cyanide poisoning, and from the disfigured forms of the bodies, it seems many of them succumbed to this cyanide effect. Several of them seem to have died from a gunshot wound, seemingly as a sort of mercy killing. One of the survivors who made their way out of the building as it was burning brought with them the beginning transcript that David Koresh had been writing, showing that, at least to our knowledge, he was following through on his word.
And then he said, the word came to him and said, write, and he wrote. This was brought out the day of the fire by one of the survivors.
He was keeping his promise of April 14th. We believe they would have all come out safe.
This was pulled out of the fire. The tapes were, and then this was written up as evidence that he was working on that message on the 7 Seals.
David Koresh was found shot, supposedly by his assistant Steve Schneider, who then took his own life. Again, most likely as a form of mercy killing, given the effects of the gas and heat and suffocation. There is a take on this that is widely propagated by the Waco miniseries that came out a few years ago, and that miniseries is good for the most part. It does a good job at visualizing a lot of the standoffs. However, in order to make it more of a story, they showed the agents being very remorseful and distraught at the way the situation ended. And while there was certainly some of that in the days that followed, that was not the initial reaction that happened on that day.
As soon as the Branch Davidian Star David flag had fluttered to the ground, they ran the ATF flag up on that flagpole as a symbol of a military conquest, because the whole world saw this as a symbol that the battle was over.
I was a lawyer, and I had David Koresh's grandmother with me, and I wanted to see about talking to her. And after a few minutes, another one came up to me who was obviously the guy in charge and was very surly. Declined to give me any information at all.
Every Monday and Tuesday, the NBA is on NBC and Peacock.
Declined to give me any information at all. So I started to leave, and just as I left and turned my back and started walking toward my van, I heard a voice say, coming from one of those people, I don't know which one, but one of them said, I hope she has told him goodbye. That was the mentality of the people who were guarding the gates. Those were federal law enforcement authorities. And their attitude was, we are going to get revenge against David Koresh. And if that means we have to eliminate all of them in there, that's just fine too. That was the attitude that they had.
Like them or not, or like what we do for a living or not, they've been law enforcement officers, some of them, longer than I've been alive. And with that comes a lot of experience. What I'm saying is, you have to trust the people in charge at the time. I'm low on the food chain, so I'm standing by what they did, because I do what I'm told as long as it's legal and moral.
My God, torturing babies and saying it's part of their job and saying it's okay because their parents were bad. Our whole society is structured around the notion that if parents are bad, we protect the children even against the parents. In this case, the FBI and the government took the position, why, not only do we not protect the children, we use it as an instrument to try to get their parents to do something. We'll torture them so their parents will do right. Oh, God, where did they think that up?
Not only did they wave a victory banner, but they began to pose with their rifles over the bodies of dead children, as well as do things like remove the aforementioned door and other pieces of evidence from the compound. Not to mention running the massive story that the entire group had died due to one massive suicide.
Is there any doubt in your mind or the Justice Department's mind that the fire was set by the cult members?
I have absolutely no doubt at all that the cult members set it based on all the information that has been furnished to me.
David Koresh and the Davidians set fire to themselves and committed suicide. The government did not do that.
Which leads us into the big question and conspiracy of Waco: who started the fire? So, the State Department maintains to this day, in everything that you look at, that the Davidians started the fire in order to go out in one big blaze of glory. Now, ignoring everything that I've said up until this point, and everyone who is there, and all of the experts, that this was in no way their intention, the evidence itself doesn't line up with that either. Do you remember how I said there was audio from listening devices of what the men were doing whenever the building began to burn? Well, they used phrases that were supposedly picked out, like light it when the tank gets here, to imply that they were planning to light themselves up. However, not only is that taken out of context, and again probably about the Molotovs according to the survivors who ran out of the building, but in the trials that followed, the juries couldn't even pick out if that's what was being said, as the audio was too garbled to tell. Despite this was used as evidence to show another crazy cult offing themselves. Furthermore, if this was a cult suicide, then why do things like try to wear gas masks, and people trying to escape, and the men trying to get the women and children out of the bunker, and even going to the bunker in the first place? This is also excluding the testimony of the 9 survivors who said everyone was panicked and trying to survive. Not to mention, the FBI was saying weird stuff before it even began, implying that they knew a fire was about to take place.
At one point, the FBI asked them, do they have fire extinguishers? And Schneider sends someone to check and comes back with a report that there's only one fire extinguisher in the building. The FBI negotiator's response is, somebody ought to buy some fire insurance.
Gary, used car shopping can't hurt you.
But what if I overpaid?
The FBI negotiator's response is, somebody ought to buy some fire insurance.
One of the big contentions in the trial that followed was the use of CS gas, as you can imagine, and several of the state-appointed experts said that CS gas is not flammable, which, yeah, it is. For one, CS gas is not just CS. It is a powder in its natural form, and it needs some other compound to make it an aerosol spray. The agent that was used at Waco was methylene chloride, which is flammable, and CS gas is also flammable. And when you put the two together, it's still flammable. Attorneys would skirt around this and say things like, yeah, in an open flame, which whenever you're destroying an entire house with several tanks, there's a chance that something's going to spark. And the most that they would say is, well, maybe the CS gas added to the accelerant after the Davidians had begun their suicide attempt. Not only that, but the FBI maintained for years that there was no shots or pyrotechnics used at the final day of the siege. Well, for one, the thermal imagery shows that that's a lie.
20 seconds after the 2 gymnasium flashes, still more automatic gunfire can be seen coming from the field to the left of the demolition tank.
And it turns out 6 years later that there was pyrotechnics used. As a matter of fact, the pyrotechnics had been sourced from a local military base, which is another lie the FBI said when they claimed that they received no weaponry from the military. But it turns out that 40mm grenade casings were discovered in the wreckage.
This pyrotechnic projectile is one of 2 found in the rubble of Mount Carmel. It's a 40mm military device that's fired from a handheld grenade launcher. This one was found here, near the corner of Mount Carmel where the first fire started. The other was found here, in the kitchen dining room area.
This is a civilian version. It's a 37mm launcher, which is pretty much just for shooting flares and looking neat. But it's similar in construction to the one that would have been used at Waco. You load a grenade in there, and then shut it, and then it fires a grenade towards your intended target. I don't know how to tell you this, but this is about as pyrotechnic as it gets. And whenever it came out that for 6 years, over 100 federal agents had lied, saying that to their knowledge no pyrotechnics were used, their defense was that they were shooting the water reservoir behind the building. Which, for one, no, you weren't. 2, why would you do that? And 3, that's still a lie. You still shot pyrotechnics at a building full of flammable gas that's not flammable. And also, like, even if you strip all of that away, you strip the fact it was flammable, and then they shot explosives at the flames, and then blamed the cult for doing it themselves, what was their plan with all of that? Right? Because, again, they're still operating under the assumption that this is some crazy doomsday cult, and the reason they didn't want to just shoot Koresh is because they're afraid everyone would freak out and off themselves. So what solution is it to run tear gas through holes that you made into the house? If this was such a crazy scenario, did you think that would make it better? Not to mention that they were knowingly gassing children and the elderly in order to make them come outside. I have never met or heard the opinion of anyone who felt like this was a good idea. So, recommend you sites channels, but that's the point. That day, 80 people
The thing that concerns me is why the building was so totally destroyed after the fire was out. There was no firefighting whatsoever attempted, and then the crime scene, and it was a crime scene, was totally, absolutely destroyed. And I've seen this happen before.
Did you see the FBI changing the crime scene in any way?
Yes, sir. As I'd said earlier and didn't get to finish the answer, they were moving the vehicles, which destroyed valuable trajectory evidence. And in the end, it turned out it didn't matter because the
but it didn't seem to be standard operating procedure. You don't consider that standard operating procedure, do you?
Certainly not in any crime scene I've ever been on. No.
Lon Haruchi, the guy who fired the shot that killed Vicki Weaver back at Ruby Ridge, was stationed with his sniper rifle on the final day of the siege. If you remember, the official story is that no shots were fired at the Davidians, however this seems to not be true. Supposedly Lon fired several shots at the compound as people were trying to escape. However, when an investigation began, it turned out he had immediately re-barreled his rifle, meaning that nothing could be traced back to him. On top of that, all independent autopsy footage was confiscated by the FBI and seemingly disappeared during the trials that followed.
They told us that they had misplaced it. At one time they told us that I have it in my briefcase and I'll give it to you. In fact, we said that we're going to delay giving the reports until you give a tape back, and of course they said sure, we'll give it a tape back next time we come to. And at a certain point,
and to come forward with stories with Clinton using this victory over a crazed cult to further justify his 1994 assault weapons ban. As is the case with most tragedies, it would go on to spark many more disasters. When Timothy McVeigh committed the Oklahoma City bombing, the largest terror attack in the United States up until 9/11, he cited Waco and Ruby Ridge as his primary reasons. Even appearing outside of several of the trials following Waco, selling t-shirts and bumper stickers of individuals like Lon Horiuchi. Several of the survivors would go on to file lawsuits and tell their story. In 1993 elections, why didn't David just come out? Why did both sides have to become so steadfast and blanket statement of this why bad thing happened here?
My input, we can do hindsight, but in my opinion, the ATF should not have done what the ATF should have done. But I'm also anti-cult, so maybe David Koresh shouldn't have been such a fucking kook. However, you have the right to practice what you want to practice in this country, so with that being said, I am GameZar. I am going to bed. I hope you have a good one. I hope you enjoyed this stream. Have a good night.